Hi, good morning, everyone. It is such an honor to be here and to get to do the big deal that is the announcement of the 2024 Path to Prosperity competition winners. Even just being here for an hour or so this morning, I've seen so many people that have been judges in the competition, mentors in the competition, finalists, winners of the competition. And so to really see that network that has grown over the past over a decade now, just like see parts of that here in the room is really cool, even so early in the morning. The Path to Prosperity business competition continues to be an essential part of how we achieve our mission at Spruce Root, which is driving a regenerative economy across Southeast Alaska so communities can forge futures grounded in this uniquely Indigenous place. At Spruce Root, we often use the term regenerative economy, but sometimes it can be kind of difficult to really see what that looks and feels like. And that word for us, it's not just jargon or something used in marketing. It really is, that word regenerative really is a vision for how we can continue to strengthen our communities across Southeast Alaska. And it's embodied in the work of each finalist in this year's Path to Prosperity competition. Together, the finalists have shown us how business can be a powerful force for cultural preservation, environmental sustainability, and community resilience. Some of these entrepreneurs are leading ventures that use our region's natural resources in innovative ways. Others have redefined entrepreneurship itself, building business models around cooperation rather than competition, and fostering networks that strengthen traditional practices and bridge generations. By embracing the concept of a regenerative economy, these businesses are proving that financial sustainability can serve a greater purpose, ensuring that our communities and cultural practices thrive for years and years to come. That has been a goal of this competition for more than a decade. In total, we've received applications from 458 businesses from 23 communities, trained 168 finalists in triple bottom line business planning, and awarded 26 winners a total of $760,000 to build their local businesses. Those are numbers we're really proud of, especially as they continue to grow. And the most recent competition has been an amazing new chapter in that legacy. So a little bit about the competition process. Our competition kicked off last spring, where we received a record-setting 80 applications from 16 communities across Southeast Alaska. We selected 12 finalists to come here to Juneau in September for our signature 3-day training. This training is at the heart of the competition. It is where entrepreneurs step back from their busy day-to-day operations to reinvent and refine their ideas, learn essential business concepts, and bond over shared meals, goofy icebreakers, and honest conversations. After we finished the training, the finalists set to work on finishing their business plans and charting out their financial projections before turning in their final submissions to our panel of judges. The judges reviewed their proposals and selected 2 winners who will today be awarded $20,000 each to grow their businesses. Every year, for 4 years now, I get to watch our panel of judges wrestle with that decision. And it was especially tough this year because every finalist put forward such a thoughtful plan. And so, before we announce the winners, I want to thank all the finalists for their hard work, creativity, and commitment throughout this process. It has been an incredible pleasure working with all of you. I also want to thank everyone who has made this competition possible. The 15 mentors who showed up to the training and generously shared their training and expertise. The talented team at Spruce Root who makes this work feel endlessly fun. Our board members who set the vision for our work and make sure it's rooted in the needs of the villages. And of course, the judges who donate hours and hours of their time, especially over busy holidays, to select the winners deserving of this award. And of course, special thanks to our amazing sponsors for their support. It is a long list, which speaks to the strength of support. I'd like to thank Disney Cruise Line, the Edgerton Foundation, Sealaska, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Opportunity Finance Network, the Sustainable Southeast Partnership, LG Rayfeld, Kensington Mine, Generator, the Jorgensen House, Alaska Litho, and of course, Southeast Conference. All right. And now, the moment that you've all been waiting for, I'd like to invite Joe Nelson, president of Sealaska and a longtime Spruce Root board member, to announce the first winner of the competition.
Okay. So I'm doing the first one. There's two awards here, but just a real quick one on the Seacoast Trusts. And again, this is to largely the Sealaska shareholders here, because we did something that helped us make this transition with the company was getting into the carbon market. And those carbon deals are long-term deals. And Elena mentioned $28 million in a fund that's all intended to perpetually help really drive our Southeast Village economies. And the first 10 million of that 28 million was from Sealaska as one of our carbon projects. And the thinking with Sealaska and the board was we need these dollars to really touch 90 years out plus, because that's how these carbon deals work. So a bunch went into the permanent fund, scholarships, the Deishu Memorial came out, and part of it was the Seacoast Trust. And obviously, we can't do it alone. So it's awesome to have all these partners that really are coming into Southeast to say, no, this is real. Things do change, but we're looking forward for another couple of generations to do the good work. And a core part of that are the people who are actually here putting a lot of sweat equity into things and their time and energy to take a risk and go forward. And what we realized early on was they didn't necessarily just need access to capital. They needed a network of support. And so thank all of you who put in the time to really support Spruce Root fulfill its mission. I'm going to ask Lance McMillan to come up. And a round of applause for Lance here. So this award has been very competitive. You heard that I think there's 80 applicants in this one. So it is a lot of labor that goes into scoring, and it's very rigorous. And I don't know Lance personally, but I'm going to read the couple paragraphs here. And his business is Sitkana, correct? Yes, and we did meet at an event not too long ago. So Lance was a commercial fishing deckhand when he first encountered Alaska's tidal currents and thought they could be used to generate predictable electricity. So how about that? And just sit on that for a minute here. So look at the power to seize the power of our oceans. So this is intuitive to a lot of us. So thank you. Actually, this is awesome to me. It's giving me chills here just reading this for the first time here. To learn about renewable energy, Lance studied mechanical engineering and then became a wind turbine technician. In 2021, he invented a new approach to ocean energy and founded Sitkana. In 2023, he moved to Juneau to bring his technology to communities that live near tidal currents. The Path to Prosperity Award will help establish deeper relationships with these communities through tangible site assessments with the prize money, $20,000. Sitkana plans to purchase a smart buoy that can measure water currents. Sitkana will deploy this buoy in front of customer locations to record the water speeds. This will allow Sitkana to select best sites for tidal energy and move forward towards a pilot project. Sorry about that. I need to switch to readers, as you can tell here. My eyes went through the transition just the last couple of years here, and I'm still fighting the transition lens things. But how about a big round of applause for Lance? Yeah. And aside from the cash award, is a Richard Krawchuk. This is the artist, right, who produced this. So a panel. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here. And yeah, my name's Lance McMullen, founder of Sitkana. And yeah, building technology kind of like underwater wind turbines to create electricity from the ocean currents here. And as Joe said, I moved to Juneau in 2023, and the community has been very welcoming. The Path to Prosperity contest was really special to me because I've had the constant support of my wife, Julia, but this was a chance to really meet people from across the region and feel broad support from people who would really be affected by this, and really feel like a lot of people wanted this. A lot of times I'm just working alone in my garage and it's hard to really feel that. So this was like it was just really, really motivational for me that like, to feel how many people did want this. And yeah, huge thanks to Mark, Izzy, Ashley, the team at Spruce Root for putting this on. And yeah, all the finalists are working on great companies and were equally deserving. So I'm honored to be selected and join the list of 10 years now of companies that have won. And yeah, I'm excited to keep moving forward and make progress. And yeah, thank you very much.
All right, give it up one more time for Lance and Sakana. And now, I'm hoping this works out over here in Zoom land. I would like to introduce the second winner, who is going to be joining us virtually. The second winner is Dujuksuk Deborah O'Gara, who I see on the screen calling in from Whitehorse. Hi, Deborah. Deborah is the owner of Raven's Nest Regalia in Art. She lives in Petersburg, and she creates Northwest Coast and Tlingit art that can be worn as regalia or displayed in homes. She specializes in raven's tail, chilkat, and cedar bark weavings, dancing button robes, and vests, and teaches and plans to teach even more small classes throughout Southeast Alaska to pass this tradition on. I had the honor of spending so much time with Deborah this fall in Juneau. It was such an honor to meet her and to learn more about this mission that she has for her business. And so I'm so thrilled I can't present the award to you officially, but I'm going to get it to you. But I'm so thrilled to have you here with us today and to announce you as one of the winners of the 2024 Path to Prosperity competition. So give it up for Deborah.
Great. Thank you so much, Izzy. And thanks everybody to Spruce Root. I'm really sorry that I cannot make it there in person. I am at a restorative justice conference being put on by the Council of Yukon First Nations, and I'm really honored to be here as well. I had never been here before, so I'm really thrilled to meet other practitioners of justice, as well as a lot of artists. This is certainly an artist community up here. First, I just want to thank everybody at Spruce Root and those who make Spruce Root possible. I already considered myself a winner when I left Juneau after the 5-day cohort training, because I had learned so much, and I'd learned from everybody that was participating, all of the participants, as well as the mentors that were invited in and helped us. And so it was just a thrill that I am one of the finalists and I'm honored and privileged to be able to continue doing what I have set out to do, which is to weave. And I love to weave. I love to tell stories. And I love the connections that our ancestors, the connections with our ancestors that I have discovered through telling stories through my weaving, and just the sense of community that I've been able to really gather around me. I'm looking forward to starting this new chapter of starting a business and getting more of the stories and weaving and our ancestors' connections out to our villages, and teaching others what I have had the pleasure of learning. So thank you so much. I know I'm going to miss Izzy when I'll be passing through Juneau on Thursday and Friday. So I'll look forward to hearing from you all, and thank you so much for this honor.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Deborah, for joining us. And yeah, here you can see some of her beautiful weavings that I know have lived here in Juneau for some part of time and been shown at various things. So maybe you recognize some of these. So yeah, give it up one more time for the two winners of the 2024 Path to Prosperity Business Competition. It is such an honor to be able to announce these just truly innovative businesses that resonate so deeply with the mission of Spruce Root. I want to say one more thing before I step off the stage. Okay, two more things. They're going to be quick. Sorry, Robert. One is that applications are going to be opening again in this spring for the next cohort of the competition. And so please stay tuned. You can find out more at our website at spruceroot.org. And the final thing is that we are now accepting sponsorships for the 2025 competition. And so if you are a member of an organization that wants to show your support for small businesses, contribute to building that regenerative economy that we talked about earlier, and really supporting the mission of Spruce Root to build stronger economies in Southeast Alaska, please come and see me, and we can make it happen. So thank you so much, and thank you, Robert, so much for hosting us here.
Thank you, thank you. And I tell you, go ahead and cue up Meilani's presentation. She comes on up here. But Spruce Root is just an amazing partner and an investor in our region, and the youth, the next generation of youth. You saw the last winner there. Youth comes in all ages, right? So they're a big partner on our mariculture project as well. Well, two ways. They've invested in the project, and we've invested about just under $1 million to Spruce Root for the business development and training for the mariculture project. So thank you for that. And next, someone that needs no introduction, but please welcome Meilani.
All right. Hello. So I have to put the mic way down. You know what? I'm just going to hold it. All right. So what we're going to do today right now is we're going to do the 9 top sort of economic updates of the Southeast Alaska economy. I'm sure you all have a copy of Southeast by the Numbers, so you can get one. I think we've got them in the back there if you want to see the full publication that we put out in September. And now we'll just give you an update. So the first, I ran into someone at the gym the other day, and they said, I try to make your presentations. I haven't made it. And I said, when we're looking at these early numbers for 2024, I can tell you, just in a nutshell, the Southeast Alaska economy is great. And she said, well, tell that to my 4 daughters in their 20s that really want to move home and live here, but can't afford to because the cost of housing is too high. And so I have a caveat. The Southeast Alaska economy is great, depending on who you are. So it is a tough economy right now for people in their 20s who want to move home, or people who want to move here, or people who want to stay here who are younger. It's also a tough economy for our seafood sector right now. So I'm going to give you 9 updates today. 4 of them are going to be great. 4 of them are going to be negative, and 1 of them is going to be a little bit of both. So our number 1 top story is that our jobs and wages are up. If you think of the economy as jobs and wages, we are just knocking it out of the park. We are doing so well. So when we look, and these are early 2024 numbers, we're comparing them to 2023, and it looks like in 2024, total jobs in Southeast Alaska were up by just about 2%. So that's just about 900 new jobs here in Southeast Alaska. And when we talk about jobs, these are year-round equivalent jobs, so average annual jobs, just so we can kind of have an apples-to-apples estimate. And these, again, early estimates only. This is where I just want to give a quick shout out to the Alaska Department of Labor. They do such good work. I use so much of their data, and we're using their early projections for 2024 and 2025. So when we look at the last several years, we see a 5% job increase in 2021, 5% job increase in 2022, 3% job increase in 2023. It looks like we're up another 2% in 2024. And the Alaska Department of Labor is projecting another 1.3% job increase for 2025. So we're doing great on one hand. On the other hand, we lost 6,000 jobs during the pandemic, and over this time, we've been able to gain them back. So we're all caught up. We're just a little bit ahead of the game from before we started the pandemic, so we're doing well. We don't have early numbers yet for wages, but this is my old wage slide. But if you look at where we've been on wages in Southeast Alaska have been increasing, and they've been increasing at a faster rate than inflation, and that's for every single sector except for timber and seafood. So our number 2 not so great update is that our population is down. Our population, if we just look at 2024, population was down by nearly 600 people. That's a 1% decrease over this last year. And when we just go further back and we do a 10-year analysis, we have a 5.5% decrease of 4,100 people here in Southeast Alaska are not here anymore. So just looking at the 1 year, what's happened in the last year, Juneau's lost 180 people, Ketchikan lost 165 people, Sitka's down by 140, Metlakatla, Hoonah, and Yakutat all down by 40, 50, 60 people. We do have some bright spots in Petersburg, Port Alexander, and Saxman. But when we look and we do that 10-year analysis, those numbers become bigger because we've had multiple years of population decline. So over the past, so we're down by, our population's down by 5%. It's down by 4,100 people altogether. We have Juneau as our largest community, so it's lost the most. It's down by nearly 2,000 people over the last 10 years. That's a 5% decrease. But when we look at the communities of Sitka, Prince of Wales, Wrangell, Cake, Angoon, and Haida, all of those community populations are down by double digits. Haida has lost the most, is down by 47%, but this means that Sitka is down by 10%, nearly 1,000 people just out of Sitka. Prince of Wales is down by 10%, nearly more than 600 people out of Prince of Wales. So these are significant losses that we should be thinking about. We do have bright spots when it comes to our 10-year population as well. The populations of Pelican and Skagway are up by a bit. Petersburg has grown by 145 people, and Gustavus has grown by 18%, 100 people joining that community there. And when we look to see what is happening in the rest of Alaska, other communities, other regions are losing population as well, but not as much as we are. We are the loss leader when it comes to population loss over time. So what is happening? There's really 5 things. Number one, we are older. Our average age in Southeast Alaska is older than the rest of the state. The number of kids that we have is declining. We've got less youth in the region. The number of deaths outweighed births for the first time ever in 2023, and that continued into 2024. We have a net migration that ramped up, out-migration that ramped up in 2021. And, you know, we have this huge cohort of baby boomers. And so when they're retiring, they're leaving Southeast Alaska in the same percentages that they always left Southeast Alaska. But those numbers are much higher just because there's so much more of them. And this is obviously an enormous workforce challenge here in Southeast Alaska. So this chart, we looked at 2010 and comparing it to 2024. We have 2,500 kids now in Southeast Alaska than we had just in 2010. We have 6,000 fewer people of that sort of prime workforce age. We have 7,600 more seniors, but at the same time, we have 1,700 more jobs. So we're doing great on jobs. We're just struggling when it comes to you know, having that strong workforce age population in our communities. I wanted to talk, this is something I've never presented on because I always hate these numbers, but Alaska Department of Labor does a great job. And I think it's time to think about their population projections for Southeast Alaska. So the Alaska Department of Labor has put out population projections for Southeast. They say that by 2050, Southeast Alaska is going to lose another 17% of our population. And that's going to be a decline of 12,000 more people across our communities. And what I want to say about that is Department of Labor is great. These are the data trends. They know what they're doing. But if we focus on these trends and what's causing them, we can create a different future. This is the ghost of Christmas yet to come. This hasn't happened yet. We can change these outcomes. So this is the 27-year projection, and again, looking at how other regions in Alaska are doing. Basically, by 2050, Alaska Department of Labor is projecting that we're going to lose 14,000 people out of Alaska, and 12,000 of them are going to be lost in Southeast Alaska. So we're really the focus of the population losses right here in Southeast. This is another way of looking at it. The white line is where we were in 2000. The blue line is where we are projected to be this year in 2025. And the red line is where we're expected to be in 2050. So we're expected, according to these statistics, to lose 5,000 more kids. We're expected to lose 5,300 more people in that prime workforce age population, and 1,000 more seniors. So there's things that we can do to change this. And we know what they are. You know what they are. All of us know what the problem here is in Southeast Alaska. So this is a analysis of why people stay at their jobs and why they leave from our business leaders across Southeast. We know Southeast Alaska is an incredible place to live, an incredible place to raise families. We know that the main reason people live here or stay here is for access to just absolutely world-class recreation. We know that people who are from here are more likely to stay here long term. And we know that people absolutely love living here for the high quality of life that Southeast Alaska has to offer. We know that people leave Southeast Alaska or don't take a job in Southeast Alaska in the first place due to housing, lack of housing and the cost of housing, due to childcare, lack of childcare and the cost of childcare, and due to transportation, lack of transportation and the cost of transportation. And that brings us into our next top story, housing. Housing is our biggest obstacle. So if we look, we've actually our communities have done a really good job building housing. So shout out to all of you municipalities that are working hard to get housing units into your communities. In the last 10 years, we have built 2,300 new housing units across Southeast, and yet our population is down by 4,100 people. So we have more housing to house fewer people. So what is going on? Oh, and this is just looking at by community. So Juneau has built, nearly 1,200 housing units. Ketchikan's built 366, Sitka 291. So we see a lot of good work going into housing. So part of it's our kids. When we're housing fewer kids, you still need housing units to house the adults in the world. So we've got fewer kids that are being housed. We also have a trend in Southeast Alaska towards this shift towards living alone. So people who are using an entire housing unit to house a single person. We've added nearly 1,400 living alone units in the past since 2016 here in Southeast Alaska. 1,300 have been senior households that are now living alone. And that's really a trend that you see nationally. Older people are more likely to live alone. And as we're aging in Southeast, we're aging into that having more living alone housing units. So I think there really should be a focus on increasing the housing that we're building for one-person housing units. I thought I was onto something here, and I was like, okay, this is happening all over Southeast Alaska. And then I found out, actually, it's mostly a Juneau issue. So everyone else, you're off the hook. In Sitka, there's actually fewer one-person households, and in Haines and Yakutat and Petersburg, there's actually fewer. So in Juneau, we've added 1,300 single-person households from 2016 to 2023. I want to talk a little bit about how the price of housing has changed too. We're used to the price of housing going up and going up substantially. So if we look at 2016 to 2022 across the region, the average price of a single family home, the average value of a single family home, this is according to Zillow, has increased by 29%. But we've actually seen a little softening since 2022, again, using Zillow estimates. In the last 2 years, we've seen a 4% decrease in the value of homes across Southeast. And I broke this down by community. There's actually only one community in which the value of a single family home is still going up, and that's in Juneau. It increased by 3% in the last 2 years. Sitka, the value of a single family home is down by 19%. In Ketchikan, it's down by 2%. In Petersburg, it's down by 12%. Haines, it's down. And Wrangell, it's down. The really fascinating thing to me about this slide is we're always so used to talking about the value of homes in the lower 48 being so much lower than here in Southeast Alaska, making it so much less affordable to live here. But if you look at the last 10 years, the value of a single family home in the US as a whole has increased by 88%, whereas in Juneau, it's increased by 10%. The values, the cost of housing in Juneau is still high, but we see that average US house coming in and now looking all of a sudden looking like it could be in one of our communities in Southeast Alaska. It's no longer much lower. So that's just fascinating to see. The next story, our next top story, is about our strengths, weaknesses, and opportunity and threats. And as was mentioned several times, we're going to be unveiling our 5-year economic plan. And with that, every 5 years, we ask all of you to to think about what our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities are, and then we have you prioritize them. So now I can tell you the greatest strength, weakness, and opportunity in our region and threat, according to you. Our greatest economic strength is our rich Alaska Native culture and heritage. And if you saw the panel that came before me, you'll understand why. Our greatest weakness is housing. There's not enough housing and it's too expensive. Our number one economic priority is to expand housing, and our number one economic cost is a threat is the increase of the cost of living. Now, I love this slide, and I really want to read to you this whole entire list of our strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and threats, but I'm going to present this tomorrow when we're presenting our economic plan, but I'm just going to read through the strengths because they're so fun. So our other top strengths, including our rich Alaska Native culture and heritage, is our beauty and recreation opportunities, our tourism sector, our people and Southeast Alaskan spirit, our subsistence opportunities, the high quality of life we have here, our access to natural resources, and our seafood sector. Our number 5 top story is that tourism is our biggest growth driver. So we don't have the full numbers in yet for 2024, so we're looking at 2023 compared to 2022. And jobs in the visitor industry sector were up by 26%. That was an increase of 1,700 jobs. And again, we're looking at those annualized apples to apples jobs, so year-round equivalent jobs. Wages in the visitor industry sector were up by 44%. That was $100 million more in wages that got given out across Southeast Alaska just last year alone. And what this means is tourism is our biggest employer. Again, when you're translating those jobs into annual, year-round annual equivalent jobs, the tourism industry is our biggest employer. 18% of all jobs, annualized jobs in Southeast Alaska, were visitor industry jobs last year. But for the first time ever, the visitor industry paid out more wages than any other sector in Southeast Alaska. That means that there was more visitor industry wages than all state wages combined, than all municipal government wages combined, than all of our healthcare jobs or our seafood jobs. We had a record-breaking year again in terms of cruise ship passengers. We had 1.73 million cruise ship passengers in 2024. That was an increase of 4%. We saw, 1.73 million cruise ship passengers in Juneau, just about 1.5 in Ketchikan, 1.23 in Skagway, 700,000 in Gustavus, 600,000 in Sitka, nearly 600,000 in Hoonah, and sort of a handful in Haines and Wrangell as well. I found an old slide in 2018 where I had put this together. So I picked 2018 for really no reason except I already had this slide going. So when we're looking at the growth of the visitor sector, just the cruise ship passengers, we can see in Juneau, between 2018 and 2024, we saw a 50% increase. In Ketchikan, we saw a 42% increase. In Skagway, we saw a 31% increase. In Gustavus, 23%. In Hoonah, nearly a 200% increase. In Sitka, nearly a 300% increase. So maybe I shouldn't have picked 2018, so that was a bit of a lower year. In Haines, a 52% increase. Wrangell, a 41% increase. So across the region, we saw just about a 50% increase from 2018 to 2024. Moving forward, we are projecting, and when I say we, I'm just going to say I here. I don't think that the numbers are agreed to by everyone, so I'll just give you my best estimate, Raincoast Data's best projection. 2025, we're expecting 1.72 million cruise ship passengers, just a hair less than we had in 2024. And in 2026, we're projecting 1.74 million cruise ship passengers, just a hair more. But what this really means is that we are projecting a predictable, reliable, stable supply of visitors. We're not going to have that volatility that we've had in past years. We're going to have a predictable supply that our businesses can staff up to and build business plans around. It wasn't just a record year for cruise ships, it was also a record year for our airline passengers, our airlines. We had the record-breaking number of airline passengers arriving in Southeast Alaska. If you look at the past from 2014 to 2024, we saw a 23% increase in airline passengers arriving here in Southeast. If we look at the ferry system, we see a different story. From 2014 to 2024, we saw a 47% decrease in the in people using the ferry system here in Southeast Alaska as service has declined. But we did see, we have seen incremental increases each year since the pandemic. Our number 6 top story is that our seafood sector is struggling. When we look at 2023, the last year that we have complete data for, we actually had a phenomenal year in terms of our total seafood harvest. It was our biggest seafood harvest in more than a decade, but we saw an enormous crash of the prices of different seafood values. And so despite the fact that it was such a large harvest, we saw decreased value of the catch. In 2024, we're still waiting for those full numbers. We know that the value of the seafood harvest, the different seafood species, the values were up slightly, but we also know that the catch was down significantly to what it was in 2023. So it was another tough year for our seafood sector. And as we move forward, the Alaska seafood sector is struggling, and so the Southeast Alaska seafood sector is going to continue to struggle. And this is due to what is happening globally. We have rising costs, weak global demand, a strong U.S. dollar, geopolitical competition with Russia and China, warming habitats, new tariffs, potentially new trade wars, which have converged to make the Alaska seafood products less competitive globally. Our number 7 top story is that healthcare continues to grow, led by search. If you're looking at healthcare in Southeast Alaska, these 4 employers represent, they employ 77% of all healthcare workers in the region: Search, Bartlett, Peace Health, and Petersburg Medical Center. Search itself has a workforce across 16 Southeast Alaska communities, a presence in 26 communities. And if you look, and I think I did this right, they don't always give us the numbers of employees per business, but I think Search is our 4th largest employer in the region. So that includes the state of Alaska, all federal employment, and the city and borough of Juneau. And then Search would be the 4th largest employer in Southeast Alaska with nearly 1,600 workforce. We see the wages in healthcare continuing to go up. We've seen a 79% wage increase over the past 10 years. This is because we've got a limited supply of healthcare workers nationally, and so we have to keep raising those wage rates as we're competing within Alaska and also within the nation for that scarce resource of healthcare workers. Just as tourism is our number 1 employer and number 1 wage payer and wage provider in Southeast Alaska, across Alaska as a whole, our healthcare sector is our largest employer and our largest wage provider across Alaska as a whole. And I think it's, here in Southeast Alaska, it's always good to understand how the Alaska economy is driven as well. Our number 8 top story is, this is really exciting because I'm like, is it going to hit $3,000 an ounce? I don't know. Somebody maybe needs to bring this up on their iPhone. So mining is strong, metal values are growing. And just to remind you, we have 3 operating mines in Southeast Alaska. We have Kensington, Greens Creek, and Dawson. We've got 3 mines in advanced exploration and then other major projects and prospects across the region. But here is the story. Did it happen? I don't know. I've been chasing it like every day. That gold is a new record price. And so yesterday it was at 2,933. Every day, I don't know, maybe as we're sitting here, it hit $3,000 an ounce. But it does mean that we're just seeing gold surge, which is good for our mining sector. We've seen a 6% increase since 2022 in the value of gold. And a similar value, we're not seeing record-breaking prices for silver, but a 50% rise in value since 2022. Our number 9 top story is state jobs are continuing to plummet. Not much of a story. It's the same story that we keep telling. We've lost 1,400 jobs since 2012, and that's a quarter of all state jobs in Southeast Alaska, where while the state, since 2022, we've seen 1,300 jobs, new state jobs outside of Southeast Alaska. And so here is your summary. Jobs are up, wages are up, our population is down. Housing is our biggest obstacle to economic prosperity. We know our strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and threats in 2025. Tourism is our biggest growth driver. Our seafood sector is struggling. Healthcare continues to grow. Mining is strong. Metal values are growing, and state jobs continue to plummet. So normally I would end it on that slide, but I want to go a little bit further this time. So our key takeaway is that we have kind of more jobs than we've ever had. But as we look forward, we see this declining population. And so, you know, we heard from the stage earlier about the 7 generations, focusing on 7 generations. We just need to focus on this. We need to start by focusing on the next generation, because the long-term economy in Southeast Alaska really depends on long-term community sustainability. And in order to do that, we have put out a plan. We'll be presenting on it tomorrow. You can look at it today. There's a QR code on all of your desks to look at what the economic plan is that we're unveiling. But the 3 top priorities are going to look different than you've seen in our other economic plans that we've put out. The 3 top priorities are housing, ferry transportation, and childcare. And so we're looking at ways to do this together to figure out how to make sure that we're going to have a strong economy in the long term. And those are my 9 economic updates. So thank you, everyone.
Okay, well, while I reassemble this, but ask the next panel to come on up. The ghost of Christmas future, that is chilling. I reject that future. And Ethan Hawke, if you accept this mission, which will not self-destruct in 60 seconds, that's our job, right? We've got to attract those families back, that working families. We have to get the housing solved. We have to fix childcare. We have a number of things to fix along the way. So it's only impossible. It's worth doing. And we've heard the earlier panel, job creation, priorities. This panel will also be you guys keep doing you. I'm going to keep talking until you guys are seated. So, but each of these industry sectors represents significant job investment. So appreciate each one of them being here. And I'm just going to, yeah, exactly, as they get themselves sorted, but, you know, kind of the ring that binds them all, that oversees them. Kati Capozzi, the president of the Alaska Chamber, has graciously agreed to facilitate this. So please welcome our natural resources panel and Kati Capozzi. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm afraid to touch this after watching Meilani struggle. So I might just stand on my tippy toes and talk like this for an hour. Okay, good morning. As Robert said, my name is Kati Capozzi. I proudly serve as the president and CEO at the Alaska Chamber of Commerce. The Alaska Chamber is the state's largest, most diverse business advocacy organization. We have members of all sizes and types located across the state. Our mission is to promote a healthy business environment in Alaska. And I have the distinct pleasure of working with everybody on the stage, including Jeremy, who I just met 20 minutes ago, or 20 seconds ago, rather. But I'm sure we will be working on something together soon in the future. So I've normally been a panelist on this, but late last week I emailed Robert and asked if I could kind of maybe just facilitate, since I think really we're here to hear from the panelists here. And I just kind of like hang out at the end of the table and say, yeah, what they said. So I'm going to ask the questions today instead. So I think it would be helpful for everyone if we just kind of go down the line here, do some introductions, who you are, what organization you represent, and just kind of the elevator pitch of what you do. We'll start with you, Tessa.
Good morning. I'm Tessa Axelson. I'm the Executive Director for the Alaska Forest Association. And in that role, I have the privilege of serving our membership, which is statewide organizations, operators, mills, communities, individuals that are engaged in forest products industry in some way in the state.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jeremy Douse. I'm the State Forester and Director of the Alaska Division of Forestry and Fire Protection. This is my third week in the job. So the division has two primary goals. One is fire protection and management and community protection. And then the other one is forest management, providing timber to the industry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julie Decker. I'm president of the Pacific Seafood Processors Association. I live in Wrangell, and feels like a reunion every time I come to a Southeast Conference event, reunion of friends and family. So thank you all for being here. It's really nice to see everyone again. PSPA is a statewide organization that represents some of the larger seafood processors. They have businesses in over 20 communities, about 30 facilities across the state from Ketchikan all the way to Unalaska.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leila Kimbrell. I'm the Executive Director for the Resource Development Council for Alaska. We are a nonprofit organization whose mission is to grow Alaska through responsible resource development. And we do that by advocating for 5 main industries: oil and gas, mining, tourism, timber, and fisheries. And we've been doing this for about 50 years now. We organized in 1975. We have a membership of anywhere from the large oil companies, large cruise line companies, and tourism companies to the small mom and pop support services companies, professional services. We have all 12 of the Alaska Native regional corporations as members. We have several village corporations who are members of ours. And just going along with the theme of some of the speakers earlier today, President Peterson and I think Alana and McHugh also touched on this, but the reason we're here is because we recognize we have to join together and that we're stronger when we speak together as one voice through the several industries. And I get the pleasure of working with all of these fine people on the panel. And if I could, real quick, Katie, you guys can't see our notes that she gave us, but we are the Natural Resources Roundtable, AKA the best damn panel there is.
Yes, I did write that down. Yep.
Good enough. Good morning. My name is Deantha Skibinski. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Miners Association. It's great to be back here. I see lots of friendly faces that I've seen before. For those of you I haven't met, the Alaska Miners Association has been around since 1939. We represent all aspects of the mining industry, from the large metal mines to our state's one coal operation, to a robust exploration community looking for the next mines to come online, the family-run placer mining community, and then those vendors and contractors that Leila just mentioned that service our industry and provide goods and services to keep our mines going. We've got 8 statewide branches. We're as far north as Nome, and we've got 3 here in Southeast Alaska, 1 here in Juneau. In 2013, we opened one in Ketchikan and Prince of Wales Island, and President Peterson, if he's still here, he was one of the founding members of that branch. And then in 2015, opened one in Haines. So we've got 3 here in Southeast. And our main role is to promote the responsible mining industry in Alaska and grow it and keep on bringing those community benefits to Alaska.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sierra Minder. I'm with the Alaska Oil and Gas Association, also known as AOGA. Every time you guys get me, instead of my more knowledgeable and charismatic boss, Kara Moriarty, I feel a little bad for you. But she is doing important work advocating for our industry in DC. So nonetheless, it's me again, but it is nice to see you all. For those of you who do not know, AOGA is the trade association for the oil and gas industry here in Alaska. So we represent the large majority of upstream producers. That includes the big guys, think ConocoPhillips, Hilcorp, Exxon, as well as the smaller guys, mostly the Cook Inlet operators. So Xperi, Blue Crest, Glacier Oil and Gas. And then also the downstream operators. Those are your refiners and marketers. In the state of Alaska, we have three. They're Petrostar and Marathon in Kenai, and then also the midstream operators, which in Alaska, that is just our one pipeline company, Alyesk Pipeline. Our main charter is to basically advocate for the long-term viability of the industry. That translates to a lot of things, but mostly is advocating and educating on the importance of basically keeping a competitive investment environment here. As any business and all of my fellow resource people know, stable and predictable is key. So that will be a theme, I think, of our panel today.
Thank you, panelists. Okay, we're going to jump right in. We've got a lot of questions to cover, and we have until about 10:30, so let's just jump right in. So Tessa, we heard from Meilani. She did kind of an overview of some of the numbers of different industries in Southeast Alaska. You represent an industry that used to be the largest in the state, actually, and that's not the case anymore. And so right now, you're pretty focused on maintaining the infrastructure and jobs that do exist, but I was hoping you could give us a deeper idea of how the industry has kind of transitioned over the last 10 years. What did it look like 10 years ago versus today? Do you see growth? Do you see stagnant? What do we expect to see? And where have we come from?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Katie. I would begin by saying it's not as large as it used to be, not because it shouldn't be a very large industry. We live in the Tongass National Forest. It is a renewable forest, and there's no reason but for a lack of durability in solutions and for political will to ensure that the Tongass is providing not just resources to our state and to the country and to the world, but also resources to our communities. And we'll talk about that more in some of the other questions, but you know, both the governor and Commissioner Boyle talk about this industry being $1 billion industry in the state, what it looks like in other countries. It should be. That can be done in ways that support other activities that are in communities, just like all of our industries can. So that's my soapbox moment. And I know Deantha will get on her soapbox about mining in a minute. So we both have our boxes. I've done mine. But to your question, what did we used to be? How is that maybe different? How is it the same? And why does that matter to everybody here today? So I'm going to take a note from Meilani's last slide. Community sustainability has always mattered in Southeast Alaska. And it matters because there is no one particular industry that is going to create the framework and the quilt of economic development and long-term viability in our communities. So 10 years ago in Southeast Alaska, the industry looked similar to what it does today in this way. There is not corporate large-scale logging in the way some folks would have you believe in Alaska. Every one of my members is a small business, multi-generational company. Okay, these are folks that have been in business, that have invested their own personal resources over decades to grow their companies to where they are. And those companies are really critical to the framework of community. So we always talk about Viking Lumber. Viking Lumber is the largest private sector employer on Prince of Wales Island. They are directly related to 145 jobs on the island, and they are the largest consumer of power. And if anyone wants to know why that's important, Jason Custer is in the audience, and he can tell you what it means to have an anchor tenant for energy, not just for AP&T, but what it means for other consumers of energy. What's different about our industry, and one of the things that I'm really excited about, is that forest products have grown exponentially in our state. And in all of the 3 forests that the state forester, 3 weeks on the job, but with lots of experience. We're so glad to see Jeremy in the role that he's in. There are 3 forest regions across the state of Alaska. We have forest products that are vastly different that are coming from all 3 of those regions. We have membership that is not just in Southeast Alaska. AFA has really grown so that we are representing statewide what's happening in forest products. And that's really exciting to me because what we're doing in Matsu in the forest looks really different than what we're doing, for example, in Southern Southeast. So having representation from across the state is really important. It helps us in Juneau. It helps us in our conversations around products, around the different components of our industry. So that's been really good. The biggest challenge continues to be in this industry a predictable, sustainable supply of timber. What we don't do in this business is, or in any of our businesses, in any business for that matter, you have to know that the product you're producing, that you can count on having a sustainable supply. And that is challenging. In our business, what we talk about is needing generally 2 years to 3 years of supply of wood under contract or of product, depending on what you're doing. That doesn't matter whether you are putting logs into the round, into the export market. It doesn't matter if you are milling something on your own in the Matsu and then you're selling that to become a kit house. For example, you need to know that you have a guarantee of supply. So one of the things that is different now than used to be the case 10 years ago is that we have had a stronger partnership with the state of Alaska under Governor Dunleavy's administration, with Commissioner Boyle, and with Jeremy's leadership. The state really has been the bridge that has allowed the industry in southern Southeast Alaska to continue to exist. And that is great, but also ridiculous, because the fact of the matter is the federal government, the U.S. Forest Service, has a requirement pursuant to the existing plan to provide volume to the industry, to all parts of the industry, the largest parts of the industry and the smallest parts, and they have failed to do that significantly. In the last 2 years, the U.S. Forest Service has sold less than 8% of the total volume that our industry needs. And so we have become heavily reliant on the state of Alaska, and that's been important, and that partnership has been really good. But the state only has a certain amount of timber that can be sold in different parts of the state. And so really what we are challenged by is finding, as I think you'll hear from some of our other partners on the Damn Good panel, we need durable solutions that do not change with administrations. We need durable solutions that make sense for Alaska. We also need to recognize that while 140 jobs on a small island in Southeast Alaska may not seem large in the context of a larger economy like Anchorage, jobs are really significant in communities. People being able to live in their place of choice, people paying mortgages, people being able to put their kids through college, all of that is linked to jobs. And the industry has a lot of opportunity for jobs in different ways. So much about what we need, we still need supply. You all have heard that. You've been hearing that for a long time because that story hasn't changed. I think what's really interesting, and we're going to get into this later, is forest products in Alaska are everywhere, you guys. They're going to space. They're on train tracks in Japan. They are being played on the instruments of the finest musicians in the world. There is a reason that we should be working actively in the Tongass. Our products are also linked to green and sustainable activities. You need a wood product to do some of the biomass that's happening in Southeast Alaska. And there's ways to do all of that that can meet community needs and also provide jobs. And we as communities, I guess I would also say, maybe Kati, to the question about how things are different. I don't know about all of you. I live in Ketchikan. I have 2 kiddos. We are in the middle of very difficult conversations locally at our school board about what's going to happen. We are talking about closing the school that my kids have gone to for the last 8 years. I live in a community that is literally surrounded by a patchwork of land and forest. And part of the challenge that we have in this state is our land ownership model makes it really challenging for communities to benefit from the resources that surround them. And we need to change that. And that takes political will, it takes the action of communities, but solving things like education, solving things like housing, solving the needs in our community for broader resource investment and engagement. Let's get land back to the state. Let's figure out how to have Alaskans and communities managing that land. We know too that something that is a little different than 10 years ago is, as our tourism industry, thankfully, I'm so glad to see tourism in our communities. It's so integral to what we do and how our communities have thrived. We are seeing utilization of what were initially investments in infrastructure by the timber industry, roads, LTFs, et cetera. They provide access to some of the other resource drivers in our communities, and that's really important. And we continue to be in the members that we have. Most members that we have that purchase timber sales, they are building road as part of those purchases. Those roads are actively used by communities for a lot of different things. They're used for subsistence, they're used for access for hiking, they're used to do tours and other pieces. And that's all part of the puzzle of what piece of it we can provide. There should be more active forest products work in the Tongass, and that hasn't changed. We still need supply, but we're really grateful that we've had a state partner that is helping us. And there, I guess the last piece I would say is it still remains the case that in our industry, it's very challenging to bank in this industry when you go to a banker and they look at the sheet and say, it's amazing to see what the demand is for these products, not just in the state or in the country, but in the world, but you don't have a guarantee of supply. And when you don't have a guarantee of supply, it makes it incredibly challenging to be in business, in any kind of business. So having that long-term supply is critical for us. And there's no reason that we shouldn't have that supply. So
Thank you, Tessa. Okay, we're just gonna move right down the line here. As much as I want to follow up with some questions I had, but maybe if we have time. All right, so Jeremy, it sounds like from what we heard just now from Tessa that this administration has been enormously helpful to the forest industry, but what additionally can be done with state lands to encourage additional stewardship and development of our forested lands?
Yeah, so it is the administration's intent to partner with the industry to be able to maintain and grow the industry in Southeast, just like it is across the state. So right now we're working on what we're referring to as our third timber bridge initiative. And if you haven't heard that term before, it has nothing to do with bridges. It's getting industry from where they are currently to getting to where they can where the Tongass is engaging in second growth management of those stands that have already been harvested. And because it's our third timber bridge initiative, now we're working in stands that before probably wouldn't be considered commercial or merchantable. We're working in areas that where we're having to be pretty innovative on being able to make these stands work out. And we're working with the industry to do that. They are coming to us with ideas on where things should go and kind of the schedule of how things should move forward. So we're really partnering closely with AFA and with individual industry partners to be able to do that. So we don't have a lot of land, as everybody probably is aware. The state doesn't own a lot of land in Southeast. The Southeast State Forest is 47,000 acres. In the northern part of Southeast, we have the Haines State Forest, 286,000 acres. That's our ownership of legislatively designated land where we can manage timber. We're working with our sister agency, the Division of Mining, Land and Water, to look at areas that are classified for general use or classified even for settlement, and where the industry can build roads into it, gain access, lay out the roads that DMLW wants, and then we can harvest the timber just to be able to provide a resource to the industry. So we're continuing to do that. This is not, this is not a feasible option to maintain a sustainable industry, right? Like we are in this timber bridge process, but we can't continue to do this moving forward and keep an industry going. So we really need to get to that point where the Tongass is managing for second growth. And I'll get more into federal management in a second. But so additionally, what we're doing, and on Friday, I just testified on Senate Bill 75, which is a timber management lease program. It's a bill that's in the legislature right now, and what the administration's trying to do there is be able to lease, portions of state land that have timber values, timber resources to industry, so that similar to a Canadian tree farm system, an industry could identify an area and then start developing the access, doing all of the management activities, the FERPA requirements, the Forest Resource Practice Act requirements, the reforestation, all of that stuff would be what the industry would provide for the state. So that's a process we're working through now and working with the legislature on that bill. Additionally, we're looking at a proposal to increase our state forests. That's not going to affect Southeast as much just because of the land ownership patterns, but in the Susitna Valley, we're looking to develop a state forest. We've done that. We tried that a couple of years ago. This is another attempt to be able to provide a reliable source of timber to the industry there and to grow the Tanana Valley State Forest up in the interior. So the comment that I have on federal forests, we have a couple of what are called Good Neighbor Authority projects with the Forest Service right now. And it is our intent to further develop that. That's kind of been a tool that we've used to be able to meet some management objectives that the Forest Service has, and then provide resource to the industry. We want to make that more of a program with the state and partner with the Forest Service. We want to see the Forest Service be successful in being able to provide timber to the industry and move that program forward. So hopefully that answers the question. And yeah.
You don't sound busy at all. Congratulations on your new role. Okay, moving down the line to Julie with PSPA. It is no secret that the fishing industry is not the bright spot right now for Alaska's economy. The industry has been suffering for quite some time now. We saw on the slides a few moments ago. We've all read the headlines. We see the headlines almost every day. But I think unless you're in that industry, unless you're the fisherman, unless you're the processor, you don't, it's hard to kind of connect the dots. Is like, what does that really mean? And the reason I pose this question is because I was having a conversation with my board member, Corey Bag, in there very recently, a couple weeks ago, and she talked about what it means when her barge doesn't have fish to go down south and how much more expensive that's going to make our milk and our eggs, even more expensive than our eggs are right now, which is crazy. And that there are less butts in seats on the Alaska airline planes, and what that means for us, paying airline tickets and things like that. So can you just help paint the picture of what the true trickle-down effect is right now of how your industry is being impacted?
Sure.
And sorry for that very depressing question.
Well, I'll start out with some numbers and then kind of talk more about sort of the felt impacts. In a normal year, the Alaska seafood industry is about $6 billion total economic impact to the state of Alaska. Last year, NOAA did a study to look at this, this downturn that we're all experiencing. And what they saw in terms of numbers, between 2022 and 2023, there's a loss of $1.8 billion. That's about almost a third of that total economic output. And that's in losses to fishermen for ex-vessel value, losses to processors and first wholesale value, and then secondary spending and support businesses. What this is mean to, what is this like impacted at local levels? We've seen some processing facilities close. We've seen some fishermen stay home because they literally would go backwards if they went out to go fishing. We've seen some communities really struggling because their only processor closed, communities like King Cove and St. Paul. We have seen an international barge company leave Alaska, Maersk. And as Kati mentioned, when we reduce our options, sometimes that leads to increased prices because there's less volume or less options serving communities, things like that. So what are we doing about it? The industry has really taken this moment and had to evaluate very quickly. Like the seafood industry, like many resource industries, experiences ups and downs. But this one was complicated by a number of global factors, the sort of resetting of supply and demand coming out of COVID, issues with Russia and our dollar being strong and other countries being weak. So it was complicated, and so it hit very quickly because of these complicating factors. The industry has reassessed, reevaluated. They've done things that they can to reduce costs where they can. They've created synergies and partnerships. They've reevaluated business models. In some cases, that has meant reorganizing, right-sizing, and even expansion for some companies. I think companies are doubling down on their core strengths, which is leading to reinvestment. So we're starting to stabilize and turn the corner a bit, is what I would say. What can others do to help? We have policymakers at both the state and federal level that have been helpful. The state legislature convened a task force in the last 6 months or so to look at not only the challenges, but what are potential solutions. And they have a report out that identifies a few things in the short term that can be helpful. We, like other resource industries, need stability. We need stability in funding of the management agencies that we rely on. We need stability in the regulations that can either add cost or just restrict access to the resource and create additional risk. Partnerships through co-investment. There are areas where we can co-invest. The state is looking, right now it's in the supplemental budget, to fund ASME, Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, at a higher level and really focus on growth in the domestic market, which is sort of a shining star a little bit because we've had a ban on Russian seafood in the United States. So there's some market share that we could go and secure longer term. So we have some bright spots. We're also looking toward innovation, efficiency, and value growth at every single one of these steps. So this is really what's leading us into the future.
Thank you, Julie. Okay, Leila. Leila's with the Resource Development Council. As she described, she represents many industries. I share her sentiment entirely that they're stronger together. So it's a great organization. And since tourism is not represented on this panel, I'm going to kind of focus my question for Leila on tourism. By the way, as the chamber president and CEO, I obviously also represent many industries. I know you're not supposed to have a favorite child, but tourism is my favorite child. So sorry, Deantha and everyone else, it's true. Okay, so tourism has been a bright spot. It's been a bright spot for a really long time in Alaska's economy, except for that weird little pandemic that we all endured. Besides that, tourism has been rocking and rolling, especially in Southeast Alaska. And so I guess the question is, we've had this banner year. We're expecting to have future banner years. Is everything wonderful and great? Do we just keep doing what we're doing and stay the course, or are there challenges out there that are kind of lurking?
Yeah, thank you, Katie. Well, it's sometimes it's hard for our panel to follow up following Meilani's great reporting on all the statistics. So I don't want to repeat them, but it's pretty obvious that tourism is doing great in Alaska, both air and cruise. And other varieties, we see more recreational travelers, independent travelers, more adventure seekers. The great thing about Alaska is we're on everybody's bucket list, but I think that comes with some challenges too. By being on everybody's bucket list, there's such a high demand that I think the industry has challenges in how they help manage all of the influx of visitors each year. We know that our member companies work very hard to coordinate with their communities that they operate in. These are great jobs for local Alaskans. We saw the numbers. Tourism jobs are the highest they've ever been in Southeast, and we're seeing that growth around the state too. We're also, it's great to see that wages are upticking as well. That means it's a more steady, more reliable industry for Alaskans to rely on as we see that growth. Some of the challenges I see, we have a trend in a lot throughout many of our industries related to affordable housing, housing supply, and labor shortages, and trying to find enough workers where we can support the seasonality of some of the high summer seasons, and then and where do we get those workers from? So we know we rely on a lot of out-of-state workers for that. That's not new for the industry. That's not new for several of our industries. But where can we look at finding some solutions for these common challenges? And I think it's organizations like ours, working with our industry members, working with our local legislators to find where policies may need to shift, where they can further support and make it easier for Alaskans to work in Alaska. And one good solution that just passed the Senate, I believe yesterday, Senate Bill 15, Senator Merrick's bill to allow 16 to 18-year-olds to work in restaurants and basically help get an alcoholic beverage from the bar to the table without having those restrictions. That frees up just the ability to hire more people. It allows our youth to find jobs in the summertime by allowing more 16-year-olds to be hired. So, that was a small fix in state law. We hope it passes the House. But small fixes can have big results. So I think we have to keep looking at solutions like that. And then my good friend Jillian Simpson at ATIA would not let me get off the stage without mentioning this, but Julie mentioned how important marketing is for the seafood industry. Marketing is also important for our state tourism industry. One challenge we see this year is that the governor did not fund the statewide tourism marketing budget. So that's something that we're looking at as we go forward throughout the session. So I don't want to take all of Scott's talking points away from him later today. So I will conclude that, and I'll leave some room for Renee also. Thanks.
Thanks, Leila. I appreciate your comments regarding workforce and how we just don't have enough people, and that's just what it is. And so the importance of being creative with the people that we do have and how we can use the workforce that actually exists. Thanks for bringing up that bill. I assume ballot measures are coming up, possibly the topic of ballot. Okay, then we won't cover that. Otherwise, I was going to offer my comments there because I can't help myself. But moving on to Deantha. Okay, so mining jobs have been the backbone of Juneau's economy for years and the only bright spot during the pandemic. As planners, SEC is always looking forward to the economic future of the region decades into the horizon. It could be that one of the mines is winding down by then, and since it takes 10 plus years, but I think probably a lot longer, to permit a new mine, what steps should we be taking right now to ensure economic stability of the community and the region in the future? Whew.
Yes, thank you for that question. And thank you for the leading part of that question, because it actually takes 29 years to bring a new mine online. We are second in the world only to Zambia in terms of permitting to get a mine online.
Wow.
Do you guys know Jason Custer used to live in Zambia? I found that out 2 weeks ago when I was in one of the chamber's legislative visits. And we all have this shared desire to fix our permitting system. So I'm starting to provide these statistics. And he's like, I used to live in Zambia. And I'm like, I don't know where I was going with my story. That's such a cool fact. But
and it takes longer to permit a mine there? Is that a fact?
Just a little bit.
Wow. Okay. That's
So
crazy.
where I was going with that story, yes, was to share, and that's a really important timeline to keep in your mind when you talk about the future of Southeast Alaska. The very concrete example that many of you remember and lived through is it took 23 years to get Kensington into production, from the time they began doing exploration to the time they began permitting, and ultimately to when it got to commercial operations in 2010. The recent expansion of Kensington that came out last year took a decade. An expansion of a current existing operating mine took a decade. So it's very important to keep that in mind when you're looking at, I don't like to use the words our mines might be winding down, particularly in the case of those in Southeast. They have long exceeded the mine life that they started with. They have definitely mined more minerals there than originally predicted when the mines began, but they are finite. And so there are steps that can be taken now, and the steps are kind of twofold in terms of what to look at to see how mining can continue to contribute to Southeast Alaska for many years to come. And one is from a community investment perspective. Local schools and organizations that are reliant on the mines here do need to start to do some long-term planning to look at, these mines won't be here forever, no matter how long we want them to be and how long we want their economics to go on forever. The organizations that depend on investments and charitable giving should start to look past, annual asks of the mine and start to set up more long-term plans, endowments, things like that, to support the community while closure and reclamation of these mines is taking place. But two, at the same time, again, let me hammer on that timeline. We need people to be on the ground looking right now for new mineral development opportunities. As a community, as a state, because we're 30 years out, we need to start looking right now in this community and around the state. And we don't have control of the geology. It is what it is. The metals are going to be where we find them. But we do have control over a lot of factors. And I don't want to repeat the things that Meilani said, because Meilani said I don't want to repeat what we all know. But the factors that you struggle with as a community in Southeast Alaska, the things like housing, infrastructure, power, those are the same things that mines struggle with when they look at, is an ore deposit economically feasible for investors to want to try to bring that online in a community and try to get a mine with its economic contributions going in the community. So looking at those things that we talked about earlier in terms of what these communities and society needs is the same thing that those mines need. So again, making the most of what the current operations contribute to now,
and trying very hard to get new opportunities coming online in Southeast Alaska are the two things that that we should really be looking for in Southeast Alaska for the mining industry.
Thanks, Deantha. Okay, Sierra, time for some cleanup here. at the panel. So you represent the industry, the oil and gas industry, that is physically the farthest away from where we're all sitting today. But the health of that industry impacts, and the success of the industry impacts every single person in this room, every single Alaskan. So I wanted to kind of ask you a similar question to what I asked Tessa, which is, tell us where we've kind of come in the last 10 years. You know, where was oil and gas 10-ish years ago? Where are we today? And since I think I kind of know how you're going to answer that, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts as to why.
Yeah, thanks, Katie. So kind of like we heard right before this, the oil and gas industry is vital to Southeast Alaska, and everyone in this room should care and is touched by it because other than tourism, government is the largest employer in Southeast Alaska, and government is funded by lots of people and lots of our friend industries here. But I don't think it's a secret that the oil and gas industry definitely is carrying the lion's share of that funding for state services. And I've talked about this before, and I am certain that I will talk about it again, probably today. I think it's incredibly demonstrative that when you look at the revenue forecasts and the production forecast from the state like 10 years ago, well, I guess 11 years ago, because I'm using 2014 Department of Revenue data. But it was at about, and this is before SB 21 passed, and SB 21 was the oil tax revenue change. But the Department of Revenue in 2014, the barrel per day production was a little over 500 barrels per day, maybe 520. And 10 years earlier in 2004, production was at 900 barrels per day. So you're looking at a graph.
900,000, right?
What?
We're 900,000 barrels.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry. Thank you.
500 barrels would be really bad.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
We probably wouldn't be standing here. I would not live here.
Thank you. So the graph was already looking like this, and this is in 2014. And then we have the passage of SB 21, but the forecast showed that by 2024, production was going to go all the way down to 300 barrels per day. So now your graph is looking like this, which is not good for Alaska, not good for industry. What ended up happening is that we were able to, even with really low oil prices, sort of correct that curve. And after 2014, instead of having the graph look like this, it ended up leveling out at about 500 barrels per day over the last 8 or so years. What's really exciting, though, is that when you look at the revenue forecast from last year for the next 10 years, we are looking to, by 2033, I wish I had my slides, so you're going to have to bear with my arm graphs here. We're looking at like a 650,000 barrels per day trajectory by 2033. So now your graph is looking like this, which is very exciting for the state, and it'll be the first time in 25 years that barrel per day production is over 600,000. So that is just really exciting for the state. And if you will just indulge me for a second, there's one more thing I wanted to address because I am sure that you probably have heard about it, and well, if you haven't, you're about to. Even though oil production is up, state revenues are projected to be down in the short term. That is true, but I wanted to highlight that that's only true because of the incredible amount of investment that is happening. And that investment is required for this increase in production. As part of standard tax policy, businesses get to deduct their expenses from their production taxes. So when companies are taking so much of their own capital and their own profits from their current operations, and then they're choosing to reinvest them in Alaska, in the short term, that does reduce their overall production tax pay. However, Alaska is not necessarily just losing out on that money. That money is staying in the state. Like last year, industry spent $4.6 billion with 1,000 Alaskan-owned businesses. That is huge. And this year, as the Santos project is in their final construction phase for the winter, and the ConocoPhillips Pica project is doing their biggest construction season over the winter, those investment dollars are going to increase even further. And that is really exciting for the state, because maybe it's not going directly to the state coffers, but it's going to thousands of Alaska businesses. And we have really great economists who have done studies who have shown that that money to those businesses then trickles down to all parts of Alaska's economy, not just the North Slope or Anchorage. It really does, reach far greater than that. So I guess I just wanted to take a second to maybe explain that. And then, of course, naturally, as these construction phases come to a close and the investment goes down, the state's take just naturally increases and goes up. And then you will see, as production increases, state revenues increase. And anyway, that's my story.
Thank you. It's a great story. Actually, it really is a great story. I was much younger 12 years ago. I was about 12 years younger. And I remember being part of the discussion during SB 21, and we were at 350,000 barrels, and so much of the dialogue from people calling in was, this is a dwindling resource. It's going away. This is what happens. I think at peak we were 2 million, and we've just gone down. And so why would we give a quote tax break or go back to kind of where we were when this is a dwindling resource? Let's grab it and get as much as we can because oil is going away. We decided to make some changes, and we've doubled what was in what we plan to double, and we will double by 2030, 2031. That is such a success story, and something that I don't think people really process. I didn't know the 600,000 barrel number until a couple of weeks ago when I was on a panel with Kara, and that is phenomenal. And we are all better off because of it.
Policy matters.
Policy matters. And I think that's a theme that we've heard through this entire panel this morning. So it is 10:22. I had like 8 more questions that I was going to ask everybody, but I'm not going to get there. So I'm going to ask a fun one, what I think is a fun one, which is tell us something about your industry that most people don't know and why it matters. Sarah, let's just go back
Okay.
that way.
I started this job a couple of years ago, and I had no idea how much of my time and energy would be spent on polar bears. Polar bears, fascinating thing. Obviously, they are on the North Slope, a protected species. My main companies all have departments, the best scientists in the world. They have doctorates in biology and ecological conservation, figuring out how to best do our operations and our practices while paying attention to polar bears. And it is highly technical, and it's a constant battle with the federal government trying to figure out whose model we're going to use and whether you go off of observations or projections. And anyway, I really interesting, and I had no idea how much talk about polar bears that I would engage in.
Okay, good. Deantha, what do you got? Mining.
So giving this some thought, Katie already demonstrated that we're not the fun industry. And I think that what I think is sexy and exciting about minerals, you've probably heard me say before, maybe don't share my enthusiasm of them. But there are things that you don't think about. You've heard me say before, they're in your smartphone, they're in the airplanes, they're in this microphone, they're in life-saving devices. They are in really fun things like, I know that the minerals produced at Red Dog went into the Olympic game models that were used, and medals, in Vancouver about a decade ago. But I wanted to give you something cooler than that. And just thinking through it, how many of you are familiar with our state seal? And you could think about the things that are on it. There's northern lights. There are trees to represent the forest. There are fish. There are, there's railroads. There's ships. And there's like a little cabin on there with smoke coming out, right? Is that what you guys think it is?
Yes, there's a lot going on with our state seal.
It is a smelter.
Oh,
it is
that is a fun fact.
It is the only smelter that exists in Alaska.
The one on our state seal.
But our state seal was designed in 1910, and those that put in their input saw a long-term, the things that went on the seal to be long-term contributors to Alaska's economy. So in 1910, they knew that the mineral industry was going to have an important impact on Alaska and chose to put a smelter on the seal.
And in 10 seconds, tell everyone what a smelter is, because I'm thinking maybe not everyone knows what a smelter is.
Melt down minerals that are refined, because that's where minerals come from, and processed for whatever their next use is going to be. We have not permitted one in the United States since like 1974. It is when you see the very large level processing. Why don't we process more minerals here in Alaska or here in the nation? It is because the smelter is very hard to accomplish.
All right. Leila, you get to pick whatever industry you want, but maybe you'll go with
Well,
tourism. Let's see.
Those were really good fun facts, Deantha. I'm not sure that mine's going to be as interesting, but I'll keep with the tourism industry trend. And what most people probably don't know is that my first job was in the tourism industry, cleaning toilets for a local B&B.
Oh, you've had a shitty job before. Okay, Julie.
Wow, I don't know if I can top that one. I guess my fun fact is that there are two fish that represent over 70% of both the value and volume of Alaska's seafood industry. Salmon, people probably would have guessed that, and pollock. And in Southeast Alaska, you know, pollock is not a mainstay. It's mostly in the Bering Sea. But these two species are really important because they help allow processing companies in remote communities to stay open for smaller fisheries and which allows, you know, smaller boat fishermen and everyone to sort of have the synergy of small and large operations. And I want to connect it back to a recent photo after the elections, the November elections, of Trump on an airplane. And when he goes to McDonald's, he gets one burger and one fillet of fish. And the McDonald's fillet of fish is made with Alaska pollock. So, fun fact.
I like it. Jeremy, do you want to share a fun fact? What's a fun fact from the state of Alaska?
I don't know if it's fun. It's a fact though, and the question that I had was something that maybe people didn't know.
Okay.
And so I'm not sure that this is widely known. Maybe it is, but I don't know that everybody understands that forests are dynamic. And what I mean by that is that all forests are driven by disturbance, right? So when you look at a stand of timber, you know, you might think that it's going to be that way forever, but it's not. Some disturbance is going to affect that stand at some point, be it wind or fire, depending on where you are in the country. So that's going to happen. And if you don't put stands into management, then the disturbance will eventually happen, and it may be in a location or at a severity that is not beneficial for society.
Okay, thank you. All right, what's a fact we don't know?
Okay, so fun fact, I've had some bad romances. Scott, don't text my current husband. Best fact of the day, though, the forest products industry has Lady Gaga. If anyone has seen Lady Gaga perform any of her music, her piano of choice is a Steinway. Steinway makes baby grand and grand pianos. The soundboard on every Steinway piano in the world is made with Sitka spruce from the Tongass National Forest. That product there is no other product in the world that brings the music to all of us. Mic drop.
Ooh, that's a good one. That is a good fact. Yeah. Also, her performance right before the Super Bowl was amazing. Did you see it? Oh, so good. Hey, can I have 5 more minutes? Okay.
Tell her
just,
no.
No, I want to, and we'll be quick here, but we are at the mid-session summit, so I want to talk policy for a quick second. And Tessa, we'll just start with you. What's your number one priority here at the state level for AFA?
The number one priority that we have is supporting any efforts that the state has to get federal land back into state hands, and here legislatively to support efforts to support the timber industry and the forest, the Division of Forestry. Jeremy mentioned the Senate bill, the timber management bill, anything that we can do to ensure we're following the practices and the policies of the state, getting land back to the state and getting natural resources available to our communities, including timber resources.
I share that priority with you. Do you want to answer this as well, or just?
I will just say that right now, I mean, there's a lot of priorities, and right now, you know, the Senate Bill 75 is a priority. I guess what my biggest priority, and I think that the administration's biggest priority, is just getting more management on the ground.
Cool, thank you, Julie.
I would say it's hard to pick one, but I had mentioned the Legislative Seafood Task Force has a report out with some recommendations. And out of that, for seafood processors, there's a recommendation to expand the fisheries product development tax credits to include more long-term investments that'll help get us in the right direction to be more competitive globally. And so that's something that we're supporting right now.
All right, thank you. I'm going to say ditto to what all of my colleagues are saying as well, because of the breadth of the organization that we RDC is in and what we cover. It hasn't been mentioned yet, so I want to just keep this on everyone's radar. And this is more of a federal issue, but there's a lot that we can be focused on with our state policymakers and our local policymakers, and that's the executive order that the Trump administration put out on unleashing Alaska's energy potential. There is a lot in that order that goes back to reverse some of the decisions that were made in the last administration to reopen our investment and our ability to develop some of the larger scale projects that have been, in the works for 29 years. So I think if we can keep everyone focused on that, there's a lot that we can do that would affect really good local and state policy, as well as strengthening and our economy and keeping it good, diverse, and long-term durability.
Thanks for touching on that. I'm glad we fit in time for that.
Yeah, I'm glad she did too. It teased me up beautifully. Like my partners up here, we all have a lot of priorities, and I certainly don't want to imply that one's more important than the other, but I think the most relevant and timely one right now from a state perspective is we are being very vocal about making sure that our resource agencies, so DNR, DEC, Fish and Game, et cetera, the ones that do the permitting in Alaska are adequately resourced and have what they need in order to rise to this occasion that Leila just outlined. There are going to be dynamic changes happening in the regulatory landscape, and we need to make sure that our agencies here on the ground that manage Alaska's lands and do the permitting have everything they need to, I have to say, rise to the occasion twice. So.
All right. Last up.
Ditto all of that. Not to sound like a broken record, but all the oil industry wants is stable and predictable investment environment. We just want to be left alone. So that means, not looking at the industry every time there's a temporary budget deficit to, fill the hole, not panicking and changing a tax system because there's 1 or 2 years of down revenue. Stability has been effective for the last 10 years, and that's the message that we're just going to keep on beating.
Yep, and I'll finish by saying that is the priority of the Alaska Chamber as well, is a sustainable fiscal plan. Durability is the name of the game as far as having a attractive investment climate for every single industry represented on the stage, every industry represented in this room and beyond. So thank you so much, Robert. Thanks for letting me facilitate. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
Been an hour. I know.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take just a quick break and we'll transition to the transportation panel when the commissioner gets here. Thank you, Samson Tug and Barge, for sponsoring this break. It's going to be about just a 10-15 minute break. So say hello to somebody at a different table and grab something, top off your cup, and we'll keep going. Thank you again, panelists, and Kati for great facilitation. Okay, if we want to come on back to our seats, we're ready. Our next panel is in the house. We're going to invite them on up here. As we know, transportation is one of the first, it was the first. I think so, right? You can hear me in the back? Oh, James says he can hear me. I think it's this corner back over here where Scott Haberstadt is. That's a little bit louder. Scott, can you hear me in the back? Really? You can hear me back there? Must be people in between. Okay. Well, we're still going to get started because the commissioner's here. So if you want to take your seats, and we'll save the rest of that conversation for. You want to pull up his slides? Oh yeah, save the rest of that conversation for a little later. All right. Without any further ado, because we have a tight schedule, would you please offer a round of appreciation for our break sponsor and for our panel and Commissioner Ryan Anderson.
Okay. Okay. Well, thanks everyone for having us here today. Of course, transportation is such an important topic for all of us, and it's really it's great to be up here with Director Chris Goins from South Coast Region, and as well as Director Craig Tornga. And then, of course, we have Mr. Ron at the end on the IFA part as well. So, hey, I just wanted to go through a few things on an introductory basis. The last week, I did have an opportunity to go speak with, well, we were out in Washington, D.C., and we had an opportunity to hear from the new Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Duffy, and really where he was lining up, I thought lined up pretty well with what, where we're going as a state. And really the types of things that were discussed were public safety, number one. And of course that for all of us is huge as we go forward. Another big emphasis for this administration was just going to be building infrastructure and really looking at, how quickly and the cost effectiveness of that building infrastructure. Reducing regulations and that regulatory burden, I think, is something we're going to hear a lot more about from our federal partners. And innovation and technology. And, I think we have a lot of really great things we've done in Alaska just to really start leveraging on innovation and technology as well. You'll see on our infrastructure investment priorities, we've always said it's safety, number one, economic vitality, energy and sustainability, resiliency, state of good repair. And as we go forward, we really believe that those fit right into what's coming up next for the next 4 years with the new administration. So that was a really positive thing we felt. And I think as we move forward, we'll be doing okay on the infrastructure side. If I go to the next slide. So we wanted to tackle things today just by land, by air, by sea, because the multimodal impacts in Southeast Alaska, absolutely, across the state really, but in Southeast Alaska, it's so important to think of things in all modes of transportation. When you look at by land, where are we at? What are our key issues facing us? This is really just to summarize that. Number one, of course, highway safety. And when we get into pedestrian safety as well, that last year we had 69 fatalities on our highway system. 42 of those were in urban areas. And so those would be the classified urban areas like Anchorage or the Mat-Su or Fairbanks. 27 were in rural areas. 15 of those 69 fatalities were pedestrians. So you're going to see a big focus on us. That's not a that's not a record year. So any fatality is never good, and is always a tough thing. But as we're looking forward, we're going to keep putting forward effort on the pedestrian side. And I think some of the projects you're seeing that going around really trying to tackle that with whether it's a highway project or a path, a pedestrian path or a bike path. You'll see us continuing to focus on those. Another big focus is on bridge conditions, that across the state. We have performance metrics on bridge conditions. We had that storm in Anchorage a month or so ago, the Rabbit Creek pedestrian overpass, there was a superstructure over it that blew off. The estimated winds, I think, were between 80 and 100 miles an hour. Those types of things very much get our attention. We do deep dives into critical flaws or what's going on there. And then we also review our entire bridge performance across the state. And, you know, there's a lot of good projects coming up. We're doing some major bridge investments. So you look at Ketchikan and that whole piece with the viaduct and the Ward Creek Bridge. There's a lot of good projects coming up. So expect to see that as we move forward. Project cost escalation is big for us. You know, people have been looking at the construction cost index since 2022, and we're in the range of a 66% increase on construction costs. So that's something that we're tackling every day. And I know Director Goins and as they're working through projects down here, we constantly have to shuffle things just because those costs continue to escalate. Hopefully they're stabilizing. We're really hopeful for that. And then right-of-way management. You'll see more and more we're able to secure funds for abandoned vehicles to remove those from our highway right-of-ways, our airports. We've been able to do, we've got funding requests in this year for abandoned buildings across the state because a lot of airports, we're seeing a lot of abandoned buildings. And then homeless encampments. That's another one. We really have to keep our right-of-ways clear so people are safe. And so that's another piece that we're working through right now. And then finally, emergency relief funding. And that's a big emphasis for us just for the fact that we have had our fair share of disasters. I know all of you in Southeast Alaska have experienced them. We had one just this last fall up in Northwest Alaska where we saw an ocean surge higher than has historically been seen in the Kotzebue area. And so that these are the types of things that we need to be prepared for and paying attention to. So focus on that as well. I always like this slide because it also shows Alaska in its scale over the United States. And then it also shows our highways and the difference in road miles, you know, and you look at Alaska, when we think of things in lane miles, of course, where that's an 8-foot lane for how many miles? 31,000 lane miles in Alaska. Our second biggest state partners, Texas, are at 680,000 lane miles. So it just really shows the disparity in how many roads we have here in Alaska versus other places. And then, you know, is economic development in the future, you know, do we need more roads? And that's a big thing we keep looking at. And I think you're going to hear more from this administration on the federal side of that coming up. Let's go to the next slide. And then by air, what are we looking at by air? You know, really, again, there's some similar challenges, project cost escalations. We've seen some costs on rural Alaska projects, projects where we bid them, and they can come in anywhere from 25% to 125% over what we thought those costs were going to be. So we're seeing a big cost escalation factor in rural Alaska. We also, our airport lighting systems, a lot of them are starting to age out, meaning, you know, it's been 20 to 30 years since we've gone through and built the new systems and installed the new systems. So that's a focus for us, is to start replacing those, and you're going to see a lot of work coming out just to replace our lighting systems at airports. And we get to modernize them too, so that's always great. And then we're also looking at, there's emergency lighting kits. So when you do have outages, we can go out, and we have several of these on hand in different hub locations, but you can go out and you can provide, if the lights do go out, we have an option to make sure we can provide lighting system on a short-term basis while they get repaired. Airport weather is another one. This isn't necessarily a state of Alaska DOT function. It's the Federal Aviation Administration. And these are those weather stations you see at an airport that provide pilots with that important critical information about visibility or conditions out there. Right now, there's a fair amount of those that have outages. One estimate was 30% of all the weather, the automated weather systems at the airports are out at any one time. So that's a big problem for us. It's a big focus. And so we're working with FAA on solutions. As a state, if there were some innovative things we could do to provide low-cost weather alternatives, on the highway system, we have them. On the airport side, it's more stringent, so we don't. And then we have the Federal Aviation Administration reauthorization. This last go-around for the reauthorization of the FAA bill Senator Sullivan got a lot of good language in for Alaska-specific exemptions. And so the runway length has been something we've been struggling with because we haven't been allowed to expand our runways. And so that's something that we get some relief on now. Things like equipment sharing, where we have one piece of equipment at an airport, and that really could be shared with the community for cost effectively. That's another thing that it's written into the law for us to get some relief on. So those are big points for us. So we'll keep working through those, but there's a lot of good in that as well. And then rural airport maintenance contracts for all of you or any of you that have family or are taking care of our airports out there as a contractor. I mean, you're definitely part of the DOT family at that point. But that's another one. We're seeing the cost rise in those contracts, and so we have to make sure we're increasing as well to make sure we can take care of those airports. And then one of the final ones, just as a heads up, Gustavus out there it's been a challenge. The Park Service doesn't provide law enforcement at the airport anymore. And so we're having to work, and we have a partnership with the Department of Public Safety to make sure that, we can have a law enforcement presence so that the TSA, when the Alaska Airlines and those types of aircraft come in, can land and process people accordingly. And that's important for the community of Gustavus and the economy. And so we are, continually working, making sure that we take care of that. But that is an additional cost that we didn't have a couple years ago. So that was another one. And then, finally, we have the parking at the airports. I think we're doing a lot with managed parking, which, is something that just needs to be done. And I know there's been a lot of good work on that front. And then you'll see the drones and some of these things out here with what else we're doing. We've had an opportunity. We have some very talented people at DOT that are very good at some of these innovative technologies and utilizing the unmanned aerial vehicles. And so we're taking that now. We've got grants to start training rural communities on how to do this as well. So we can basically expand our workforce into the communities. So if there's an event, if there's something that happens, a disaster, a flood event, these types of things, communities would have drones. Very quickly they could assess, what's going on and get the help that's needed out there. So we're excited about that. We just got this SOAR grant. It's a $12 million grant to do just that. So you're going to be hearing more from us on that one here very soon too. And then next slide. And so then there's, of course, by sea. And so, this for us, the Alaska Marine Highway System, and with Director Tornga here, he'll be speaking quite a bit to this. But this is really, getting everyone around and making sure that we're taking care of things here in Southeast Alaska and the economy that it cares for and the people. So maritime workforce is a primary focus, and we've got a lot here, and we're trying a lot of new things. I know Jocelyn Swindle's here and has been out there trying to, getting some of these agreements. I know Ketchikan Indian community, we're working with CAIC to have an agreement so we can start having a real partnership where we're providing training and the funding for these things and see how, we can attract more of the young people and whatnot into these job opportunities. The MV Matanuska is another one that we just want to put out there right now because that is a decision point that we're going to have to make. That's one of our older vessels. I think it's 62 years old. And so that's one, it hasn't been used for some time because of because of the Coast Guard requirements. And we've had to do a lot of work to evaluate the condition of it and how much funding it would take to put it back in the water and serve Alaska again. So there's going to be more conversations on that. The Alaska Marine Highway Operations Board will be critical for that as well. So just kind of a heads up on that one. The Long Range Transportation Plan is another one that we're excited about. It'll be coming out, the draft will be coming out this month for review, for public review. And so I know there's some more sessions on this Thursday. That's really to lay out what the plan is for the Alaska Marine Highway System here for the next 20 some years. And then, of course, the capital investment is a great story on ferries. We have 400 and some million that we have secured, to replace the Tustamina, to get the Taslina going, and a lot of other, vessel needs. And then we also have all the dock infrastructure. So, all the vessels can fit to the docks, and we can get that consistency across the board. I think we have 170 million plus in terminal projects as well. So we're going through the processes with the federal regulatory requirements so we can get those projects on the street, and then everyone will start seeing a lot of construction here in the next 2 to 3 years. So those are coming along. And then on the modernization and customer service, we had some great success this past winter with getting Wi-Fi on the Columbia. And so public Wi-Fi is now a thing. We're going to be, working on the Kennecott and the others. Our goal is, when they go in the yards, then we can equip them. And then, eventually the entire fleet will be Wi-Fi. And that's courtesy of Starlink is how we're doing that. Also, I know Director Torga has been working hard on the reservation systems and upgrades to that as well. And that's a really important part of what we're doing. And then we're working on the gift shops and getting those things going as well. So all that is good. And then finally, on the public safety front, we also, we want to continue this, making sure that as the ships go from Bellingham and up north and back, and that we have that trooper presence when we need it, particularly in the summertime. And so we'll be continuing we had a trooper ride-along program in the past, and that's just, we find some retired troopers that are willing to ride the ship, and we take care of that. And we also allow troopers, if they wear their uniforms, to ride for free as well. So keeping that law enforcement presence on the ferries has been important. And then kind of to round it out on the by sea, I just want to really call out the Hubbard crew. I mean, those folks, I think it was the end of November when it was the Windwalker capsized. And the Hubbard was the vessel that responded, the first on scene. And they spent a lot of time out there, and I mean, not all the passengers on the vessel as well. But it was really this is what our maritime folks at the Alaska Marine Highway System do. I mean, they're out there for Alaskans, and so that was a great thing. And so we just want to appreciate that as well. And then my last slide, I believe, is just my closing slide. And the kind of for closing remarks, we're really moving towards a lot more community involvement in the planning. I think you're going to see it in the long-range AMHS plan, but also we're working with Southeast Conference on this rural planning organization. And we have a few federal hoops to go through on how we fund things, but we are getting close to an agreement with Southeast Conference to be a rural planning organization for this region. So we're excited about that. And so as that goes along, pay attention, because there'll be a lot more opportunities for participation in all of our roads, airports, and highways projects. So with that, I'm going to call it good, and I'm going to hand it to Director Gwens. Thank you.
Once my slide comes up. In the meantime, I'm Director Goins. Chris is how I like to go by. I've been at the region for about 10 years. Been director about 2. And whenever I've started coming to this 2 years ago, I just look around the room now, and I see a bunch of relationships that have just grown stronger, that we've created, the partnerships that we've created together. It's friends. Helping friends to get things done for their community. And that's what I'm really excited about to see every time I come here. And we're going to talk a bit about that. And we're going to talk about that a lot more in projects coming up on Thursday. So I'm not going to do a deep dive on projects today. I'm give you a precursor and kind of the successes that are happening in the South Coast region and some of the challenges and where we're headed. So with that, I bring this map up to show our region. I think we're the largest DOT region in the nation by length and spread out, which I'm quite proud of. And we're not all of Southeast. And I bring this up not to brag about the length and all that other stuff. I bring it up to say we have a lot of communities and people that we serve, tribes, boroughs. These are people. And it's really hard to get across that in vast expanse to meet with everybody and have the conversations that we really want to have. And if there's a conversation you want to have with us, if there's a challenge that you want to overcome, we want to be partners with you. our planning group over here, Jill, she's amazing, and her team. They're going to be looking at the Southeast Long Range Plan here in the near future. And please come to us. We want to have those partnerships. I can't make it to everywhere or everyone, but like I said, our door's open. Please come visit us. Come have those conversations. We want to help you. All right, we have a huge construction season coming up in 2025. This is a big deal, about 24 projects just in Southeast Alaska, not including the chain. And a lot of projects that have been going for a very long time, and I'll get into more of this detail on Thursday, but just to highlight some of the big ones. Ketchikan-Tongass Avenue project continues. That's a big need for a long time with potholes that exist in Ketchikan, and this is a great start to rehabilitate that, and we'll get into those a little bit more on the next slide. Haynes Highway. We are on the final stage of the Haynes Highway, which means we have modernized the Haynes Highway from Haynes all the way to the Canadian border by the time this is done. Through this, we're going to be replacing the Chilkat River Bridge. We're also going to be doing a 23-mile slide repair and adjustment that, like at 19 Mile, has significantly increased our ability to keep the highway open and reliability there while reducing our maintenance costs. So a huge win there. We're also going to be in Hoonah doing a Hoonah Harbor Way pedestrian improvement across the jetty there in the harbor, which is a super engineering challenge, and a great benefit to our tourism industry and the locals alike to have access there in Hoonah. We also have a project here in town. It's a small project, but it's one that has great effect if it wasn't to work. And this is the Wadley Creek wall repair out by the ferry terminal. And so we're going to have a bit of adjustment down there getting to the ferry terminal this summer. But that's highly important because if that wall falled, we would lose access to that road. Also, Skagway State Street is starting up this summer, and that's going to go for multiple years, much like Haynes is. And then, of course, we've been partnering with our partners in Sitka on their airport terminal and funneling money to them on those building improvements. So super excited about that. Let's talk about Ketchikan. So this map we created in 2023, Ryan and I sat down and we said, hey, we got $200 million of infrastructure that needs to go into Ketchikan. It's actually more like 300, but we'll get to that on Thursday, talking about the viaducts. And we understood that it was going to be really hard for us to accomplish this and keep businesses moving, keep people moving through town, tourism running, because that's a lifeblood, as we heard earlier this morning. And so we said, okay, we got to spread this out. We got to make sure that we do it in a way that's keeps that business running. And we did that. And we laid out this plan. And thus far, we've been executing on this plan with pretty good reliability. We have completed one project. We got 7 others that are in the construction, some on the tail end, some are going to be starting this summer. And our design projects for projects going into 26, such as the ones further out in red and Saxman, are on path. This whole dotted green line is going to be bid and being executed this year and next year. And that goes from the ferry terminal all the way out to Ward Creek. And then, of course, that purple in the middle is the Tongass project that goes by Safeway. And this is going to be, by the time we're done, a huge benefit to the community and the road infrastructure. And I am so happy to someday not get as many calls about potholes because it is a true challenge with that infrastructure there. And on Thursday, we'll get into the viaducts and some of the partnerships that we've created there moving forward and the details on that project. So good things happening. So let's talk about successes. South Coast region successes. We have had a major year when it comes to construction and dollars on the street. We're projecting somewhere in the neighborhood of payments to contractors with pass-through money included is going to be in the $130 million to $150 million. That's extensive for our region. We are doing great in that regard. We're also seeing, we've been working really hard, Vicki, my deputy director, on culture in our region. And we're seeing the benefits of that play out. We've been focused on trust and building community within our walls. And it's really making a change. People are excited to come to work. They enjoy working with us and with one another. It's a joy. And we have fun with it. And what's resulting of that is we're having vacancy rates that are dropping. So on the M&O side, we're at 6%. That's some of the lowest we've had and some of the lowest in the state. On the design side, we're 7%. And that's really hard to get designers into South Coast region in general and here into Juneau. So that's a huge win. You heard Ryan talk about Gustavus and being able to get into Gustavus and support Gustavus with police officers at the airport because the National Park Service stopped that activity there. And that's huge because now Alaska Airlines last year could continue their operations for about 90 days and bring those tourists in. And we have that funded with CARES funding. We were able to find, but that CARES funding ends at the end of this year. So we're funded through 2025 and we're happy to support the community of Gustavus and Alaska Airlines and super happy about that partnership with DPS through that. We've also been working on regional partnerships. I was just out in the hall talking about Sitka. We got a project that we partnered really on that was funded through our HSIP program, Highway Safety Improvement Program, for a pedestrian crossing, because we recognize there are massive issues in Sitka and really all over Southeast when it comes to pedestrians that are coming off of cruise ships. And so we got an extra crossing funded. We're going to be working with the community of Sitka, continue a small task force we put together to identify other solutions associated with pedestrians in the downtown sector. We've also found unique partnerships really because of meetings we had in here. The Ketchikan Indian Association came to us, Richard Harney, I don't know if you're in the room, but he had a conversation about, hey, the money is going up in our tribal transportation funding. And we have a lot of overlapping things that would benefit everyone. And so we got together, sat down, and we said, okay, here are the needs that we have. Here's the inventory that we have on bridges, even outside of our own ownership. And we began to identify areas of we could go after funding. So the viaduct project we talked about earlier in Ketchikan, we're seeking funding through that with the Ketchikan Indian Association for design, so that we can then go after the other about 100 million to really repair a piece of infrastructure that is absolutely vital to Ketchikan. Also, Mr. RJ over here, Royal, has been starting conversations with us with Tlingit and Haida to do the same thing we did in Ketchikan in Juneau to start, but now we're going to be expanding that conversation on degraded culverts and bridges across all of Southeast and see if we can't find funding opportunities, because as we get into challenges, inflationary challenges are real. And then I'm not going to get into a huge long list of improvement measures we've been implementing, but we have been implementing a lot of them. And they go for everything from improving our safety culture, which we've recognized we need to take some real ownership of, and we've been doing that, and I've been seeing the great benefits of that, and our M&O team's really engaging. We've been innovating with GIS and as-builts, thinking about 20 years, 30 years down the road of what we need to do and modernizing in that regard. And we've been mapping our processes and procedures to better create transparency and understanding of where we are at any given moment. And if you're ever in my office or you want to come down and visit us, you will see the life-size maps of all the federal processes we have to go through. But it's really helping us understand with much greater detail all the different steps and who is on them at any given time, so that we can better step through that. So exciting things are happening there. So next I want to talk about challenges. And with challenges, there also comes opportunity. As you all have heard, Buy America is big right now. And that means manufacturing in the United States, which is wonderful. Anything with the federal government comes with massive amounts of bureaucracy. Buy America has changed from buy steel and iron to include construction materials like piping, lumber, and all sorts of other unique items. And all those requirements are coming into place this year. And it is a massive bureaucratic hurdle of paperwork that we cannot get wrong. So that challenge and that effort is going up on our design side. It's going up on our construction administration side, which is also adding to our inflationary pressures. We also heard in January that the FHWA revoked the general waiver of manufactured products, which means all manufactured products by October 2025, 55% of that product has to be made in the United States. This is a massive, massive lift, both in design and in construction. And we're looking right now on how do we navigate that? And is there going to be enough supply, American supply, to keep us moving that doesn't delay the projects? And I can tell you the first requirement has caused some trouble in that regard in the state and delaying projects. Again, Ryan talked about, I won't go into great detail, but inflationary pressures are real. Section 106 and historical requirements on the FAA side has specifically gone up. So we are again, diving in, mapping that process, acquiring additional consultants, increasing our critical staff so we don't have bottlenecks, and increasing our internal transparency on that, because this is a real challenge to being reliable and putting out our program on a year-to-year basis. And the last two, they are challenges, but this is my pitch. We've been doing a lot of work with culture and building a better environment for people to come to work, and I think we're having great success. But where we're challenged with is some of our jobs that are out in construction. Our construction vacancy rate, we still need contract administrators that go out in the field. We're at 30%, and then our mechanics, we're about 50%. And these folks are the types of folks that put our plows together, that keep the officers' vehicles running, that keep Fish and Game going from location to location. We're developing a great group here in Southeast, and we want you would invite your friends and your family. If they are any one of these two that are interested, come work with us. We'd love to have them and be a part of our community, and we can overcome this. And again, thank you for your time. Because as Gulonchis means, I can't do it without you all. And that really is kind of how we want to lead and how we want to be with you. So thank you all very much.
Good morning. I'm Craig Torga, the Director of the Alaska Marine Highways. This morning, we'll just talk a little bit about the state of where we're at in the highways. And for the highways, we always start with our safety, and that's really our license to operate. And our goal for the Alaska Marine Highways is no harm to people, environment, and equipment. And so we're tracking that. It's new in 2024. We tracked our statistics, and that's not something we historically have done, but we have that on there. If you could go, oh, I guess I control this, huh? Okay. So our injuries to the crews is not a pretty number, but we need to track this, and we're categorizing it so we can look at the different injuries we have and what we can do to change that. You know, strains is number one, so that's an area we'll be looking at. Everybody has the slip, trips, and falls, but we'll dig into each one of these as we look at improvement. On the spills, we had 0 spills to the water, so that's a great thing when you think of how many times we do fuel. We've had 1 spill to the deck that was in containment. So when they were fueling, they had all the containment out. We've had 6 spills at the terminals by the customers. The terminal crews walk up and down in the parking area to watch for this, and they were able to contain all of those before they got into a drain. So we've had 0 spills to the water, and then we've had no collisions or elisions. And when you think about all the landings and departures we do, that's a great number, and it's really shows what the crews do every day. So it takes a good skill working the weathers we have here in Southeast as well. I guess this only goes one direction. There we are. On reliability, we've had some shipyard delays. You can see our listed vessels there. LeConte, Tustamina, Aurora, Columbia, they're all old. So they're all in their 50s. The Tustamina's in the 60s. So, you know, you've got that type of age, that's what happens. You know, I played basketball for years, and in college. And then, I played in the men's leagues in the 30 and the 40 and the 50. When you start playing with the 50-year-olds, it gets harder for us all the time. And we're seeing the same thing with our vessels. So the second thing we've done is we've implemented our CMMS, our computer maintenance management system. And this is really putting the foundation in on how we're going to manage our preventative maintenance for our fleet. We're going to have those systems in place as we roll out new vessels to make sure that we're managing as we should be. The crews have done a great job with this. It's fully implemented on the vessels right now. The hierarchy with thousands of parts is all listed in there. And every OEM's recommendation on how the maintenance should be done is in the system as well. So they're doing a great job. We have dashboards. You can see every day what's open, what work orders are out there, what they've closed, and they're doing a great job with it. We're also tracking our uptime percentage, and this is for the vessels that are operating. And so if they're operating and we have an incident that takes us out, I think our longest period we were out was the Tuscaminos with their bow thruster. It took us out over a week. But we've had an uptime percentage of 98.51, and that's a good number. I'd love to see us hit 99% with just a 1% downtime. But this is pretty good considering our fleet and the age of our fleet. And again, I really have to take our hats off to our engineers. They've embraced this program. They care about their vessels, and they work this hard to keep them going. They're pretty self-sufficient. On the crewing, still a challenge for us. These numbers here in the separated, that also includes our retirees. But you can see that in MMP and Amoeba, these are our licensed positions. Unfortunately, we've gone the wrong direction here. And in each one of them, the IBU stewards, that has always been, since I've started, a high turnover that we see in that entry level. So that's a challenge for us. And this is by position. And we haven't made a lot of good progress here. We have some great workforce initiatives we're working on. As Ryan had mentioned, if you're here tomorrow, Jocelyn will be talking about the workforce. She's leading a lot of it for us. We're focusing on in-state hire. That's where we see our retention is better, and housing is a big issue. So if you already live here, that's the big plus, and I think that's why our retention is better. We're getting around to the high schools. We want to introduce the maritime industry. So if you don't want to go work for Chris on the highways, you can come on the Marine Highway, and we'd love to have you on this side. But a big part of that is we've developed the pathways, and in the marine industry, when you work from the bottom on up, they call that hose piping. And so we've developed the hose pipe path with what's required, kind of the time frame. So as we're introducing this to the young students in school, they can look at, this is a goal I can have. If I want to be up and work and be an officer, this is what I got to put in. And then the next step of that is we need to support them, and it takes funding. So if you want to, there's a lot of training that's required. The regulatory side of this is large, but if you want to move up to be an officer, you can work your way up. And once you get from the certificated positions like an AB, an able-bodied seaman, and you want to move up to a mate, you got to go to a school for that. It costs about $28,000. You've got to take about 6 weeks off. Those are the things we want to help them get there. We did have one AB to mate we funded here in the fourth quarter, and we were able to get a win there. And the same on the engineering side. We had an oiler that went to school and jumped up to a third assistant engineer. So those are just recent wins, and the DOT was successful getting some workforce funding for training, and so like I said, Jocelyn will talk about some of that next year, but we hope that we can move about 4 positions this next year, and they have to apply for it. They got to have their sea time in place, and then if some of them have already worked their route and are starting to do their pilotage, that moves them right up to the top of the list too. And the AB we just had move up, he had pilotage for the routes he was working on. So We're trying to build that within the state. That's a long-term play, but we need to start that, and we've got that in place now. On the capital projects, we've got the Taslina Crew Quarter Edition. We've been working with the FTA this last year. We met weekly from May all the way through to November with the FTA, lining out all these projects and all the regulatory requirements around them. Just as Chris has to battle with the Buy American on the highway side, it's the same thing on the marine side. But we've pretty much got our plans laid out. Our Buy America plan for the TRB has got the nod of approval. They don't actually give you approval, but they go through and look at it and say, yeah, it looks okay. And so we've got that in place. It took a lot of time. So that's in place for the Taslina. And we'll be moving up forward on that one here this year. The Columbia, we had funding there to do the controllable pitch, and I've always showed this that it would be out in 26 to do that. But it takes it out for a full year. So we just did a complete risk assessment with that, had with the vessel engineers, with our supplier, to say, you know, how confident are we if we keep this going? It is an old system, it's an analog system that's no longer supported, but it's had a lot of work on it over the years by our contractor, Sound Propeller, that's made a lot of changes to it. And so we think, you know, after doing our risk assessment, we're going to keep it going. We're going to cancel the project, and they're confident that they can keep it operating until there's a new mainline vessel to replace it. And that keeps us from taking that out of service for a year, which would really hurt us in 26. And the Matanuska project, as Ryan mentioned, we've done the audio gauging. It's a pretty colorful report, which means it's got a lot of issues there, but we'll be presenting that to AmHob, and so they can take a look at it and make decisions with it. And then the Kennecott generator upgrades is going on right now. That's down at in Everett, at the Everett shipyard. It's a major project, pulling out these Caterpillar 3516s, and we got to take them out through the side of the hole, skid them out, and then we'll be putting in some smaller, more efficient ones. This is a required regulatory one because they were oversized, and they just, you know, slobbered too much emissions because they're idling all the time. They're just too big. And so this will be a nice upgrade we'll have. This will be done in the fall. On the new capital projects, as I said, we spent a lot of time with the FTA, but we're lined out on the low-no emissions ferry. That design RFP will be advertised this week. We hope to it's turned in, and we figure it should be out by the end of the week. And then next we'll work on the mainline replacement vessel design. And now to be a design RFP. We don't have the funding for the construction on that project, but we do have the funding for the design, and we'll get that done. The TRV and the construction schedule. This here, we've got a schedule. You'll never be able to read this on here, but I put this up so you can see we have a schedule, and it's on the back table if you want to take a look at it. So it does show that we'll be able to put out the RFP in September, and following the completion of the work we have to do with our contractor on the power and propulsion, and that requires a certified Buy America certificate on their work, and then that number can go on our RFP to the shipyard. And then it has a 30-month construction schedule. So on here, you'll see it coming out in the summer of 28 is in the schedule on the plan right now. And then this is the teaser slide for Thursday. So we're going to be working on presenting the work we've been done on the long range plan. Just a lot of work that we put into working on the communities, the requirements of the communities, what's needed, and then from that, working on our port calls and the fleet that could support that. So you can just see on this slide that we bump up our port calls as we design and put in place a more efficient fleet. It's It's not an 11 boat fleet of the past or even a 9, it's an 8, but it's right sized and it's designed with the speeds needed to have the right turns on the different routes that will meet all the work rest rules that we have to live by. And so it helps us bump our port calls up. At the same time, we're paying attention to the gross tonnage of the vessels, which drives manning and crewing. So it will actually require less manning than today's fleet. So it's just, if you look at like our Hubbard and Taslina, they're over 1,600 gross tons. They could have been easily put down to 1,599, which then drives a different license and manning and the whole thing. So we're going to pay attention to that in our designs to make sure we keep them where they're most efficient. And that's all I have for this morning. I hope you, if you do get a chance to be at the Transportation Symposium on Thursday, we'll dive deeper into the long-range plan. Now I'll turn this over to Ron.
No slides today for me, and just going to be kind of brief. So just a little bit of an update, a little bit of by the numbers and what's going on with the IFA. Calendar year 2024, it was a good year. So we transited 48,400 passengers. That constituted a 3% increase over last year. And yeah, I'm not going to use the C word or the COVID word. So this is our 4th consecutive year of growth, and so in ridership, and so we've been blessed in that regard. Moving on to some of the more difficult decisions. So we've all been dealing with cost increases everywhere you look, and so we're no different. And cost increases have really eroded our fare box recovery rate. So as of January, we did a whole marketing campaign on that. We had to do a fare increase. We hadn't had a fare increase since 2014. We have been working hard over the years to basically streamline operations as much as we could. And you know what? There was just nothing else to cut. So we increased passenger fares by an average of 13%. And mind you, with some deference, we did not increase the senior rates or the child rates as much as the full adult rate. And then we also increased our vehicle tariff by 10%. So we also, coming this summer, we're ending our free baggage. I say free baggage. So baggage is still free. But we also had massive amounts of food and game boxes that come over on the ferry. They will no longer be free. We're going to increase the price of that to $20 a box to try and recover. It's just when you're running forklifts and pallets full of fish and game boxes, it's an incremental cost, and we haven't been recovering that. So we're going to increase that too. And, luckily on Saturday, I got the numbers for January because, as a leader, you get concerned. If you raise prices, is it going to affect your revenue? What is going to be the impact to your service? And so got the numbers for January. So our vehicle traffic year over year was up 7.25%. And passenger traffic was down slightly at 3.5% down. But I call that a win. It doesn't look like the fare increase has really affected vehicle or passenger ridership in any substantial way. So talk a little bit. I mentioned fare box recovery rate. So traditionally in the past, and again, so I'll say pre-2020, fare box recovery rate ran in the high 70s to 80%.
last year, we finished last year at a 65% fare box recovery rate. So when we went into this fare increase, we tried to calculate how do we get back into that sweet spot, the high 70s, 80%. So that's how we calculated what we were going to do as far as fare increases. So yeah, we want to get back to the 80%. It's, you know, funding is difficult, moving into challenges here a little bit. You know, our challenges are basically maintaining an aging fleet. I mean, I praise the Lord, I don't have the aging fleet that these gentlemen have, but it's still their boats, and you know, 25 years old is not the prime of life for a boat like it might be for us. So that's a challenge. Funding is also a bit of a challenge. And then I think we're going to echo the same thing here. Staffing has really been a challenge, but we're in a pretty good place. Ridership has been really good, increasing every year. And thank you to Southeast Conference and, you know, all my friends and family out here. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, one and all, Commissioner. That the RPO sounds like a small thing, but it allows Southeast Conference to be that conduit from businesses and communities and tribes to work with your directors over here on things that matter to keep us moving. So appreciate the opportunity to partner on that. And Greg, thank you for this. It's been a interesting year to work through some of the different issues, but appreciate the opportunity to provide some support staff there. And Ron, we're very proud of what the IFA is doing. And so, you know, it costs more every year. You got to pay people more, but the reliability and the service that you provide is just providing, it's made a difference on the island. We see opportunities for growth there. So if you would, as our next panel comes up, we're going to hear from the university, but please thank Department of Transportation and be here Thursday for more details. So thank you. Is Chancellor Palmer here? No. So Elizabeth there. So there she is. Perfect. Right on. See, we run right on time. So not only do we have Chancellor Palmer, we have President Pat Pitney, who has always been a longtime favorite and a beacon for the university system here. And it's been a joy to work with the Chancellor while she's been, has it been two years now, Aparna? Is it? She's still in her second year, but you know, it's been a joy to work with her, not only just at the university, but she has really embedded herself into the community in so many ways. And so please welcome to the podium, Chancellor Palmer and President Pitney.
Hi, everyone. It's really, really nice to see all of you. As I was standing there waiting to come up to the podium, I glanced around and I thought, oh, I know that person. I know that person. I know that person. And it was a really different feeling from about a year ago when I was just starting to get to know all of you. So still a long ways to go to really get kind of deep relationships with so many of you, but I feel like I have a good foothold. So I'm going to kick it off by sharing a few pieces of information and some perspective from UAS, and then I'm going to turn it over to the president of the University of Alaska System, Pat Pitney. So I want to begin our UAS update by just saying thank you. Thank you for all of the support that you give to the University of Alaska Southeast. Southeast is in our name because we value all three of our campuses and we value the region that we are in. So from Ketchikan to Sitka to Juneau, we are so thankful for your support of UAS. I want to kind of bring out some facts from the end of the fall semester. As Robert mentioned, I am in my second year, so 1.5 years. And in comparison to last fall or the previous fall, we ended with a 6% increase in our headcount this most current fall. We also had a 3% increase in our credit hours, and so we are serving more students and we are having students take more classes. We have also increased the number of dual enrolled students that we have participating in education at UAS. And so in comparison to the previous fall, a 30% increase in the participation of dual enrollment students, which is huge. We were hoping for a 5 to 10% increase, but 30% amazing. Our students from Southeast Alaska also experienced an increase. And so in comparison to the previous fall, this fall, 53% of our students originate from Southeast Alaska, which is a 13% increase from the previous fall. Again, it's really in harmony with our commitment to serving Southeast Alaska. About 80%, between 80 to 85% of our students come from Alaska. So we have a commitment to serving Alaska and especially serving Southeast Alaska. In the future, we want to continue serving Southeast Alaska, but we want to bring in students from out of state as well so that they can experience the amazing, amazing programs that we have to offer. Programs that include marine biology and environmental science, but also mariculture and maritime training. Those are the heart of what we do. And then finally, I want to note that we also had an increase in our Alaska Native students. So compared to the previous fall, we actually had an 11% increase in Alaska Native students on our campus. And so our commitment to serving our Indigenous peoples in Alaska, and particularly in Southeast Alaska, remains very strong and vibrant. I want to just sort of, before I turn it over to President Pitney, I want to kind of share with you 3 words that guide me each day when it comes to UAS and when it comes to what I want to accomplish. And they are peaceful, productive, prosperous. I really love imagining a future for UAS where we are even more productive, we are even more prosperous, we are peaceful, and we are serving Southeast Alaska. So again, thank you so much for your support. Our success is very much connected to all of you, and I thank you for being there for UAS, and I encourage you to reach out to ask us how we can serve you better. That's really important to me. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the president of the University of Alaska System, Pat Pitney.
Thank you, Aparna. I'm very pleased with Aparna's coming on board, and our board is as well. But you know, her 3 words are the same as President Pat Pitney. So I think she's kind of trying to, maybe suck up to the boss a little. I'm fortunate to be able to lead the entire University of Alaska system. The biggest thing that I've tried to explain to people is University of Alaska isn't one thing. The University of Alaska is our state's system of public higher education. We have to cover from the community campus and vocational ed all the way through to the PhD and research mission. We need to offer the curriculum across our state that meets our state needs. And we have to offer it at the quality that any student who goes to one of our universities is qualified for those jobs, but are qualified for any job anywhere they choose to go. And that quality is something we take very seriously. We we are embarking based on the direction of the board, we're embarking on what we call a system-wide attainment framework. Really, it's an acceleration of our recruitment, retention, and speed to graduation. As Chancellor Palmer talked about, we're seeing good signs in terms of our enrollment increasing, but we want to accelerate that because there are headwinds. We have fewer high school graduates. We've recently had this, what I would call a brouhaha from the federal government. And we're working through those. But this recruitment, retention, graduation improvement endeavor that we're going at, we had a consultant come in and they gave us some really excellent recommendations. And one recommendation that we are putting forward is at the University of Alaska Southeast, they're going to be our pilot. And they are working on a marketing campaign that, as she said, focuses on Alaska, but also focuses on this unique location of University of Alaska Southeast in Juneau, Sitka, and Ketchikan, and the unique program mix that that has. And we anticipate over time, with a few changes, that we could attract up to 500 additional out-of-state students. And that, that's not a tomorrow thing. That's a 5-year, 7-year thing. But can you imagine if we had 500 students and roughly 100 of them are graduating every year? Can you imagine what that does for the workforce of Southeast Alaska, whether it be in maritime and mariculture, in mining, in business, in the fisheries, in ocean sciences? It's a game changer for these communities. And so we're very excited that Aparna's here to lead that, and we're very, very excited about the partnership that Southeast Conference has always provided us. So with that, I won't stand between you and lunch any longer. Thank you so much.
Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. There's yet one more thing. Is Katie Kester here? If not, we'll ask past President Lacey Simpson to join Zach. The president. Oh, there's Katie. Saved by our first vice president is here to join President Kirkpatrick with a symbolic check presentation. So I will give him the mic and let him take it from here.
Absolutely. So we just wanted to say that we recognize the university system as really an economic engine and adding to workforce development. So we are very pleased to present this check to UA Foundation. Thank you, Kate. For $20,000. And I got a little note here from Robert that this check adds to the UA Foundation Scholarship Endowment, which is now near or approaching $250,000, 250,000. So, and that I need to say is from the generosity of this room and raising that money. So thank you to all of you. And with that, we'll present the check.
While we're taking pictures, just when we release you, we want to go quickly through the lunch line and back to our tables so that when the senator comes online, we'll be ready to go to her for remarks. If for some reason she's delayed, then we will reverse the order and have Larry come in and share with us his insights. So one more round of applause for the University of Alaska. And let's go ahead and be dismissed for lunch, which is sponsored by Huna Totem. So we thank you for that. And it's been a great morning. And let's engage in some networking lunch. So thank you all.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. I guess, yeah. Where do we take it from here?
I appreciate that. And I was like, I'm going to see her, so
I don't know them. What do they usually?
Hey, Robert.
Robert.
I think you dry erase it.
Here, oh, put another number on it, hopefully bigger. Bigger.
Yeah.
I'll let you do that. We'll take care of that.
Are you
Thank
committed
you.
to another 0 at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We accidentally added a 0. Take it back.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. Absolutely.
I just thought I'd circle back around quickly on the UAS. So from what I understand, you guys are going to work with the city or whomever in child care, UAS lease employee driver, but aren't interested in like specifically leasing that space. And I know you've been working with Robert, but a partner reached out to me directly, so I wanted to make sure that we're all in the same. Cool.
We want to be the education provider for folks who don't want to be the leaser.
Well, we will keep working on finding the right organization to provide that space for your students and for our communities.
And really the only, the student that we were coming in was part of an internship.
Right. No, I understand that. Okay.
We don't want to let student space work out of the space beyond what they would have.
Yes, absolutely. Sounds exciting. So we're all rowing in the same
We're
direction.
getting on the same page. That's awesome.
Nobody cracked the lens yet? Okay, I'll take my picture. I have a phase 3. Let's try this again. All right, do I have audio? I have audio. Is there anyone here from Huna Totem? I know they got pulled out to a meeting and they're going to try to send them down. We'll always allow our lunch speakers to say a couple words if they are available. And if not, it's like you're either at the table or on the menu. We can just talk about them, but you will hear from them a little bit more later on in the tourism panel. And I'm getting a live update from staff. Don't be gone too long, Larry. You may be getting, you may be having to pitch it. So I'll let you know in 2 minutes. We're going to do Larry a favor and you. We'll let you have another, it looks like she's about 5 minutes away. So we will wait and grab her the moment that she is ready. So you can semi-quietly network there and you'll see her and that should be very obvious. So go ahead and keep that open as soon as her office logs in and she sits down, then we will welcome her and let her have the floor. All right. Oh, standing by.
So Kristen, I'm online. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe, do we have audio contact?
I'm
Senator,
here.
can you hear us okay?
I can, Robert. Can you see me?
Absolutely.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and they're adjusting the volume. We're at
Okay.
Elizabeth Baranovich Hall, and they are got state-of-the-art technology. So we've got about 150 folks gathered here. I think with their technology, can you see the group as well?
No, because I have super sophisticated technology that is so slow in downloading that it's going to be next week before you come in. So I'm on my phone, but now I can see you.
Well, we're so honored to have you here, and thank you for taking the time to address the group, and the floor is yours, ma'am.
Well, thank you. And I'm kind of doing a pop-up call. I'm talking to you from the Department of Transportation. The delegation just had a press conference with the Secretary of Transportation, along with the head of the NTSB, Jennifer Hormady, and talking about aviation safety. And so I know when I'm talking to my friends in Southeast, we are all concerned about aviation safety. We had a terrible tragedy up in the northwest part of the state last week. And so really leaning in with this new administration to see what we can't do collectively to address just how we move around our extraordinary state. And ran longer than I thought. And so I'm kind of doing this jump up, but I'm here with you. Ordinarily, I would be there in Juneau. Usually it's this time of year that you're there doing your fly-ins. And the delegation is back there also, but that's not happening. We're not going to be back up for our ledge speeches until March. So I'm going to be missing all of you. I know that Kara Hollitz from my state team is there. So if you want to check in with her on any specifics, she is always there. So let's just jump right into it, because I know you've got a lot on your agenda. I had to just kind of chuckle when I saw the theme, navigating the changing tides, because we're in the midst right now of a lot going on in Washington, D.C. It's been frenetic. I mean, it's always a little bit tumultuous when you move from one administration to another, but it seems that it's been a little more in that category in these past couple weeks. I have used the term choppy. Coming from Southeast, we know what choppy water is all about, and it's rough and it's kind of throwing you around. It's unpredictable. But you know that eventually you're going to get through the choppiness and you're going to get to smoother waters and things are going to be just fine. But right now, people are vomiting on either sides of the boat, and the end is near. And you know what? Wait, we're going to everybody take a deep breath. We're going to get through this, and we're working together. So we are beginning the 119th Congress, back in the Senate majority, which is great. It's always better to be holding the gavel. I am now the chairman of the Senate Indian Affairs Committee, as well as chairman of the Interior Appropriations Subcommittee. I'm still on Energy and Natural Resources, as well as the Health, Education, Labor, Pension. So we're busy, but again, you know, when you can set the agenda, it really does make all the difference. I remember Senator Stevens. He used to say, if you're not the lead dog, the view never changes. And so when we think about what we can do with chairmanships and the gavel, it matters. So right now, the past couple of weeks anyway, since President Trump was sworn in, lots of focus on what is going on with the federal funding freeze. As I mentioned, choppy, chaotic. Whether it's by accident or by design, it is what it is. You saw the new administration freeze most funding, and then they outline some minor exceptions, and then a judge pauses on the freeze, and then the White House revokes the memo. And now we've got courts saying, hey, that's thrown out. You need to be releasing things. So it's just, there's a lot of uncertainty, I guess, about what is going on. And we're still seeing quite a few accounts that are effectively on hold. And what this means for folks in Southeast, where we've gotten already a lot of funding for everything from hydropower to the ferry system, I know that you need to be planning those projects right now. You need to be signing the contracts. You need to be procuring the equipment, hiring the workers, drawing on the accounts. And you also need to be able to rely on the commitments that have been made instead of having the rug pulled out from underneath you. We're working right now on a project that we've been working for a couple decades. This is Thayer Creek down outside of Angoon. So a lot of anxiety about what that pause means, because if we start missing construction windows, as we know in Alaska, it's not just missing the construction season. You can miss the whole year. So had a good call. Robert, you were on the call last week. I guess it was last week. I've been doing multiple Zooms with different groups talking about what communities are feeling, what some in our tribal communities are dealing with, social services providers. So what we're trying to do is track everything that's going on, where we're hearing things are being held up, and trying to fix things. Really focusing on those projects that have immediate consequences. I have sent a list of projects to the administrator of the EPA, also to the Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright, and then another list of projects to the Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum. And what we're doing is we're saying, look, these should not be held up for any reason. Work with us through this. I met last week with Russ Vaught. He's the new OMB director, kind of walking him through why in Alaska, particularly, any kind of a pause, temporary or otherwise, is problematic. And I think we're making some good progress. I had talked with the OMB director, and then I had sent a letter following on, urging them to issue guidance to affirm that Indian tribes and Indian programs aren't affected by the president's orders on DEI and environmental justice. The Department of Interior had led on this with a secretarial order, but it had just been limited to that department. We needed the assurance that it was going to be respected across all departments and agencies. To their credit, the Department of Health and Human Services already agreed and confirmed in writing that that's not going to be the case. So we're starting to move through some of this. We also got assurances from Department of Ed yesterday. I want to get that in writing, but I say all this to let you know that we're literally working these things agency by agency through the departments, project by project. So share with us what you're hearing, what the concerns may be. I would also ask that you not just share it with me, but share it with Senator Sullivan, Congressman Begich, as well as the governor's office, to make sure that they're all aware. So anyway, I spent too much time talking about the funding freeze, but quite honestly, that's what people have been talking about, either when I'm calling folks back home or when they're coming here to Washington. But you've got good things going on. You've got all kinds of good people doing good things, and I think sometimes we focus on the bad. So I want to give a shout out to folks like Lacey Simpson, who's taking over the reins at City of Ketchikan as interim city manager and KPU manager. You've got exciting things going on in Southeast with mariculture. Talk about data centers. Lots of good things. I'm going to skip to a thing that's not so good right now, because in order to get to some of these good things, you got to have the appropriations, right? We are just 4 short weeks away from March 14th, when our federal funding expires. We are not there, folks. I'm hoping that as I'm speaking here to you, the big four in the appropriations are hammering out the last of negotiations to get final numbers so that we can begin to work on these bills. But quite honestly, we're not there. And we are getting perilously close to running out of time. The concern, of course, is if we are unable to move these appropriations bills, all of the congressionally directed spending that we were able to include is in jeopardy. And this is everything for funding for low-income housing, a warehouse for the food bank there in Juneau, essential services building and design work for a new airport ferry in Ketchikan, a replacement for Banana Point, the floating breakwater system there in Petersburg, facilities for first responders, including VPSOs throughout Southeast. There's dozens of projects that are out there. So we're worried about that. We're watching it really, really carefully. Another area that we're continuing to focus on is water and wastewater, particularly after some of your communities lost their 301H waivers. So the Senate bills have funding for Sitka's treatment system, Wrangell's plant upgrades, Craig's raw water line, sewer upgrades in Yakutat and Hoonah, the Tongass Avenue water main replacement there in Ketchikan, repairs and upgrades to Metlakatla's wastewater program or wastewater lagoon. So again, there's just so much on the line for us here in Alaska. So I'm not giving up. I can't have you guys giving up either, but I am worried right now because the clock is running. And while the clock is running on FY25, we're also starting the FY26 process. Many of you we've heard from, you've submitted your CDS requests. I will let you know that deadline to submit is this Friday, Valentine's Day. So if you're interested, now is the time to act. I've got so much on my list, and I am not going to go through everything. We are trying to move forward also with budget reconciliation. You will see next week we will move forward in the Senate a package that relates to securing our border, providing for our nation's defense, as well as meeting the administration's energy priorities. So we'll be working to address that through the reconciliation process. I will tell you on the Coast Guard front, when it comes to reconciliation, I think we're going to see good, strong investment on the Coast Guard side. This administration has realized very clearly that the capitalization of the Coast Guard is an area that has suffered over the years. It's everything from icebreakers to our patrol cutters. So I really think you're going to see some good improvements there. I mentioned that I'm talking to you from the Department of Transportation, where we've been focused on aviation safety. I think we're going to get a real commitment to the upgrades that are going to be necessary for our systems that allow us to fly safely. Our AWAS systems, the potential for VWAS, what we do for certified weather observers. After the big convening that we had in Yakutat last year, we identified where some of the problem is, where some of the confusing ownership is of some of this. We recognize that we've got to do more when it comes to making sure that you've got the connectivity and make sure that these systems work. So I'm feeling that if there's any silver lining to the tragedy that we just saw in Nome, it is that we've got a federal focus on what needs to be done better and more in Alaska on aviation safety. I want to close out with some of the unfinished business from the last several years, and this is infrastructure. I worked so hard working to take many of the priorities that you folks had identified and include them in our bipartisan infrastructure bill. More than $8 billion announced for Alaska projects. It includes more than $700 million for our Alaska Marine Highway System. But again, you've heard me say this before, it's the Alaska Marine Highway System. It's not the federal Marine Highway System. This isn't wasn't a permanent offloading from the state to the feds. It's a temporary lifeline to get it back. We have to do that. We must do that. We will do that. I had a meeting last week with Commissioner Anderson, and I'll tell you, I still wish that the state would assign greater priority to our marine highway system. I think we've got some good partners. I know that you are hearing from some of them, but I feel like my job is to be this cry back here that says when we're talking about Alaska's transportation system, it is roads, yes. It is absolutely aviation, but it is also on the water. And in fact, the secretary was just asked in our press conference by a reporter from Unalaska about possibly, since we don't have roads everywhere, the support for our marine highway system. Secretary said more roads are good, but you know what? You and I know. You're sitting there in Southeast. If you are in Unalaska, there's not a lot of roads that are going to help you get to Anchorage. So we will continue to push on our marine highway system and do it with enthusiasm and a vigor. I wish that I could stay on the line because the next speaker after me, I understand, is the one that I would actually like to hear from, and that's Larry Pursley with his legislative crystal ball. So I'm going to have to get the feedback from you, Robert, or from Kara to see what he's predicting going forward. But know that I'm going to be back in Southeast in March. I look forward to seeing many of you. I know that a lot of you have fly-ins back here to Washington, D.C. I'd suggest staying away for about a couple days because, oh my gosh, it's snowing here. So the entire city is shut down. But we'll get through this snowstorm here. We'll get out of these choppy waters, and we will be looking forward to smooth sailing with great partners. So thank you for all that you do for Southeast Conference, and it's good to be with you.
Thank you, Senator. I will say it is a gorgeous day in Southeast. I think we have a record 2 weeks of sunshine. So yeah, we were holding it for you, but I know you're delayed. But we just have to say thank you for the federal investment that we see throughout the state, but especially in Southeast has your fingerprints all over it, and we acknowledge that and thank you for that. So we, which is why we're shocked when we have a disruptive week or two that threatens that. And I think that one of our concerns is just seeing that there's another year or two left for some of those programs and accessing those funds. We're, advocating our state legislature to put up the matching funds for that, but knowing that what may be left behind could be at risk as well as a concern. So we appreciate your advocacy and your fighting for us here back home, and wish you the best, and we'll be in touch. So thank you again, Senator.
Thank you. See you soon. Take care.
All right, so one of our favorite prognosticators, we got Groundhog Day, and we've got Larry Pursley. I don't know.
It was a good movie.
It was a good movie for sure, but Larry, what do you see?
Well, first I got to say I was trying to be entertaining, a little provocative. There's no way I can compete with a U.S. Senator who just talked to you about vomiting. That's it. She wins. I take second place on that. Before I talk about politics, I want to talk about music a little bit, and they're related. We'll get there. And I got to say, I'm not musical, never have been. When I was 5 years old, my parents sent me to rhythm school. I'm not sure I understood it. We were taught how to bang two sticks together. And I'm not sure in the neighborhood where I grew up on the south side of Chicago, you wanted to teach kids how to use sticks or give them sticks. But anyway, it's aside from that, my lack of musical talents, I want to talk about a great line from some lyrics. So the Chubby Checker, and this is for people who are older. This is back when you used to collect phone calls. Chubby Checker sang this line more than 60 years ago. And then another group in the 70s, for those who are not quite as old, a group Sha Na Na, people may remember them, they also sang the line. And that line is, how low can you go? I think that's kind of going to be the theme this year in the legislature, not in terms of spending or anything, but as it applies to the permanent fund dividend. And that's a big change from what I'm hearing in the halls compared to past years. The legislators are asking themselves, and I'm generalizing, not all 60, but I'd say most are asking themselves, how low can they go for the 2025 permanent fund dividend? Not just for this year, but for several years to the future. You know, how low can that dividend go and they'll still vote for the budget? How low can that dividend go before their constituents get upset and remember at the next election? And how low can it go and you still can collect enough votes in the House and the Senate to pass the budget? The math is indisputable. The math shows that if you want a significant boost in state funding for public schools, which polls show most Alaskans do, but if you want a significant increase in that base student allocation, you want somewhat of a normal spending plan for the state, you want somewhat of a reasonable capital budget for the state, you're probably looking at a dividend this year of about $1,000. You know, there was talk in the past, well, 75-25, this notion that take the annual draw from permanent fund earnings, 75% public services, 25% dividend. That's how you got, you know, a dividend, 1,300 or so. Now people are talking about 80-20 to make the math work. This last year's dividend was about 1,700. Year before that, about 1,300. In 2022, I don't know, this ungodly gubernatorial election year dividend of $3,300, which I'd say pulled from the heavens, but I think it was pulled from somewhere else. We haven't had a dividend at $1,000 since 2000, and that was $9.92. But I actually had one legislator saying, well, $1,000 sounds so much better than $9.99. It's like pricing at the gas pump for milk. But the money's just not there to get, unless the money's not there unless you want taxes. Well, that's about as likely as me turning into an optimistic, pleasant person. I actually talked to a couple Republicans this week who were saying, well, maybe we got to sort of do something about taxes, but there's just not the votes there. So you've got that $1,000, and here's sort of the pieces that go into it. The fiscal year that we're in now, state fiscal year FY25, they already expect to have a deficit. Sometime between now and end of session, depending how much they approve in the supplemental budget, they're going to have to dip into savings, 100, 150, maybe $200 million. That will be things the governor wants a supplemental for the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute. Sort of weird, he vetoed it last year, and now he wants a supplemental, but you know, that's applying reason to someone who's not always reasonable. But they do need money for corrections, Medicaid, court cases the state has lost, and that's got to come out of a supplemental because those are shortages in this year's budget. The governor also wants the legislature to approve a $50 million appropriation in the supplemental budget, which would have to come out of reserves, so that a private investment company based in New York City that is sort of kind of interested in the Alaska North Slope gas pipeline, this company would spend $50 million of its money to finish engineering on the pipeline from North Slope down to South Central. And if the project doesn't go ahead, the state will give them back $50 million. The state would guarantee the $50 million that Glenfarne, this company, would spend through the Alaska Gas Line Development Corporation. This $50 million backstop from the state gives a whole new meaning to the term hold harmless, right? You spend it, that don't work, we'll give you back the 50. The state would be harmed, of course, to the tune of $50 million out of savings, but that's supplemental, whether the governor gets his gas line money, the other money that they really do need, Medicaid, correction salaries, that's going to take a 3/4 majority vote in the legislature to draw the money out of the constitutional budget reserve. It's just not there in general fund revenues otherwise. So legislators don't like going into the constitutional budget reserve because it takes that 3/4 majority, which means you need the minority party's cooperation, which means political negotiations. But there's that hope that if they don't pile extra things into that withdrawal, if they just say, hey, we need this 3/4 vote to pull from savings, to put money in the bank, to pay the bills for what we've already appropriated and come up short, that probably they could pass that as a clean withdrawal from the budget reserve. No add-ons, and that's the hope. Don't turn it into the proverbial Christmas tree, just keep it clean. So that's this current fiscal year. Now, jump ahead to fiscal year 26, which the legislature is working on now. Oil revenues look to be coming in lower than they had thought a year ago, not just for next year, but for several years in the future. Couple reasons on that. Oil prices, regardless what Trump is talking about, drill, baby drill, and whatever, oil prices look to be heading down. It appears China is at or near peak fuel consumption, transport fuel, diesel and gasoline. They're converting to electric vehicles. They're converting to natural gas fuel trucks. So China was the big driver of growth. Their demand looks very soft. The world economy is soft. Who the hell knows what tariffs are going to do to it? So lower oil prices looking ahead, and it's good for Alaska that ConocoPhillips is developing the Willow project on the North Slope. That's about $8 billion of investment, or that Santos is spending $3 billion with its partners to develop the Pickup project on the North Slope. The way oil company taxes, just like everybody else's taxes, you're allowed to deduct your expenses. So you look at that and you say, well, if they're investing $11 billion, those are deductible expenses. So until they get to deduct that from their taxes, so their tax bill is going to be lower until those deductions expire. They start producing and start issuing bigger checks to the state. So longer term, we're going to have some more oil, but for the next several years, it looks like oil revenues are going to be down. We're in the mid 70s, low $70 per barrel. At that range, every change of $1 over the course of the year in an average oil price, close to $40 million of state revenue. So if prices are a couple dollars lower than they thought, now you're out $75, $80 million. So again, FY26 really going to be tight. So the legislative leaders, even though they know they're going to have to dip into savings this year, they would like not to have a budget for next year that requires another 3/4 majority vote. If they can escape with just one, they'd be happy, because that second one, or the budget, would come at the end of session, and that's where the political trading gets really ugly. So start with the premise they want a budget that balances, nothing out of savings. We're getting close in terms of the earnings reserve account at the permanent fund of overdrawing. It's just, if you have a couple bad market years, that account is not going to have enough liquid cash available in it, and we can't jeopardize it, because the permanent fund itself pays twice as much into the general fund every year than oil revenue. So we really have got to protect that and not overdraw it. So you want to build a budget that balances, and you sort of got this imperative, this need, this public pressure to increase school funding. What it comes down to is every dollar for schools is going to reduce the dividend. There's just no other place in the budget to move around those kind of big numbers. I think that $1,000 dividend could become the new norm for the next several years. And I think an increasing number of legislators are accepting that don't go talking about big dividends, because it's not going to happen. I'm not religious, but I don't know, can you have a collective epiphany? I mean, is that what happened with the legislature? They woke up and said, oh, gee, high school math, it doesn't work if I promise people this big check. So the demands, the political calls for the quote unquote full dividend decline, which is great. And I think from what I hearing, seeing, polling, talking to people, the public clamoring for the full dividend seems to have diminished, which is good. I think that was not healthy for Alaska. I actually would say, I think more Alaskans believe in the chance of a North Slope gas pipeline than they do a full dividend. Yeah, right. Now that's half a victory. The other victory is we got to get them to understand there is no gas pipeline. There will be no gas pipeline. But aside from that, so, you know, even by cutting down the dividend, that doesn't mean automatically you get more money for schools, because the governor, you could be benevolent and say he's reluctant to increase school funding. The governor wants to see a lot more love and a lot more money to his favorites. You know how teachers always play favorites, or that was the allegation, right? His favorites: homeschooling, charter schools. He likes the idea of the one-time teacher bonus. A majority of legislators don't feel as much love for those issues. They want base student allocation, that funding formula for operating costs first, and the others come second, but they also know they've got to negotiate with the governor. They got no choice. So you've got some legislative leaders, governor's office, trying to negotiate something, trying to see if they can come up with some solution rather than waiting till the last week of session. Yeah, my guess is it'll be the last week of session. A couple of numbers as you look at this, though. They got two things to happen with the legislature. One, they need to change the statutory formula in law to increase the base student allocation. If they can pass that bill, if the governor vetoes it, they need 40 members, 2/3 to override a veto. Supporters think they have maybe, possibly, pretty close, 40. So they could override that. But the actual appropriation to fulfill the statutory requirement, he can veto that out of the budget, and that takes 3/4 or 45 votes to override. They acknowledge they don't have 45. They don't have visions. Well, they have dreams of 45, but they don't have a vision of 45. So that presents a problem if you're a legislator. Do you take the political risk of supporting something, overriding the governor's veto, incurring his wrath, knowing you're really not going to win at the end because you don't have 3/4, you don't have 45? One other legislative issue I want to touch on, I think is of interest to municipalities: return to defined benefits. This notion, well, not notion, the premise that we're not competitive anymore in salaries. We need to get back to defined benefits for public employees. The Senate is going to take the lead on that. And the problem could be in Senate Finance. The bill is in Senate Labor and Commerce, should be okay there. The chair of Senate Labor and Commerce is a co-sponsor. Half the Senate is a co-sponsor of that bill. The problem in Senate Finance is Senator Donnie Olson is out on medical leave. With Senator Olson out there, it's a 3-3 split on that committee for defined benefit, which means it doesn't pass through the committee. You know, certainly supporters are waiting for Senator Olson to return. That's uncertain at the moment. They're going to take their time because they don't have to do it in February, but they really can't wait until the end of session, because that bill is going to have to go to the House. It's going to have hearings. There's going to be changes. There's going to be negotiations between the House and Senate. They need to get moving on that bill sometime before the last month of session if there's going to be time to work on it. So I guess my prediction would be, I think the legislature is going to go low on the PFD, aim high for base student allocation, and they're going to slow down on defined benefits till they know they have the votes on Senate Finance. I can take questions, but real quickly before that, and this is for municipal officials in here, I represent a group, a nonprofit group was formed last year called the Alaska News Coalition. Myself and some other newspaper supporters in the state, particularly Southeast, got together, formed a nonprofit. We're not so much concerned with reporting. Our focus is to find a way to enhance the financial viability of community newspapers, particularly in Southeast, because they are all struggling. One area we've been looking at is public notices, an important source of revenue for the small weekly newspapers. Sitka, Ketchikan, Juneau, not weekly, small newspapers in Southeast, an important way of getting information out to the public. But we also realize municipalities are starting to increasingly question, I pay this money to put a notice in your paper and you don't sell as many papers as you used to because you're online. The printed papers are diminishing. So sometime this spring, if all goes well, we will be standing up a new public notices website in Alaska. Other states have done this. The notion being that if you put an ad in the Juneau Empire for no additional cost, that ad would go on the Alaska Public Notices website, which will be easier for the public to use than searching through state website, municipal websites. It will be a compilation of hopefully every public notice in the state in a searchable, easy to use website. You want to look for construction bids. You want to look for steel guardrail supply bids. You want to look for jobs. Every one of these public notices in Alaska would be on this site. And we would not charge extra for it. Newspapers, we sort of have realized either we provide the service or someone else does, and we would rather provide the service and keep public notices in newspapers. So I just want to make a pitch for that. There'll be more on that later. Robert, if I have time, I can take questions or.
Just if you have any questions, but would you want to speak for a moment to the dynamics of trying to provide a match with non-federal funds out of the general fund for federal dollars that may or may not be available to come back to Alaska? It seems to be a challenge with windows closing.
So as we know, was it 90% federal money on transportation projects? Much of the state capital budget in past years, this year will be the required state match to grab those federal dollars, be it airports, highways, the rest. Yeah, there's a certain frustration in the Capitol that, well, we're appropriating money for projects and we don't know what the hell he's doing with freezes and reviews and everything else, but they're still going to appropriate the money because the legislature of the state wants the projects to go ahead. So it may be a year from now if the president and his, I don't want to call them advisors. Advisor is a term of respect. The president and the people who talk to him, if they cancel a bunch of federal funding, you may find a year from now the legislature says, well, we got $87 million to spend of state money because we never had to match the project because the federal funding was torn up. So the money's back on the table. But you're going to have to wait that out till next year. Think of it as found money.
Seafood Task Force, fisheries tomorrow.
You know, I've been up there too long to get too worked up about task forces. Sorry. They're good people. They're trying to do good things. As was pointed out earlier today, well, gee, we have terrible market conditions, competitions, Russia dumping seafood on there. It's going to take more than a state task force. It's going to take serious marketing money. People are going to have to really examine what is our market. As the economy's tightening, ASME and others are finding Americans are just finding cheaper protein. Yeah, great. Wild salmon, all that stuff, it's wonderful. But when people's budgets are tight, hey, they'll buy cheaper farm salmon. So we've got to figure out where the market is and really focus on it and spend money to develop the market, to build the demand, to build up the prices.
You know, I don't know what read, but there's some folks here that think that there's going to be a natural gas pipeline, or maybe they'll ship it off the slope via the Arctic Ocean or something. But why so pessimist?
Well, I'm a pessimist because it's uneconomic. You know, it's as uneconomic as newspapers. I can afford to subsidize a newspaper. I cannot afford to subsidize a pipeline. To me, it's a distraction. It's a disease that has infected the state for decades. It's like fighting over the dividend. We fight over the dividend, we can't deal with education. As we keep thinking the gas line's going to save my fiscal ass, we don't deal with taxes and everything else we need to. It's just there is a lot of natural gas in the world that doesn't take an 800-mile pipeline through Arctic terrain to get to Tidewater to deliver somewhere. And just in closing, yes, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, all this past week have said, well, we'll look at it, because they don't want President Trump to come after them with tariffs like he has Mexico and Canada. You look at the statements, they didn't say we're forming a joint venture. They didn't write any checks. They didn't assign engineers to it. They said, we'll look at it, pause, comma, but the numbers still have to work. That's a big qualifier.
Care Solutions? Is it a problem?
People talk about, we got to do something about affordable housing, childcare, but I haven't seen any numbers, in the budget, any substantial numbers. The governor last budget vetoed some childcare money. So I think, sure, there's support for childcare, but there's not the, people aren't coalescing around it like they are with such emotion around school funding at the moment. It's sort of capacity to solve one problem at a time. And right now it's education. Hopefully they'll get to childcare next, because you got good schools, you still need care for the kids.
Okay, so we're going to take about a 30-minute break and we'll come back just before the hour because we want to, we've got a great visitor tourism panel that we want to dive into that. So please thank Larry personally for his time and insights.
That is bring up to be red.
Brings their own BYOB, right?
Yeah, right.
I think so. No, this thing's live. Wow. It is live.
It's alive.
All right. Wow, you guys, that's great. I was glad we were able to get that extra time for networking. A few folks are wondering when the reception is. At the bottom of your, I don't think it says adjourn to a legislative reception sponsored by, but it doesn't say where. Yes, look at that. Well, it's sponsored by LEB Design Group, Pacific Seafood Processors, and Ada. Thank you. But it's right here. So as soon as we're done with today's, we've made it convenient so that we can just stay right here and network some more, and we'll have a number of legislators and staff come over. So do plan to stay here, and then we'll release you for an evening of adventures in downtown Juneau or wherever your proximity is for staying. So thank you again, Huna Totem, for your sponsorship of the lunch. There's Ruth and Asia over there, the rest of the company that come up, and Susan. And I'm going to invite the tourism panel to come on up, if you would, please. You know, and I appreciate, I'm going to get off the stage and let Scott run this thing, but he almost rarely brags about Alaska Airlines. He just is. And so I'm just going to tell you what this week's special is for me, because I was excited about that merger with Hawaiian Air, because on our bucket list is New Zealand and Asia, and it's hard to get over there, and now we can earn miles and make it over there. And not only that, I can use my miles to get over there. And not only that, now for the first time ever in 2025, your mileage tickets will earn MVP status. So thank you for that. And apparently as of today, they're starting to blend the benefit program so you can get upgraded seats and all of your MVP awards. So Scott, thank you for that and everything that Alaska Airlines does for the organization, the communities, the region. So I think we've got everybody here, and I'll just get out of your way.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Unlike Robert, I do need glasses now, for goodness sakes. You know, I absolutely adore Larry Priestley's presentations, but I got to tell you, I came out of that depressed. We're going to have to try and elevate this this event right now, because really the doldrums. Larry, are you still here? We got to get that man some caffeine. My name's Scott Haberstead. I'm Managing Director of Alaska Market for Alaska Airlines. I'm here with somebody you guys know better than I, Casey Hostetler. I get to work with every day. Let's hear it for Casey. We're here to talk about something, well, tourism. And I think what we do really quickly is we'll go down, we'll make introductions down the line. I'll say a couple words, and then they'll go into their presentations. And then at the end, we'll open it up for questions. So start here with John.
All right, thanks, Scott. I'm John Leach, the Municipal Administrator for the City and Borough of Sitka.
Susan Bell, I'm with Huna Totem, and I brought a cheering section.
Renee Limoges-Reeve with Cruise Lines International Association.
I'm Alex Pierce. I'm the Visitor Industry Director for the City of Juneau.
Oh, that was a weak one. Let's have another one. You you know, I grew up in Ketchikan, flying float planes, and you know, we started flying to logging camps in the early '80s or in the early '90s, and then I went away to college and came back and flew, and you know, I came back in about '92, and the logging camps weren't around anymore. It was hard. And so we transitioned like overnight to flying Misty Fjords tours. And if you think about for the cruise ships and for the independent travelers, and you think about it, I mean, over the last 40 years, Southeast Alaska has truly been blessed to see the visitor industry grow at the rate it has as the rest of the industries, the traditional industries within the region have taken a step back. And I know we're all working hard to advance all the industries to strengthen the economy within the region. But the visitor industry in and of itself, I mean, the massive growth that we've seen and the entrepreneurial opportunities that it presents for folks has been fantastic, but it's also created some challenges, right? And so making sure that we have an environment that's great for the people that call Southeast Alaska home, as well as an economy that drives Southeast Alaska is critically important. And I think our friends here on the panel are going to touch on a little bit of that, touch on the opportunities that are to come and what they're doing to make the experience better for not only locals, but the people we bring to Alaska. And with that, I think we'll open it up at the end to Alex. Let's hear all things Juneau.
Thank you. And all things Juneau includes slides. So how does that work?
Can I be your slider?
You can be my slider.
I may screw this up.
It's all right.
That's a point.
One upgrade per screw up.
Do you accept those terms?
I accept. I didn't hear you, but I'm sure that I'm in trouble. But I don't think.
All right,
Okay.
there we go. So let's go to slide 1 so you can read about the methodology while I'm talking. My role here today is to talk about our annual survey results. We've been doing surveys since about 1995, not annually for the last couple of years. And so I'll report on those survey results and then also talk about how we use them and kind of what that data means to us. So as Heather Hoagland, who performed the survey for McKinley Research, most of the people in the room know Heather. Per Heather, I am instructed to say that we surveyed a little later this year because everybody was kind of inundated with election spam, and that's important for the room to know. So Heather, I have done my job if you're listening. So tourism is an economic bright spot. You know, you heard Meilani today, and I wrote down some of her statistics here, so I want to make sure I got them right. But we did so much talk today about our economic needs and the delicate balance of stewarding our regional economy through a time of transition. And it's as Meilani says, the #1 job provider. It's the #1 wage earner. And we have 50% more visitors than we did in 2018. And like Meilani said, our economy depends on long-term community sustainability. And people have a lot to say about that. Like our surveyors reported that some of the calls lasted 20 minutes. Some of them felt a bit like therapy sessions. And I think that's kind of metaphoric for our region's relationship with tourism and its space in our economy right now. So Scott, if you could go to the next slide. So this is our benchmark question that we've been asking since 1995. You can see the results here about the balance of positive and negative impacts. And moving to the next slide, Scott, this is the trend line on positive and negative impacts. So the big trend over time is that we've seen a bit of a decline in community support. It's a slow decline. It's not statistically significant year over year. But support is eroding over time and impacts are increasing. And with the amount of growth that we've seen from 2018, frankly, I'm surprised that that slope isn't steeper, but it also means that we have work to do. Next slide, please. So these are the reported impacts. Ranked congestion was a big concern. That's not new. And also, you know, not really surprising with the growth that we mentioned before. And next slide. And so these are the trends. You can see that we're reporting increased discontent across the board of all these impacts. And, you know, part of the reason in my perception is that infrastructure is a destination management tool. over time, we've been able to build things. We've been able to provide new experiences for our visitors, increase capacity in shore excursions, increase our transportation capacity, whether that's for pedestrians or motor coaches. And we've haven't had the ability to build the things to catch up to growth. Of course, that the pandemic blip didn't help with that. We came back in 2023 with reduced staff, with reduced capacity, and with 30% more visitors than we had the previous year that we really had a cruise ship season. And that sticks with people. So next slide. And so people think we're not doing enough. And I think based on what we saw in the last slide, you can see why. And some of the things that we have done, and again, speaking to that lag behind government action and growth, is we have limits in place on the number of ships and on the number of visitors. And as you saw in Meilani's slides, things have leveled off. The number of visitors is relatively stable over the next few years. And these limits are designed to continue that into the future so that we can take that time to catch up and to create a balanced industry, predictable, stable industry for generations to come. Next slide. And to that end, people want to see us focus on managing and mitigating impacts. And we're seeing a lead in the number of people and a lag in our ability to manage congestion. And so we're working on, we'll have a rebooted tourism task force this year. We're continuing to collaborate throughout the region with our partners, with the other ports in the region, with the cruise lines, with our major tour operators, to look at what Alaska looks like over the long term and what a stable market, generations from now might look like, or even, 5 years from now, let alone generations from now. Next slide. And, I think the other thing that I want to talk about today is communication and information. Part of the challenge that we experience in managing the impacts of tourism on residents is communication. We struggle to communicate with residents, and when I look at these slides here about the 2 proposed docks in Juneau, I'm less concerned about the number of people supportive and opposed, and more concerned about the number of people who say that they need more information. Goldbelt announcement, that's relatively new. There isn't a lot of public information out there, but the Huna Totem project has been 5 years, Susan, in the making. And we feel like there's been a lot of public information. We feel like we've done a lot of work on trying to educate people. And in reading the public comments last night from a public meeting we had with Huna Totem a few weeks ago, there's still a lot of misinformation. And I think in a communication vacuum, as governments struggle to communicate with their residents, as the visitor industry struggles to communicate with its stakeholders, that communication vacuum gets filled with disinformation. And then that leads to public comments with kind of screwball notions about what our motivations are, or what power or authority the city actually has, whether our limits are actually binding, or whether there's something that are actually going to continue into the future. What our relationship with the visitor industry is. And, that's unfortunate. I think our role in stewarding this really important resource that we have, our visitor industry, our visitor economy, the major employer in our region, is as government to provide complete information to our citizens and elevate the public discourse to an informed place where we're having intelligent conversations rather than having discussions about, whether or not we can use passenger fee money to pave a street in the valley. We can't. It's not legal. We litigated that. Whether or not the city has the ability to limit the number of passengers. We can't do it. We do it through negotiation. We've done it. It's happening. Not enough people know about that. And so if there's a message to take away, it's that tourism is crucial to our Southeast economy. And for people like John and I, our job is to make it work. And in order to make it work, we need to be having the right conversations with our residents, and people need to have a nuanced understanding and a more elevated discussion about what this industry means to our economy, and also how tourism can support economic diversification with new industries and additional economic opportunities. We have a bright spot here in our region, and we need to do the best to nurture it so that the current boom that we're experiencing doesn't turn into a bust. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. I mean, it is truly a bright spot in the region. It's also a bright spot across the state, right?
Yeah.
And it's, the congestion isn't just solely in Southeast Alaska. We experience the same thing in Denali, right? And it's mind-boggling how much room we have, and we need to do a better job as an industry to start getting people out, right? To have a better experience. They're not coming to Alaska necessarily to be all together. They want to get out and see things. So I think as an industry, we can do a lot better job. But
Yeah, absolutely.
let's go to the other municipality and hear from John.
Thanks. Before I start, I want to make sure at this point in the afternoon, everybody's well caffeinated and you've got your cookies, because I could attest to staying up too late and then having Pell's dumplings at midnight, and then the early start this morning doesn't. I needed the caffeine to get by. So thanks for listening here. I just want to talk about Sitka's tourism journey that happened pretty rapidly over the years. Sitka's always been a desirable location, but the scale of our current tourism economy was not something that we had a lot of time to adjust to gradually. Meilani talked about it in the earlier presentation, a 281% increase for cruise visitors to Sitka since 2018. I took this job in 2020, and I know before that, the levels we had were about 250 to 285,000. Then we went into the COVID years, of course, and we knew that number was manageable. But then all of a sudden, coming out of it, in just 2 years, we've doubled that number to about 570 to 580,000 visitors per year. So, like I said, the boom happened fast, and other communities, they had a lot of time to scale their infrastructure and their policies. So we just had to get to it quick. We didn't just sit back and react and watch it happen. We put in place a group to build what we call the short-term tourism plan, and that was led by our Planning and Community Development Department. So if anybody's met Amy Ainsley, she is amazing, and she spearheaded that. And that was kind of our rapid response to helping Sitka navigate the immediate challenges of, I'll call it the cruise boom, while laying out the groundwork for the longer-term solutions. But a short-term tourism plan isn't going to carry you forever. So, we got a lot of public input from the community. That was through over 27 public meetings to make sure that the community had a voice in how Sitka was shaped to handle the influx. The plan focused on our infrastructure needs, visitor flow management, and strategies to balance tourism with residential life. It was a testament to how quickly Sitka can come together to take a challenge that no one had really seen coming. So following that plan, we took further steps. Some of our recent accomplishments have been in 2022, we formed a tourism task force. I know that's a dirty word to some people, the task force. But that was put in place to assess the long-term impacts and develop solutions. That task force in 2024 turned into a tourism commission, and that commission just formed and had their first meeting last week. And that is to ensure continued oversight and strategic planning. And a big success, I think, is that we addressed one of our biggest concerns, the daily visitor volume, by negotiating a memorandum of understanding with the private dock owner, who is Sitka Dock Company in Sitka. And the goal of that is to keep cruise passenger numbers below 7,000 per day. That is what our community said is kind of the sweet spot when we look at revenues coming in, capacity of restaurants, shore excursions, those sort of things. Another thing I want to speak about is the important benefits that tourism growth has created in Sitka, and that's specifically opportunities for young families to live and thrive in Sitka. And that's something that wasn't as easily obtainable before. So like many other communities, and as we saw this morning, Sitka has an aging population. Many of our residents rely on retirement income or live in alternate locations during the winter months. And that means a significant portion of local housing is occupied seasonally or unavailable for long-term residents. So this has made housing availability and affordability a very serious challenge in Sitka, particularly for our young families trying to establish roots. The economic spur created by tourism increase has given young families new opportunities to start and grow small businesses. From food trucks to tour providers to shore excursions, tourism has created new pathways to entrepreneurship and allowed younger generations to stay in Sitka year-round instead of having to live in search of sustainable employment elsewhere. This is a major shift for a community like ours. In the past, it was common for younger residents to move away due to limited job opportunities, making it harder to sustain a diverse, thriving local population. Today, because of tourism, more families can build their futures in Sitka, and that benefits all of us. So to ensure that tourism remains sustainable, Sitka chose to work with industry partners rather than rely on rigid ballot initiatives. And that's coming from the city's perspective. But you also have the citizen voice as well. And I'm sure many of you have read in the news, Sitka's facing a potential ballot initiative right now. Our MOU with the Sitka Dock Company is a model for how a community can work directly with the industry to develop practical, flexible solutions rather than relying on ballot initiatives that can often create division and legal uncertainty. Ballot measures create rigid policies that lack flexibility and adaptability, and they also have a way of dividing communities rather than fostering collaboration. So by negotiating with our industry partners, we created a structured, enforceable agreement that balances economic opportunities with the realities of what Sitka can actually handle. More importantly, it allows us to adapt if conditions change, rather than being locked into a fixed policy that might not serve Sitka's best interests in the long run. Of course, there may be more businesses popping up. There might be more shore excursions popping up that could increase our ability to handle more passengers. But if that's locked down with a ballot initiative, it might not be in the city's best interests anymore. So beyond visitor management, Sitka's been strategic about ensuring that tourism revenue supports the broader needs of the community, specifically increased sales tax returns, of course. And thanks to a seasonal sales tax that we have in place in Sitka, I think it was 2 years ago, that seasonal sales tax is now dedicated directly to funding school infrastructure and maintenance needs. So that's been a crucial investment at a time of financial stress for the school system. Tourism revenue has also allowed Sitka to invest in quality of life improvements. Believe it or not, we haven't had a Parks and Rec program for quite a while, so we launched a Parks and Rec program, and in a very short period of time, it received a state award, and it's been very popular in our community. We've also been able to take over management of the swimming pool in our local school district, and now that's basically a municipal community pool that the community is really excited about. But none of these would have been possible without the economic benefits of cruise tourism. So, despite these efforts, a proposed ballot measure still coming forward that could set a hard cap on daily cruise passengers in Sitka if it passed. And it would significantly reduce the numbers. You know, the talk in the initiative is trying to get visitor numbers below, I believe it's 4,500 a day. There's a permitting process that the lines would have to go through, and I think an annual cap of 300,000. And I don't really think it's that simple. You know, there's a lot of planning that goes into to scheduling these lines, and I don't think anybody's just going to try to find that magic spot to get to 300,000. I think many of the lines are going to see how difficult it can be to get a space in Sitka, and that number could realistically drop to something like 100,000 passengers per year, and that could be devastating to our economy. So our local businesses, from our tour operators to restaurants and retailers, they depend on that tourism revenue, especially given our seasonal economy. And a hard cap could result in substantial losses for them. Like I said, the city relies on the sales tax and port fees to fund essential services. If these revenues decline, it could affect Sitka's ability to maintain the schools, our parks, and public services that many of our residents depend on. Of course, there's the legal challenges that we're all worried about. Other communities have faced costly litigation when attempting to limit tourism through ballot initiatives, and Sitka could face a similar battle if measures passed. So regardless of whether this initiative passes, the conversation that is sparked is very valuable. It underscores the need for continued engagement, data-driven decision-making, and industry collaboration. So rather than relying on rigid ballot measures that could have unintended consequences, Sitka has already demonstrated a better path, working directly with the industry through agreements like our MOU with the Sitka Dock Company. I feel that if we really want to truly manage tourism sustainably, we need solutions that are flexible, adaptable, community-driven, and not ones that create legal uncertainties or economic instability. So at the end of the day, Sitka's future should be shaped by open communication, smart policy, and balanced growth. Tourism will always be a part of our community, but it should be an industry that enhances Sitka, not one that defines it.
Thanks, John. We, not that it's about me, but we truly appreciate the relationship and the working opportunities with you guys on the revision on the airport. We're excited about the airport coming in there, and thank you for all the good work the community's doing on that. With that, I think we're going to go to the VP of Strategic Initiatives with Una Totem. And we talked earlier about taking the visitor industry and spreading it out. You know, we have so much space in Alaska and maximizing our opportunities. And I personally think, and Russell's not here, right? Oh, I'm going to compliment Russell. He's in the room. Darn it. I think Una Totem is leading the way in taking our visitors and getting them to unique destinations and getting them out and about. And I look forward to hearing what Susan has to say.
Thanks, God. I too have some slides, so I'll talk for a moment while they come.
I'm not a control freak. Would you like it?
No, but I just want to be sure they pop up on the screen.
Susan wants those upgrades too.
I don't know that he heard when we said that one upgrade per missed queue, but there we go. Okay. We can, let's begin with, okay,
Already done.
We'll start at the beginning. And I had a chance to see a number of you at the September conference in Ketchikan, which is one of my many hometowns, but I've had the fortune to live and work around the state. And there's some commonality in our comments up here. I'm a strong proponent of having good data and information and really strong community and stakeholder engagement. And that's not just because I spent nearly 20 years with McDowell Group. The value of that was seeing, like Alex was describing, Sitka, so many of you have been, friends and clients for years, that information gives, where you're at, what you have to work towards, where your strengths are, where your gaps are. So again, I'm going to also, before I go into I just have a few slides, but just while Alex's comment is fresh, it is not surprising to see that last slide that she had. On the, my primary project right now for Una Totem is Auk Landing, and I'll talk about that. It's right here in Juneau. It's at what many people call the subport property that Mental Health Trust had owned for many years. But in that project, as Alex said, there was a 5-year process in recent history. There's a 20-year process if you think back to when Mental Health Trust considered developing the property on their own and had the subport revitalization, or we had the long-range waterfront plan. But in the more recent history, when the property was leased, or when the property was put at auction, Norwegian Cruise Line purchased it, did a planning process, gave the property to Una Totem in 2022. In 2023, the conditional use permits were issued by Juneau's Planning Commission. And then there was almost a 1.5 year pause. The project was appealed. We also waited to see what the outcome was of Juneau's election this last year on the No Ship Saturdays, sort of shorthand. And Russell came over to my house one day when I was mucking out after the flood, and he said, "You're going to work for Hunatotum." And I said, "Yes, I will," because I really am excited about this project. And I think it does a lot to address some of the data points that Alex said. But again, back to that, need more information. There was a long pause, and there has been some confusion. And so I think back to that point of like having good data and having really good stakeholder and community engagement is just really critical. So I appreciate that. Going to the slides, Icy Strait Point, part of what makes working with Hunatotum feel so much like I've said coming home is that my relationship with Hunatotum began through McDowell Group doing things like feasibility studies, shareholder surveys, economic impact studies, customer satisfaction surveys, so that they knew where they were in the industry. How did guest satisfaction compare to other ports? How did spending compare to other ports? How are itineraries put together? So again, I've had a long relationship with the organization, have served on the advisory board, and it was quick to, I was quick to say yes when I had this opportunity, and I started in September. Icy Strait Point celebrated its 20th anniversary, which is extraordinary. Last summer, it's been recognized as an award-winning port. But back to communication and community engagement, there are employees who are still on site. There were original employees. There's also kids and grandkids of original employees. It's a whole generation has grown up with what has been a slow ramp up. The volume, if we started with the visitor volume that Icy Strait Point has now, you wouldn't have the relationship with the community. There was a slow ramp up period. And a lot of things were learned by Hunatotum from customers, from partners, and from employees. We'll stay on this slide while I just mentioned, initially there were a lot of meetings with community members, city leaders, with shareholders. A lot of ongoing involvement with the communities, support for the schools, support for with Huna Indian Association, with local nonprofits and donations. Those of you who've been out to the site may have purchased donuts from the Salvation Army. That's one of their biggest fundraisers, and people are really excited when they're on recognize that they're eating donuts for community projects. It's the largest employer, largest taxpayer. There's a lot of local purchasing, but there's a lot of work to keep that communication and relationship strong. So if we go to Klawock, this is a partnership that both Doyon and Hunatotum are working with Klawock Kenya. So that's something, again, that I think is really important, that local control, that local, there's parallels where there was, there's still a memory, sort of like Scott was talking about, where there was a stronger fishing industry, where there was a timber industry, and the community is looking for how they can keep people in the community, keep a strong economy, keep their youth. And so again, that local involvement, local excitement, local control. And similarly, there was a lot of initial meetings with community members, with shareholders, with city leaders. There's also a couple other parallels, like in Huna, there is a little distance between the community and the port. And I think that if we all choose our future, that's a really great template. But, a little distance, a slow ramp up. We're going from what was, I think, a half dozen calls this last year to, it'll be double digits as we go into the next couple of years. So an opportunity for the community to grow along with the industry. And, and Hunatotum and Doyon can bring their network, client relationships and experience, and also, again, incorporate the local vision and product development. So if we go to Whittier, this has been an existing port, but I just wanted to be sure that as we're talking about sort of diversifying and expanding, expanding ports and destinations, this is part of a vision of expanding into newer interior destinations. So Whittier, the dock and terminal building had one port call. They're still completing some things, especially on the dock front, but had one port call at the end of this last year. Again, lots of community and city leader involvement. Hunatotum is involved with the Waterfront Development Task Force and the Chamber of Commerce. Just ran into Cherie Curry earlier today. She's spearheading the Ted Stevens Commissioning Committee, and that's a nonprofit that's working with the Navy and honoring Ted Stevens' legacy. But what we hope to do is work with them to bring the USS Ted Stevens to Whittier and to other Alaska ports. So that will be exciting for the community. After that one port call, there was a community-wide event and celebration at the terminal building. And, again, just showing appreciation, maintaining enthusiasm, and involving people in your successes is important. Also, there was some funding support to get school kids to DC for close-up. We're working on building the community playground. So again, just different examples. It's not the full laundry list, but just ways that, how do you start and how do you maintain good relationships? And then I'll close on Auk Landing. These are conceptual designs because we're moving from this conceptual planning stage into what we're hoping is with a tideland lease sometime this spring, a tideland lease that we can initiate construction in 2025 and be open in 2027 is our goal. I've mentioned, and Alex did, that there's been a 5-year planning process that did start with Norwegian Cruise Line's ownership of the property and then Huna Totem. Public meetings were held by both organizations. This last year, as I said, I joined Huna Totem in September, and without even knowing what that need more information slide was going to be, it was clear to me that the community was going to need more information. Working with our assembly, working with Alex and our city manager in November, we brought the project back formally in front of the city with an early November meeting with the Lands Committee. In early December, there was a committee of whole, and we talked about the project with all assembly members, and then Alex led a discussion of what they wanted to see in the public process. In January, we knocked it out of the park. We had 2 city-sponsored open house meetings. Again, a lot of Huna Totem people who are here help with that, but we got 170 people in a really busy week. It was the first week of session, 170 people to a late afternoon, early evening open house and a midday one. We tried to think about how to make it accessible to people, easy for people to come and spend as long or short as they want and give their feedback. And I know Alex was working on compiling that even last night. There was a lot of feedback. So again, I think it comes to now, what do we do with that? How do we honor that people took that time? While that was going on, if a group was convening in Juneau, I was there. Starting in about November, right around the same time that we brought this formal city engagement forward, I typed it up. I typed it up for myself just so I could have a good number. There's been about 20 different presentations, ranging from Rotary groups to chamber to First Things First. Next week, I'm speaking to the Navy League, the Capitol Civic Center Board. Again, we just made ourselves very available to come talk with people about the project, about our aspirations, about what we think are strong community and resident benefits. And throughout this process, NCL's process, Huna Totem's process, the surveys, including the one that you're getting the first release of data today. Breaking news. There's been information that has helped shape the project. Looking at the growing concerns about vehicular and pedestrian congestion. That's something that we believe that the project addresses very well. But some of the other things that are amenities like the park, the seawalk, shore power, have been things that people have mentioned in the surveys, things that people have, that this community through the Visitor Industry Task Force, in their recommendations were not only captured as ideas, they were incorporated into the Planning Commission's permits and conditions for the project. So some of the things that we have committed to at this stage include 1 ship a day, no hot berthing, no lightering, shore power, a high quality upland development, year-round operation. So again, back to that point, if you're going to go ask the question, you have to show that you've heard and show how you're able to use it. We may not do everything, but using that information and respecting people for giving their input. I think that's it.
That's fantastic. I think for those that haven't had the opportunity to go to Prince of Wales Island, I mean, it is an amazing destination. And I believe there's as much road there as there is in much of Alaska today. And it was all roads to resources, right? So the endless opportunities that are out there from caving, well, I don't know. We'll have a lot of cruisers caving.
Once from K High, always from K High over there.
From caving at El Cap all the way down to Heidelberg. So lots of opportunities, and it's very cool what you guys are doing there. So over to Renee.
I love batting cleanup for my colleagues because it makes my life a whole lot easier. And what I had been asked to talk about a little bit today was investment. But I think I want to start with being positive, which for those of you who work with me often, that hasn't been my strong suit for the last year. You know, I think it's so easy to lose perspective about how a community feels about cruise tourism because the vocal minority is vocal indeed. And Meilani's numbers made me feel like maybe not the most hated person in the room for the first time in a while. And it was very encouraging. And I look at those numbers and I think how much of a good story we really do have to tell. And the fact that Alex's newest numbers, you know, 13% think that the negatives outweigh the positives. You know, yes, you have the people who aren't sure, you know, who think it's half and half, and the people who think the positives outweigh the negatives, but 13%. I mean, but they're just in our ear a lot. And I think that is part of the struggle with the misinformation. In October, we had a pretty decisive defeat of the ballot measure here. And why? It wasn't the cruise industry, it was our business partners, it was the community leaders trying to help with that misinformation, trying to help correct the record on things. We can't do this alone. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I work for this industry now. I've been in it for 3.5, almost 4 years. I'm going to be an Alaskan a hell of a lot longer than I'm going to work probably in the cruise industry, God willing, otherwise get hit by a bus or something. But aside from that, I mean, you know, I look at this whole thing and think we are working together and we are doing good things. And I'm proud of the relationships that I have with business leaders and with community partners. And those are good stories to tell, but how do we get that down to the average person who doesn't track this day in and day out? One of the first things I learned in politics was if it doesn't hit your dining room table, if you're not sitting there across from your spouse or your mom or your dad or your aunt and uncle, and you're not talking about it, it's not right here. And so for a lot of people, maybe tourism isn't right here, but it is for those business owners in this town and every town across Alaska who rely on tourism. And so I think we just need to sometimes, I have to do a better job of keeping that perspective. But when we talk about investment, I actually looked at investment in 2 different ways today, because I think part of the way that the cruise industry is investing in communities is these partnerships. We've told the story. I think we all assume because of how much work we put into things like MOAs and MOUs that everybody else understands, because they were the hardest days of this job for me, getting those across the finish line and watching John and the dock company really work together to figure out how to come to those agreements. That's really important work that seems to get glossed over a lot. And I think we find that frustrating. You know, I think we are the biggest industry in Southeast Alaska right now. So aren't we better off working together to figure out how to tell the story and how to make it a positive experience for all, starting with the residents and then the visitors? And we know that that's the case. And you know, I've said it before, our member lines don't want to bring people to a place that they don't feel welcome. And Southeast Alaska still makes our visitors feel welcome. And so how do we mitigate the challenges? How do we work together and keep that communication open? And whether it's TBMP or, you know, the Tourism Task Force reboot, the MOAs, the MOUs, you know, we want to ensure that dialogue and have the hard conversations with the communities. And we're showing up for those. But again, it's about getting that message out. And I see all that as investment. I see that as investment in the communities that we visit and that we want to be welcome in and that we want to work together with, because we want that vibrancy in the economy that we contribute to. But when it comes to financial investments, there's a lot happening there. You know, and I love to tell the story to people who don't live in Alaska, who may not know that shore power was first offered in Juneau, Alaska, the first place in the world. I mean, what an incredible story to tell. And Princess, you know, was the investor in that at the time. And now.
And the city and borough of Juneau.
Well, right, of course. But, you know, that wasn't done by a community alone. It was the partnership. And that partnership is what keeps us going. Holland America has announced a $70 million investment over multiple years in their Denali projects or their Denali properties. That's construction jobs. Those are maintenance jobs. Those are jobs that matter to Alaska, not just for tourism, but for all the other aspects of it as well. The dock projects, Klawak, first ships this last year. Whittier, again, I can't take Susan's talking points, but Seward is expanding. The dock and project is expanding Seward, and that's really exciting for people who take the cross Gulf ships that land in South Central Alaska, which feeds into Anchorage, which feeds into Denali and feeds into Fairbanks. Huna Totem, again, is doing amazing things. It's so fantastic to see the way that they're approaching their projects right now, the way that they are looking at different ways to engage in different communities to bring tourism opportunities to those communities. And Goldbelt, they have the dock project, they have the tram expansion, they have the gondola. These are all really great things. Beyond the docks, once you have a new dock, you have upland development and local tour opportunities and business opportunities, because growing that pie is exactly what we know we need to do to mitigate some of the things that we're talking about in the slides that are frustrating to communities and residents. Having more opportunities for people to do things, the way that we move traffic and move pedestrians through communities all make a difference in how it feels, not just for the visitor, but for the resident. And our cruise companies try to be charitable givers to local communities, from chambers of commerce to visitor bureaus to Southeast Conference, the Coast Guard Foundation. We contribute to those and to local projects when asked. Disney got a great shout out today from Spruce Root Group for sponsoring their award earlier. And one of the other big things that's happening is 2026. We have signed these MOAs. We are looking at them going forward and saying, okay, how do we maintain these numbers? How do we allow for communities to address the concerns they're having now? And we are constantly re-examining where we're at as communities and through those conversations. What needs to change? What do we do differently? We do have two new companies that are coming in 2026. We have Virgin and we have MSC Cruises. And they're going to be coming. They will be adhering to those MOAs and MOUs. So you can start by telling your neighbors that when you hear that they're going to be busting out of those limits. That's not true. And I think one of the things that I heard from the president of MSC at an event that we recently held, they're an Italian company. They operate pretty heavily in Europe. And they assumed that they would sort of break into a new market in North America and have, North American passengers choosing to cruise MSC because it was a new line. And they said what they're really seeing actually is Europeans having now a real interest in flying to North America to come to Alaska. And that's not a huge group that we see in large numbers here. So I think that's exciting for showing what we have to the entire world. And, the jobs, the wages, the investment, they're all good, but they're not good if they're not enough if we don't have the support of the communities and if we don't keep the dialogue open between industry and the local governments and the people, the stakeholders, whether they're business owners or just locals who want to be a part of the conversation. So I hope that you will always feel that we are doing our best to be at the table. And if you're not, I'm sure you'll let me know. And please do. But again, I'm remain really proud of the work that we've done as communities and being able to communicate and have those tough conversations. And I know that they'll continue, but I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we really are a bright spot and it's a positive story, and high wages and high jobs and supporting a lot of local small families in these communities throughout Southeast and throughout the entire state. So thank you.
Fantastic. I think going across what I heard was opportunity, right? There's opportunities to continue to grow our economies. There's opportunities to continue to educate the next generation of Alaskans and provide jobs for them. At the same time, there's a recognition there's also opportunities for improvement, right? And working together, we'll get there. I think that's pretty darn cool. With that, we're going to now open it up to the audience for questions. And I know there's two mics.
Well, there's at least one, Robert.
You just yell them out.
You have a question?
I was just kind of curious on what is a tourist focused on? Are they more focused? I know it's not things, it's more experience. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Cultural tourism is one of the biggest drivers that's happening right now across the industry, regardless of where you are. People want to feel like they're having a culturally immersive experience where they are able to visit a destination, learn about the people who live there, learn about the first peoples from there, see the art, see the culture. And I think that's one of the reasons it's so great to see Huna Totem and Goldbelt really engage in this space, because who does it better? And I think that, again, huge opportunities there for people. Scott and I were discussing this before the panel. You know, you have to have an idea. You have to have an idea that you think might be cool for other people, and you can make that happen in this space that we're in right now. We need more tour opportunities. We need more places for people to go. And so, you know, your harebrained idea may not be all that harebrained. I mean, so I think that's an exciting time. But again, it's the cultural tourism. It's the immersive experiences where they feel like they are really visiting a destination beyond the surface level.
You know, to build off of that, the Alaska Tourism Industry Association's vacation planner has an entire section devoted to indigenous travel and the cultures from Ketchikan to Uktiavik and all the way out to Adak. So it's pretty cool.
Beautifully done.
It really is.
Yeah.
So it's driving interest, which is driving people here, which is driving the economy. More questions?
Well, and when they do want things, they want things that are local and made in Alaska, right?
From stores like Caribou Crossings.
Exactly. My question is mainly for Alex and John, but I think everybody might have a little bit to add. As someone who is born and raised in Juneau and really would like to avoid the ghost of Christmas future, and I think we have a lot of opportunity to do that, but we are up against a pretty loud vocal minority who doesn't have the same vision for the future maybe that the rest of us do, say myself, who has a second grader here and would like that second grader to stay here. How do you think we can give more of a voice to the other 87% or the other 61% who voted no on the ballot initiative? I think everyone's getting sick of hearing my voice, and there's like a handful of us too that have been speaking out till we're kind of blue in the face, but there's a lot of people that are stopping me in the grocery store, or my neighbors, or my kids' teachers, or my employees that would love maybe more community outlets. I know we have so much public input, but how do we give a voice to those non-vocal majorities to help navigate this path moving forward and kind of avoid that ghost of Christmas future?
I'll start and John can maybe tag on. I think in our current environment, we're in a war for people's attention, right? Like people are inundated with information. And as like Renee said, if it doesn't make it to your dinner table, it's easy to make a snap judgment either on a ballot initiative or a survey question or whatever without thinking about the implications in our communities. And so, you know, that's when I talk about trying to elevate the public discourse, that takes a lot of work. That's such an investment of time and energy, because it means that people need to understand the facts. They need to have ready access to data. We need to be trying to drive those community conversations. And that's something that's happening throughout the region. You know, Lori in Ketchikan has been doing her community listening sessions. Sitka had the tourism task force, which is now our tourism commission. We're rebooting our visitor industry task force to have more of an in-depth conversation with a smaller group over the coming months. And as the Port Communities of Alaska group, we've been talking about public engagement toolkits. You know, Haynes, I see Reba's looking at doing a survey. You know, we're all interested in gathering the same type of information from the public, so we know not only, you know, how people are feeling, but where we're kind of falling down from a communication standpoint, where our communication weak points are, where the misinformation is, what those misconceptions are, and then try to help people understand, not because we want them to agree with us, but because we want people to be making informed decisions when they're deciding to support or oppose things. It's difficult to see a letter come, through my email to the assembly that's in support or opposition of anything for reasons that are blatantly untrue. And whether I agree with the sentiment of the letter or not. So it's a big challenge, but I'm hoping that not only in our individual communities, but through communities working together throughout the region, because the future really is in regional collaboration, we're able to kind of get a more consistent message out there and help people give feedback from a place of knowledge. And in Juneau, admittedly, that's really hard to do as a department of one person, and we aren't great at it right now, but we're working on being better. And I think having other people in the community who want to kind of amplify those statements is incredibly helpful.
Sure.
So I have a math background, and I always like to speak with numbers. But you guys have all heard that phrase, the numbers never lie, and liars use numbers. So not everybody listens to that when you push it out there. And recently I ran across and Scott, I shared this with you, the Venn diagram that I saw on LinkedIn, and it had 3 rings there, and one of them said, I want low density, and another one said, I want low taxes, and the other one said, I want stable services. And where all 3 of them intersected, it just says, does not exist. And I, trying to put that message out, it just didn't come across the right way. So I try to sell the small wins and celebrate the small wins as much as we can, because it's not just the economics for everyone. Sometimes it's just the quality of life things. So in my talk, I brought up our pool, the school maintenance, our parks and rec program, quality of life, the little nice to have things are some of the things that make people decide to stay in a community. And when they stay in the community, you have a better economy. So anytime you get the opportunity to celebrate those small wins and show everyone what this sector has resulted in, seems to be helpful.
I think I would also say surrogates, which is sort of why when I brought up the 2 new ships, the 2 new lines that will be operating here in 2026, we've already heard they're not subject to the MOUs and the MOAs. So the people in this room, when you hear that, whether you're pro-tourism or anti-tourism, we should all be trying to make sure people have all the right information. And so that's already being perpetuated. So if you hear somebody say that, or if you hear them wonder, you can tell them, you're sitting here with Alex and Renee, who negotiated the MOAs. They will be adhering to the MOAs. And I think having people that aren't industry, that aren't government, who are sometimes seen as the can't be trusted ones because we negotiated the MOA. How dare we? And so now, how do we use everyone else to have the right information and help us share that, so that people are, as you said, even if they don't come down on our side and agree with us, at least they have the right information and the correct information. So being surrogates for real information, and I think is huge.
And I will say, based on what Renee said here now, the MOAs, as far as the city and borough of Juneau is concerned, apply to all of Juneau, the entire borough. So if anybody wants to, spread that positive rumor, please do.
We had it.
One of the questions that I had, you came close to it because it was a math question. And it's kind of, maybe we'll start rhetorically with Alex, because 15% said that there was no impact in their lives. I'm not sure who those 15% people are, because at the very basic level, isn't there a property tax equivalent impact with the economic activity, which is going to be which is the question for John, is that have you run those type of numbers to where your sweet spot brings in the revenue for CBS, that if without that, down to 100,000 or less, you would have a property tax equivalent? Is that a math equation that resonates?
We haven't run an economic impact study to that level yet. The rest of the people at the table are much further ahead than Sitka is on this one. but that's in the works for us. I mean, we have some loose numbers that we can pull from our ACFR that goes out every year. You know, we can see our individual economic areas. I think we have 9 of them, and you can see with the numbers increasing, you can see 2 very specific, you know, service industry. Those numbers go up with the as cruise numbers go up. But no, we don't yet have a full economic impact study.
Sounds like a Katie question, but
If
you know,
we
well,
could just add to that, we did an economic impact study in 2023, and I would venture to guess that if you're in the 15% of people who doesn't feel like tourism affects your life at all, you're not reading a city economic impact study or, you know, any media articles about said study.
I can jump in here. You know, one of the things that we're helping in the education process is for people to understand, not only was Juneau, as Renee said, the first with shore power globally, but also that interruptible power, that the funds that are collected by AEL&P from that contract alone, about $800,000 a year at the South Franklin dock from Holland American Princess ships, offsets what households and businesses would pay. So it's either reducing or at least not increasing our utility costs. So, you know, some of these things that, you know, that have been said, but just help put a finer point on that. And then also just under the category of helping just kind of reduce confusion and busting myths, we have supporters and detractors for Auk Landing here in Juneau that are confused about Hunatotum is a for-profit Native corporation. We do, in fact, pay property tax and sales tax and estimate based on our construction estimates, which are going up sharply with the tariffs in place now, will be in the top 5 and potentially the top 3 property taxpayers in the borough.
Other questions? We have one right here, Robert.
Thank you all. And I really support the last question of the people that are impacted, but the voices are not heard. At Southeast Conference and all our partners, we really care about the capacity building within the communities and for long-term sustainability of for both tourism sector and for our communities and our region. How can the industry invest more in the capacity building workforce or education of the future generation? And also, is there a way to segue something to the vulnerable population, most of whom are indigenous people, unfortunately, that are living on the street on their own land? Thank you.
I had to step out, so I was just, I just asked Renee if this was covered because I had to leave around midday today. But one of the things that I helped with as a tourism champion for the economic plan, and I was just, when you look at that, when you look at the initiatives that were coming from ideas that came from this body in September, and then a couple of us sat down and tried to articulate them in a way that were, you know, measurable and specific moving forward, you'll see some of the things that you're mentioning about workforce development, data to help people plan, and business development, skill building, you know, partnering with many of the entities in this room.
You know, and you're also seeing it with respect to capacity building with what Hunatotum is doing at their places in Klawock and other places. That's building capacity to bring people out. Additionally, I don't think President Pitney is still here, but what she talked about earlier, encouraging UAS to attract people from the lower 48 to take classes here and then work in the industries here in the summer, whether it be the tourism industry, the fishing industry, whatever drives it. So I think there's an opportunity or movement afoot to actually do exactly what you're talking about, because it will truly help the industry as a whole.
You know, and to your point, Scott, I think as we have, you know, a sense of stability in communities like Juneau and Sitka, we can start working on initiatives that help not only support our community, lift people up, provide jobs, make sure we're kind of hitting that sweet secret sauce of maximizing economic benefits while minimizing impacts. But also we have this resource of young people who are coming to our communities to work in the summer we're what the second most popular or second best place in the country to have a summer job. Meilani reported that a couple of years ago, and I love that stat and it stuck with me. So how do we get those people to stay? How do we kind of build, find housing for them, help them either start tourism businesses or grow within the tourism industry or transition to other industries? We need to start working, the people in this room on standing up those programs and creating those opportunities, because it's a resource that we're not maximizing right now. And it's really, I think, kind of the key to our future. How many people do you know who came up here to work a seasonal job and ended up staying over the long term, putting down roots, starting a family, having kids in school, paying property taxes?
With that, I think we're about done. And a guy that's in the aviation industry, safety is the #1 priority, and then it's timeliness, being on time. So we want to make sure we're on time. And speaking of on time, I'm fairly confident these 4 will be here because our airplane already left, and there's not another one until about 7:30, so they can't fly off. So if you want to quarter them, feel free. Additionally, I saw that our friends at Smokehouse Catering brought some skinny pop that Robert was eating and some other stuff. So make sure you get some snacks. I did notice. Thank you, sir. And thank you guys very much.
Thank you. It's definitely it's a timely topic, and I think the panel had a great perspective on that. So thank you all. I'm going to invite our state and federal partners up here. We're going to have one more panel before we take a short break, and then have our senator come here. We had a lot of invitations go out. As you can imagine, during this administration change, there's a lot of federal agencies that don't have the ability to travel and engage yet, as they're working through some of the transitional issues of the day. But we do have, I think, 3 or 4 different, anywhere on here is fine. So we have the Forest Service, we have Rural Development, we've got the Denali Commission, we have Haida. I don't know if any of our other state or federal partners are out there, but these are the 4 that we have confirmed. So what I've asked is just an opportunity for each of them to just kind of give an overview of where their agency's at as we're starting this new calendar year. And many of these things are priorities that go from year to year, administration to administration. They're kind of overarching priorities that, as we're considering the SEDS and the work plan that we're going to tackle and embrace for the next 5 years, these are partnerships that we appreciate and want to sustain and participate in. So I'm just going to start at the very end and just ask you just a what? Us. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not know anybody. Everybody's having a good time. I just wait till the panel situates themselves, and then then we're ready. So I think the panel's ready to be engaged. So we'll start at the far end over here, and then Chad, if you just introduce yourself, your organization, and just kind of what you see near midterm for. Yeah. Okay. Is that better? You can hear me better. Okay. So I thought we were still on break for a couple spots there. So, all right. Mr. Van Armour.
All right. Thank you very much, Robert. I really appreciate the introduction, the opportunity to be up here today. And Southeast Conference is always such a convening group. They bring a lot of folks together, and it's great to be up here as a federal partner to be able to talk a little bit about where we're at here with the USDA Forest Service and some of the things that are going on here. Boreal, I am Chad Van Ormer. I serve as the regional forester for the Forest Service here in the Alaska region. That predominantly covers the Tongass National Forest here in Southeast Alaska, as well as the Chugach National Forest in South Central Alaska. And it's really just great to be here to provide a little bit of an update. So as you know, the Forest Service, along with all of our federal agencies, we're really in a time of transition right now with the new administration coming in. And we're really kind of awaiting some signals really around where the priorities and implementation guidance from the new administration and where we'll be putting our attention here. So the president has clearly outlined his priorities, through a number of executive orders, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen, either in the news or going to the White House website, and other communications that have come out of the White House. And there's certainly some here for Alaska, specifically an executive order, and there is some specific ones that pertain specifically to the Forest Service as well. So we're still working through those and waiting to see what kind of implementation guidance comes down. But I'll speak a little bit more about those priorities shortly here. What I want to do is start with an update of some of the new leadership in the Department of Agriculture and the folks that are coming in here shortly. So first and foremost, the Secretary of Agriculture, I think you all know, is expected to go through confirmation vote here in the Senate later this week. And that individual is Brooke Rollins, and she would be serving as our Secretary of Agriculture if she is confirmed here later on this week. The Senate Agriculture Committee did vote unanimously last week to approve her nomination, and we expect a vote later on this week. With the Deputy Secretary in the Department of Agriculture, the President nominated Stephen Vaden as a Deputy Secretary. And in President Trump's first term, Mr. Vaden served as the General Counsel for the Department of Agriculture. So another opportunity for veterans to come in here with the department. And his appointment is still pending action in the Senate. So there might be some time there before that one gets confirmed. The Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment. Natural Resources and Environment is the mission area that oversees the Forest Service. And so this one's kind of important to how things kind of roll, from the policy priorities onto the agency. And in this mission area, the president nominated Michael Boren as the Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment. And he's an Idaho business owner and a rancher. And to date, the Senate hasn't taken up action on Mr. Boren's nomination, but it's expected to do so once the secretary is confirmed here later on. The Deputy Undersecretary for NRE, Natural Resources Environment, and the Chief of Staff for Natural Resource Environment, two folks that really do influence a lot. Their appointments do not require Senate confirmation, so those have been filled. And so these are names that, some of you would likely be working with here. Kristen Sleeper, she's the Deputy Undersecretary for Natural Resources Environment. And Ms. Sleeper previously held roles with the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources and in the House of Representatives Committee on Agriculture. And then Tom Schultz, who will be the Chief of Staff for the Natural Resources Environment Mission Area. Mr. Schultz previously served as the Vice President of Resources and Government Relations for the Idaho Forest Group. So both Ms. Sleeper and Mr. Schultz are in place at the department and getting fully briefed on Forest Service issues, including topics related here to Alaska. So that kind of sets the tone of where we're at here really early on, only 3 weeks or so into this transition with the new administration. And so the Alaska region, we're certainly looking forward to working with our new leaders in the department as they take the helm there and we start to grow those relationships with them. I'll talk a little bit about the priorities we see coming down through the Forest Service. Like I said, it's really kind of early on in the transition, but just some things that we're hearing, and obviously, through the news and executive orders, the Forest Service's mission remains the same, really under any administration to serve the people of Alaska, but just by ensuring that our national forests continue to support the communities, economies, and the Alaskan way in life for generations to come. We'll continue to support responsible resource use through our management of timber, fisheries, mining, energy, tourism, recreation activities on the Tongass National Forest. A lot of what you heard here in the room today in terms of the industries that are important to making our economies tick. And it was hard to, go by and not notice the, 2025 strategic plan here that Southeast Conference has. And just looking at all the sectors, I mean, the Forest Service really touches pretty much every one of these in one way, shape, or form. And when we take a look at the new administration's priorities, they're going to be in this ballpark easily. We'll be doing a lot of this work here to support, where Southeast Alaska's vision is here moving into the future. We also recognize that that with the change of administration, there's also a shift in the priorities, as I alluded to, and we're going to work to implement those priorities in line with that new direction. So this specifically has set some clear priorities through executive orders and the opportunities for tapping Alaska's natural resources. And so the president has communicated his prioritized focused on energy, minerals, and timber, and specific direction to the Department of Agriculture to review the roadless rules application on the Tongass National Forest. So currently we're waiting for the department's direction on how to review, how this review of the roadless rule will be implemented here coming into the future. But it was clearly one of the policy priorities in that executive order. So in the interim, the Forest Service will continue to advance activities allowed under the rule, such as mineral exploration, hydropower projects, and transmission lines until we figure out what the strategy is to revisit that rule. We'll also continue to support mineral projects across the forest and foresee ongoing work on integrated forest management projects that include both, providing some timber products as well as restoration work out there for habitat, both for deer, fish, other habitat values that are important to communities in Southeast Alaska. And finally, the Tongass continues to advance its forest land revision, which is currently in the assessment phase. We actually have an open public comment period going on that right now. So if you haven't tapped into that, I highly encourage folks to. But the draft assessment was released in early January. Like I said, it's open for some public comment at this time. So I recognize that I provided a very high-level overview, and really just continue my commitment to share more details as we move further into implementing our program of work in line with the administration's priorities here. But I wanted to also, talk a little bit about, some of the work that we've been doing as a One USDA, and it's great to have Emma up here and our NRCS partners and others that are in the Department of Agriculture. We've really grown a very strong relationship here in a One USDA force, and really kind of trying to bring the whole power of the department to the table to help the communities and natural resources here in Southeast Alaska. So I want to continue to work in that partnership with our other One USDA agencies. And of course, that partnership extends out to other private industry, tribes, Alaska Native corporations, as well as state and local governments and other partners, including Southeast Conference. So that's going to be a really important piece. And I've heard that kind of theme all the way through the day today in terms of there's no one entity that can go at it alone here. It's really going to take a collaboration, a work across both all sorts of administrative lines and interests here to make things go. The Alaska region has of the Forest Service has a longstanding relationship, and I think it's going to be crucial to accomplishing all that we can here in Southeast Alaska. So in closing, this is a time of a lot of change going on, and the Forest Service will continue to show up strong within our communities and with our partners here in Southeast Alaska. We're in a lot of the communities here in Southeast, and just really cherish and value that presence that we have, as well as just how we're able to really integrate in with communities and show that mutual support and interest there. Like most of you in this room, we recognize Southeast Alaska and our communities depend on sustainable and responsible resource use, access for residents and visitors, and resilient communities. So thanks again for the opportunity to share a brief overview of the Forest Service's work and priorities here. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Emma Miller. I work for USDA Rural Development, and I'm really happy to be here. Most of you know my colleague, Keith Perkins. He says hello, he smiles at you. I kind of miss the banter back and forth that takes place. You're being really nice to me over here in rural development, but yeah, I'm happy to be here. I started my career with rural development in Juneau and Southeast. I currently live in Kodiak, Alaska, and I'm happy to support Southeast and South Coast regions. Rural development, we work with a mission to provide financial resources support to rural communities, and we'll keep doing that with our programs. They range from infrastructure to housing to business programs, and that'll keep going. I really appreciate the highlight for one USDA. There's many USDA agencies, and only a couple of them have a physical presence here in terms of offices and people living in Alaska working for USDA. So we're continuing to partner with our USDA partners, and especially offering to host them when they come. We've reached out to Food and Nutrition Service a couple times and hosted them in communities as well. So I know in my role, if anyone has any questions about any of the other USDA partners and want to connect, I'm happy to support that as well. I really want to highlight partnership with our regional partners that have made our typical programs and investments really impactful to communities and projects that are community driven. So we're grateful to work with Southeast Conference and Central Council of Tlingit and Haida and Spruce Root as well. And I have Jocelyn next to me with Denali Commission. So we enjoy working with Denali Commission as well. And we had a project announced last June related to mariculture. So continued interest in mariculture, rural development wants to support that. I'll be in Sitka next week at the Mariculture Conference of Alaska. So give a plug to that event. I see Nick Mangini over there as well. So he gave me a tour of a kelp farm one time. It was cold and wet, and I ate some raw kelp. It was good. So yeah, really excited to be here today and tomorrow to connect on our programs, or if you have any questions at all. That's it.
You too.
I don't need to. I don't need the two, I don't think. Hello. Glad to be here. Jocelyn Fenton. I'm our Director of Programs for the Denali Commission. We serve rural Alaska. We focus on rural infrastructure development in a number of different programs. We were established in 1998, and so we're going into 25 years of projects. It's pretty exciting. We focus on things like energy, bulk fuel, transportation, housing, health and wellness, water and sanitation, and infrastructure protection. I think some of the special tools that the Denali Commission has are Know Your Money, our broad authority, and our transfer authority. And we really implement all of these programs through partnerships, trying to maximize that broad authority, Know Your Money, and transfer authority. We have programs such as the Backhaul Alaska program, our Victim Services program, our Soil and Water, Forestry, and Mariculture program, through partnerships through U.S. Forest Service and NRCS. And others, and RD, and we have an Energy Ambassadors program that Robert participates in through a partnership with Department of Energy. And then we have our State of Alaska match funding and housing legislative grants from the last few years. Through transfers, we accepted around $40 million plus in FY24. We collected additional funds here over the last few months, but some things, there's the funding freeze, but then unpause, so we are moving forward. But the hiring freeze means a slower implementation, and we're lucky enough that our partners have been very receptive and flexible, understanding. We had a program manager that could not come on, so that was a disappointment. But we are still planning on moving forward. It would just take a little bit longer to move that program forward. I would say while fielding executive order and Office of Personnel Management and Office of Management and Budget decrees and statements and guidance. And we're also managing return to office, and we have to change staff classifications as of now. We'll see what ends up resulting. But what I hope that we can get back to focusing on what we do best, which is really innovation, innovative solutions, and these partnerships that I described. We try to focus on things like de-risking building houses in rural Alaska, via using design depots, making designs accessible to folks, subdivision platting and surveying, determining land ownership and site control, finding administrative efficiencies for public housing, and sawmill efficiencies. pairing this with some of that opportunity with utilizing local lumber, local biomass for boilers for heating in various areas of the state, along with roads, bridges, and better transportation access to these resources. I think there's a lot of opportunity with some of the focus on Alaska, and that's really where we do need to put our positivity and our efforts into. And so I'd say what is next? I'm thinking. We've just now sent out invitations for state match fundings. And so we received legislative grants for the state of Alaska non-federal match for construction projects. So these projects, in order to be eligible, you had to be building something, you had to require match funding to leverage a federal grant. And so it was really, or just federal funding in some nature. So it's an opportunity to for the state of Alaska to utilize the Denali Commission for that evaluation and screening process in order to push out some projects into, these rural capital projects, which is pretty exciting. We have an annual funding opportunity announcement for the rest of our funding. We typically push that out in January. We have delayed it a couple of months just to kind of let the dust settle a little. But so far, we are expecting on publishing that later in March. We still have Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding in our infrastructure fund, among other prior year funding that we're allowed currently to use. We have about $95 million unspent out of $225 million in investment projects and infrastructure projects and workforce development, over 277 active projects. We have $30 million destined for other projects from IIJA. So there's more work to be done, and there's hopefully a little bit more funding coming. And then I do need to let you know, we are so happy to announce that Julie Kitka has started with the commission in October, and she's done just a great job giving us leadership here in these very interesting times. She has a focus on dual use infrastructure, so stay tuned. We may hear more about that. We've got a working group that we're putting together with co-chairs Major General Torrance Sachs and Josh Reback. That will pull folks together looking at what kind of infrastructure may be expanded in order to meet some DoD and defense, Arctic defense needs. Also, we're looking at some other working groups for technology and innovation and some efficiencies. But I guess at the end of the day, I would say our focus is, and the true intent of the commission is to just focus on that critical public infrastructure in order to facilitate those stronger economies and private investments in Alaska. So thank you for having me and pull me aside to talk about your projects.
Do I need this? I'm pretty loud.
You are.
You and I.
But the people online, they
Yeah,
can't hear you.
they can't. I gotta turn that on or something?
There it is.
All right. Yay. Hello, I'm Dave Steeran. I'm here on behalf of the Alaska Industrial Development and Export Authority, which is a government title for the state of Alaska's investment bank. We are self-funded, so we don't have to wait for guidance. Sorry, guys. We have about $1.4 billion in fixed assets and liquidity. We looked with great excitement at the new administration's executive orders because on some of our projects, we've been waiting for years to be told that our permits that were granted that were taken away and have been granted again. We looked with great excitement at the CLIA Symposium in Vancouver a few weeks ago because we see the cruise industry as a safe bet for investment. Now we invest, we loan, we don't give grants, although you could argue some bad investments are grants, but the vast majority, as a matter of fact, on our loan participation program, in which we buy out qualifying loans about 90% from participating banks, we have a 0% delinquency rate. So we exercise, oddly for government, a modicum of good judgment. We come to events like this for a very specific purpose, and that is to ask you to talk to us about some crazy harebrained scheme, some idea for investment that you want to move on, or you at least want to look at some financing options. Now, sometimes an option or a financing project may look good on paper, and for whatever reason, it may not be an AIDA project, but we would most certainly be interested with your acceptance of helping us find you proper financing, whether it's a different state project or program or private capital investment. We are here tasked with moving Alaska's economy forward and creating an environment for more job growth. And of course, with many areas in Southeast looking at population decline, we understand that people's attention span is that of a gnat right now. So your desire to read is 140 characters or less. Your soundbite is 15 seconds of pre-roll or less. And so we are very motivated and interested in helping you folks make your local communities attractive for the next generations of Alaskans to stay at or move to. Understanding that that in some communities is a huge challenge right now. We would like to assist you in reversing that trend. So we do have, Renee joked earlier that she sometimes is booed whenever she goes to a place. We don't have any project that people don't oppose, so I got you beat. Everybody loves the Lido deck and sings Boss Skaggs whenever they go on the Lido deck. But many of our projects, while great for Alaska and completely fulfilling our mandate, do have a little bit of opposition. That's fine. That's fine. You make the best steel with the hottest flame and hammer. But we encourage you folks, maybe not necessarily today, because sometimes these things can be a little complicated, but to reach out to AIDA. We will be at Southeast Conference in September at Sitka. Yes, we'll be there, which gives you plenty of time between now and then to go to AIDA.org and go, my God, their website is horrible. It is. It's really bad. But at least allows you to contact us and reach out to us and pursue some possibilities, whether it's direct financing, like I said, participating with some Alaska banks on buying out a portion of your loan, or assisting you in finding proper financing or other monetary tools that could help you get your project moving forward. Neil, did I miss anything? Did that cover pretty much everything AIDA does? Neil Steininger was a money guy for years. Am I good? I'm good. Neil says I'm good. So now we can have questions.
Most of the questions we're going to save for break time, but you kind of dissed your own website, but that probably has the best information for at least a starting point.
Oh, yes, at least a starting point, yes.
And creative financing is well entertained.
You make creative financing sound like we're selling timeshares, but yes, we do have options.
You would finance a timeshare.
We would definitely not finance a timeshare, but
okay.
We would call it fractional ownership.
There you go. Perfect. Jocelyn, same vein, how's the website for portal for understanding funding opportunities and other program support that might be available?
Yeah, I'd say it's better than AIDA's. So yeah, so Denali, www.denali.gov, and there's a funding requests tab that we have. There's also I think it's under who we are tab, and our staff. You can look up every single program and their program manager. Our database is really our powerhouse, and that's also available on that main webpage. And that's where you can see what projects we have in your community or have had in your community. You can look it up on the projects tab by community. It'll show you inactive, active, in progress projects. Or you can look up by organization, recipient name, things like that. So you can see some of our statewide projects that we have going on. So yeah, I think our contact information is pretty easily accessible. So please reach out. We really appreciate it.
And Emma, it seems that USDA Rural Development has just a ton of different programs. How do you sort those out, and where would you find your nighttime reading to try to figure out what might work?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, please give me a call too. We're here to answer questions, pick up the phone, and I'm happy to hand a card out. But online, that website's down right now. So
Right.
I don't want to answer that question. But no, certainly we have like staff here in state that are really excited to like talk to somebody. Well, that sounded a little desperate. We like to have friends So no, please reach out to myself. I'm here to support along with Keith Perkins, our programs. But yeah, USDA is currently updating some of our web pages.
So the hard question for Chad. So for those that have the fear of missing out, if they don't get comments in this, by, tomorrow for the forest plan revision, what's kind of a timeline? What are we looking at? Nobody should get in a panic. This is going to be, we're going to take some time to do this, right?
Yeah, that's right. So what Robert's referring to is the forest plan revision process for the Tongass National Forest. And yeah, I would say we're still in the early stages of that. And, one of these early stages is taking a look at kind of where we're at, the existing condition of, the resources, the communities that rely on those resources. And that's what this assessment is that's out on the street. It's really just a description, resource by resource, whether it's you're interested in fisheries, our restoration work, our timber, our recreation and tourism or whatnot. It kind of gives a story arc of 1997, which is our current forest plan, to today on a lot of those resources and how things may have changed over that time. And eventually the next step here over the next year, the timeline has us working on a proposed action for a new forest plan. And so right now the schedule has us going out and doing a lot of community engagement here this spring, I think in the April-May timeframe. And so there would be some opportunities to do some one-on-one engagement with Forest Service employees as well as collaborators that are working with us. And in about a year from now, hopefully, as the timeline stays on track here, we'll have a proposed action for a forest plan, which then really kicks off the formal National Environmental Policy Act requirements, which would be,
which is another year,
environmental impact statement, which would be another year of decision making before we get to an endpoint there. So in a nutshell, that's kind of where we're at right now. The public comment period on the assessment, it's not a statutorily required public comment period. So while the comment period may close here in the next few days, we're still there and ready to engage on anything you see in there and willing to take your input to help really shape a really solid proposed action that's reflective of, kind of the statutory requirements of the agency as well as reflecting the needs and wants and desires of the communities here around opportunities for making that tie stronger. So
Perfect.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you for that, because it's something that Southeast Conference is looking forward to engaging and being part of that community discussion and taking a look at, as Chad mentioned, the forest plan touches every single economic sector. And I've been privileged to be a part of a working group that's been meeting the last couple of years that wants to continue kind of reshape to be involved with that. So going forward, it'll be a priority of Southeast Conference as well. So looking forward to that. And each one of these individuals and others that weren't able to participate today really represents just some strong partnerships that will help us shape the economies of Southeast Alaska in a very meaningful way. So wanted to thank you all for, One USDA, all the different facets of that, the SAS program, all the different ways that the Denali Commission has, helped to leverage and so much opportunity. And for Ada, for the significant investments they've made for a long time in the region and they're well poised to continue that. We've got to attract more private investment, more working families, and I feel like the partnerships that we have between the state and the federal agencies are really going to help us do that. So thank you. We're going to go for a break for about 15 minutes. And as soon as all the senators come in, we're going to time that panel so that it runs into the reception so we can keep them here hopefully and make your time effective so that you can also enjoy your evening as well. So would you please help me thank you, this panel, and all of our state and federal partners. Thank you.
I love your shirt.
Yeah, thank you.
Best.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you for completely grenading your website. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna be here. I'll get some details on it. Why leave tonight? I have, yeah, no problem.
To do that, yeah.
Good deal. Yeah, I'm sure you'll all be talking to them at some point.
Look forward to it.
As you see opportunities. spouse dinner and then I was Saturday, so. So they have, center resources. Right. Yeah, that was Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah.
I think we'll be back for.
Yeah. Senator. How are you? Have a good day today. Excellent. 3 days. Dude, not by a lot of time. There you go. Okay, perfect. Did I get you anything? You got I'm gonna take your chair out and put it up there while we're down. Yes, ma'am. Guts. Yep, yeah.
Great. Okay.
I don't think it's pretty statement.
Okay, we're ready to reconvene. So I'll just blather on until you realize that, yes, somebody is talking up front while our senators make their way up front here. Okay, how's this? Is it any better? Okay. I want to make sure the people in the back, like Mr. Mesteg, can hear me. So like, Alec, can you hear me back in the back? You can hear? No, you can't hear me back in the back. You can hear me back in the back? So it's just the people, no, so Scott can't hear me. All right. So we have our senators going to be joining us up front. Senate President Gary Stevens, Senator Stedman, Senator Keel, Senator Giesel. And so really appreciate them unplugging from the nonstop committee work they've been doing up there on the Hill for how long now? Almost 3 weeks, right? Been at it for 3 weeks now? Well,
Yeah, 3 weeks.
yeah,
We're in the third
3 weeks now. So what we're going to do is just ask each one to open up with just a short overview of what they see as the priorities at work at the moment. And after we've gone through that, I'll go through the audience there and take questions. And then if there's time, we'll do a final closing remarks. And then we'll adjourn to our reception, which will be starting immediately right after. So give you an opportunity to grab something on your way out as well. So I'm going to take my seat over there so I can participate, and then I'll roam with the microphone. So please welcome our senators to Southeast Conference. Take it away here.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to be with you in the territory of Senator Keel and Senator Stedman. So full responsibility. If anything goes wrong, take it up with them. I'm from Kodiak. What do I know about Southeast? Pleasure to be with you anyway. This year I'm the Senate President, and we're dealing with lots of issues. Folks at the table are right in the midst of all of it. Certainly the fiscal matters, the budget matters. Senator Stedman's co-chair. And that's a big issue. We're trying to figure out how we can pay for the things we want and the things the governor wants. And so we're working on that. But the biggest issue right now we're trying to come to terms with is education funding. We know there's a lot of need out there. We know our districts are in crisis, and we know almost every district is having to close schools. And that's a very tough thing for anyone to go through. At home in Kodiak, my granddaughter's school is closing, and that's really hard, of course, on everyone. So we're trying to work through that, what we can do to fund education. The permanent fund is another issue that others, Senator Giesel, have been dealing with that extensively on the changes that need to be made to the permanent fund, that are an agreement with the permanent fund board, things they want to do. We're dealing with a railroad bill that is important in my district, which will new dock and would allow the railroad to help to build that dock for the cruise ships. Retirement issue, another major matter we're dealing with. We know that we're having trouble keeping people, teachers and firemen and policemen. And there simply is not the retirement system that we used to have that was a sort of a Cadillac system. So we're trying to devise something that's a little less than that. And along with the budget that Senator Stedman is dealing with, we've got the matter of revenues. And are there ways for us to have additional revenues? We're looking at those, trying to find some things that work. Elections reform is going through. I think that'll a lot of agreement on elections reform. We'll see how that works. And finally, fisheries is an issue of close to my heart. We have had a fisheries task force working the last few weeks here before we came down, last few months here before we came down to Juneau, trying to find ways to help the industry that truly is in crisis. And I know it affects your communities as much as it does my communities that I represent. We have fishermen that are saying, well, maybe I will go fishing without insurance this year because I can't afford it. That's just totally intolerable. We can't allow that to happen. So trying to find ways to help them pooling of insurance. Processors, we've got communities that have found themselves without a processor, King Cove and the Pribilofs, St. Paul, two communities that no longer have a processor, and not much we can do about that. We can't force processors to go into places they're not. And then finally, communities are badly affected by the downturn in the fisheries, losing fish tax, raw fish tax, and trying to find ways to help them through this as well. So any suggestions you may have, let us know. Looking forward to try to make some serious changes to the industry if we can. And I will turn this over to Senator Keel.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. So you've heard a small subset of the issues we're hoping to solve and settle and deal with this legislative session from the Senate President there. The interesting thing is, for as many years as I've worked in the Capitol building, worked for Southeast, there's just no predicting what the issue is that's going to pop up partway through the session and take everything off the rails, and you don't know what it was. And it turns out we got it this week. A bill was introduced to name the official state dinosaur, and I predict that's all we're going to really handle. Well, it's an outrage. He's got some Fairbanks Interior thing. We can't have that. So I was trying to decide whether to open with that joke or just tell you that Senator Stedman and I were going to debate the retirement system for the next 25 minutes. Who was in Ketchikan this summer? Yeah, anyway, we got into it. So we have a lot of big issues, and they're going to take a lot of work. The short version from the legislator who representing the capital city, along with some of our neighboring communities, is that with an eye toward the things that government has to deliver for Alaskans, day in, day out, year in, year out, that we just need state government to handle. Public safety, running the ferries, plowing the highways when it snows, keeping the doors locked on the prisons, educating the kids. Unfortunately, there has been probably a 6-year shift away from the basic, efficient, competent administration of government so that you can get what you need timely and effectively. And as I look around this year, and I look at the governor's budget proposal, that's going to just continue sliding sideways toward a line somewhere south of mediocrity. That's a problem, because even as we look at all the challenges that Senator Stevens just talked about, and of course I'm particularly interested in and focused on our ferry system, our fisheries, our communities, our ports, and our schools, the private sector is the bright spot. Outside of commercial fishing, we're seeing tourism stability. We are seeing some innovation and growth toward mariculture and a little bit of agriculture, and we're seeing businesses generally stable throughout Southeast Alaska. But if you can't get what you need out of state government, and the executive branch just gets less efficient and more costly because nobody's paying attention and nobody's managing it, it's going to get harder and harder for you to do what you do well. So those are issues that we'll continue to work on in the background. They never make headlines. They're not in the news. They're boring as hell, but they really matter. So I will talk more, obviously, about details of those issues and some of the work we're doing on the ferry system as we go forward. For now, let me let you know that we're looking at the big headline stuff. We're looking at the background important stuff too. And I'll pass that off to Senator Giesel.
Thanks, Senator Keel. Thank you, Robert, for inviting us again. I really appreciate you including me because I'm the non-coastal person here. I'm actually from Fairbanks, born and raised Fairbanks girl, born there before statehood, and now live in Anchorage, which I guess is on the coast. You're honorary. I'm honorary coast. Yes, yes. I'm also a nurse practitioner. So one of the things I'm working on is, of course, healthcare. So I'll just mention, I don't know, some of you may interact with your healthcare providers in your communities, and you're finding out that because we repealed the 80th percentile, that your particularly primary care providers are not being reimbursed to cover costs anymore by insurance companies, Premera. I will name, or excuse me, Blue Cross, Premera Blue Shield Blue Cross to begin with. So I am working on a piece of legislation which would reinstitute payment parameters for our healthcare providers, particularly primary care, which is the entry into the healthcare system, the least expensive way for people to get basic healthcare, and making sure that the networks they put together for their insurance policies are adequate. In other words, there's enough providers and enough variety in them. So that's just one piece of the things that I'm working on. As someone from South Central, you probably are aware that we're a little concerned about how to heat our homes and turn on the lights, because we don't have the great hydro projects that you guys have down here. We depend on natural gas from Cook Inlet, and the production out of Cook Inlet has diminished significantly. So now we're looking at the potential of importing natural gas. So that's a big deal. I worked hard last year to pass legislation which created some cooperation among the 4 rail belt utilities, the electric utilities and co-ops, up that rail belt from Homer to Fairbanks. And getting those utilities to work together was super hard. And the same thing applies to the supply of natural gas. And so trying to keep them all on the same page, working together, because as you know, and that's what this conference is about, together, working together, we can accomplish a lot more than individual communities, utilities, companies, whatever it is, working separately, working together. United we stand, divided we fall. So I'm working on the idea of importing natural gas, what that will cost. We also have a gas line development corporation, AGDC, Alaska Gas Line Development Corporation, who again believes that they can build a gas pipeline from the North Slope down to South Central. And so as the chair of the resources committee, yesterday we had them before the committee. It's still a $44 billion project. And we're looking at the validity of that, how much more we should invest in a gas pipeline. As I said, I was born here before statehood. I remember the day that the oil pipeline began to flow. And the newspaper talked about oil flowing, and then gas pipeline is next. Okay, well, let's see, 40 years or so later, we still are saying gas pipeline any day now. We have, Senator Stedman actually ran the numbers, and we've invested $1.1 billion so far into the idea of building a gas pipeline, and that doesn't include the wages that went to the AGDC staff all these years. So that's a lot of money. I don't know that we still see this on the horizon, but the other thing that I'm very concerned about is the vacancies. I don't know how many of you read the Department of Labor's Trends magazine. It comes out every month. And the most recent one this month talked about non-resident employees. I was interested to see that about 15% of our teaching faculty in this state are non-residents. They're flying in and flying out. Construction, non-residents has gone up significantly. It's up to 24%. Oil and gas has always been high, but it's up to 37%. Non-residents flying in, taking their paycheck and flying out, where they invest that money in their own communities, buying things, sending their kids to those schools, paying property taxes there. So this is a big deal. We've got to turn around our loss of population that's been going on for the past more than 10 years. And lastly, Senator Stevens referred to the permanent fund. Again, I don't know how many of you have read the trustee paper number 10. So the Alaska Permanent Fund Corporation is governed by a board of trustees. There are 7 members, and periodically, since they were formed in 1979 or 80, the Permanent Fund Corporation Board was formed, they periodically put out a trustee paper. It's like a white paper talking about the issues that the fund is dealing with. And for the last 20 years, they've been recommending that we modernize the fund and turn it into a true endowment. And so that's what I've been working with Senator Stevens during interim on. It would require a constitutional amendment, and we can certainly talk about that more later. I'll stop at this point and turn it over to Senator Stedman.
Thank you, Senator Giesel. Well, Senate President mentioned earlier that we have some retention challenges and we're reviewing the retirement system for improvements. That looks like the retention system is increasingly getting better. We've funded about 300 million into some salaries, and that is looking a little brighter than it did a couple of years ago. Alaska, when you look at it nationwide, is right about in the middle of employee turnover. So we're not at the top or at the bottom. And we have asked for a wage study that we're waiting patiently to get released by the administration. My guesstimate, and this is just Bert's guesstimate, not counting the ones we've already adjusted, we're probably 15 to 20% low on entry-level pay at the state level, which leads to employee turnover and retention issues. On the retirement side, there's several ways to solve that problem, and there will be several concepts discussed over the next several months or maybe a couple of years. Salary increases is one, putting and encouraging the teachers to be in either Social Security or SPS, Supplemental Benefit System, which all other state workers have, will be another, and it's significant. It's probably about a third of their retirement, and we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars per individual increase because on their own volition, they are not in Social Security. So we'll be looking at that. That is one of the challenges within the teacher retirement system that makes it challenging. An average teacher gets, with the employer and employee, gets about 15% of their salary to retirement, where an average state worker, all of us sitting at this table, get 25 with the employer and employee, which is one of the highest in the nation. We have a very rich retirement plans, and we sit at the top. Well, if you work for the state for about 30 years, you'll have 100% of your salary replicated for your entire life, as long as you live. Those are the targets, so it's substantial. But at the municipal level is where I have some concerns. All the municipalities are paying 13% of their aggregated payroll to the unfunded pension liability. That is not moving down in any substantial manner, like 900 million after 6 billion in payments in the last 10 years. That 22% cap needs to be reviewed, in my opinion, and removed. Where the ARM board can go ahead and adjust that. We need to get that 13% of payroll not going to the unfunded liability, but going back into either property tax reductions, sales tax reductions, or infrastructure in our communities. Because the way we're going now, that's going to be on the books, even without, if we adopt another defined benefit plan, even without that, it'll probably be on the books for another decade. So I think that's something that the communities should start paying attention to. And when you take a look at City Hall's budget in Sitka, Ketchikan, Juneau, Wrangell, Petersburg, take 15% of the aggregate salary, that's a huge amount of monies that would be freed up for the assemblies and councils to implement in other directions in their budgets. It's not talked about much, but it is a significant issue. So that'll be being brought forward front and center. We need to be more aggressive in fixing our unfunded liability. We've spent about 8 billion and we've got forecasted 7 to 8 billion more to go. That's without any changes. That's kind of what's on the table. And this has been going on for 20 years and looks like it's going to go on for at least another decade or longer. And that's if we don't accumulate more unfunded liability through adoption of other mechanisms. So that's a big municipal issue. I think the council should, and mayors and managers and administrators should be looking at that, trying to figure out how to get this albatross off the back of the taxpayers. If you look at the state budget is extremely tight. It's Senator Hoffman is referenced as one of the tightest budgets he's seen in his 30 years in the Senate. If not, well, I think he goes back to Sheffield is when he references it. That's how tight it is. Don't expect a lot of spending out of the legislature this year for new programs, capital budget items. We're going to be concentrating heavily on our education system so our kids don't fall further behind, and some hopefully basic maintenance, which is not in the budget now for our schools. So we'll be concentrating on the most basic stuff within the budget. We're about 300 to 400 million underwater, and that's with a 25% dividend that we had similar to last year. It'd be about a $1,400 dividend, and then funding last year's funding for schools. So we can't get the ends together. And we're uncomfortable at the Senate Finance Committee drawing on our CBR, our reserves, which is about 2.9 billion, because there's concern that with the increase in oil production coming from the new administration's push for that nationwide, that it may push down the price of oil. And we may need all of our savings the next year and the year after. So we are, over the next few weeks, we'll be looking at a 3-year projection at Senate Finance, so we don't spend down inappropriately our savings account this year and end up jamming up the state next year and the year after. So there is some challenges going forward that are really geared into the oil price. So when you hope and pray, shoot for $78 or $80 barrel oil. It's good for the state, good for your schools, good for your towns. $60 oil, we'll all be eating fish and potatoes. It's about the extent of what we're struggling with. So we'll have a dialogue on how to take care of our employees and retain them. Unfortunately, we don't want you hiring them. We want them to stay working for the state. And we recognize that you can pay them more than us. So we're going to work on leveling that playing field, especially for the entry level. And one other quick note, just on salaries. There was a young Sitkin, when got its teacher certificate, they tried to hire him in Petersburg, tried to hire him in Sitkin. He went to work in Nebraska because Nebraska would pay him more. Nebraska should not be able to pay their entry-level teachers more than the state of Alaska. And then thereby our young Alaskans don't come home to teach our kids. Something's wrong with our system, and it's pretty basic. It's called salary adjustments. And we need to increase, again, the teachers' retirement system and get them to pay their 6.13% in PERS or Social Security like everybody else in the state match. Other than that, we're going to have a good time the next couple of years. The Marine Highway, we haven't seen a keel yet. They swear to God they're going to lay that keel. They're talking about the second boat. We're having preliminary meetings with them to pin them down. The Matanuska will not sail again. Don't even dream about it. I know Governor Murkowski's on the bandwagon. That boat is gone. They'll never get it relicensed. I told them they just need to cut their losses. If they're never going to use it, let's save the money and sail the ships we got. I hate to see the Matanuska go. One other quick thing on that. They wish they would have kept the Malaspina and got rid of the Matanuska. Just like when they got rid of the Taku, they wish they didn't send it to overseas to the scrapyard on our fuel. They wish they would have had it back. So just, remember that when they make decisions that maybe they're not as good as we'd like them to be. And that's direct quotes from Marine Highway on regrets on the Taku and the Malaspina.
Okay, so we'll open up for questions. You mentioned eating fish and potatoes. I know the governor suggested a Department of Agriculture. Has that got roots?
Yeah, interesting. I don't think it has roots in the Senate, I'd like to add fisheries to it if we do it, because that makes sense to have food in the whole in the same area. But we're talking about hiring a commissioner plus a staff, and it's going to be a lot of money involved in that. We're not in a position right now to add additional costs to our budget. So Senator Giesel, did you have some thoughts on that?
Sure, Robert, we're going to hear that executive order tomorrow in resources. And yes, as Senator Stevens has indicated, we're likely to not approve it. However, I will tell you that the administration has offered a bill that would promote the more purchase in Alaska of not only agriculture, but fishery products. So both of those are named in the bill, agriculture and fisheries.
Okay. Our mariculture project actually had some funding for DNR employees, and that didn't quite work out, but we might be able to help subsidize the state if we need to.
Just very briefly on that, you know, I looked around in the cheapest department commissioner's office and the cheapest department admin service shop. You put them together, it takes about $2 million. Today, we spend about $7.5 million on ag in Alaska. Now, is that a little low? Sure. Do we have the cash to bump it up? No, Bert just told you we didn't. He's right. But if we were going to bump it up, would you want it in a commissioner and an admin service shop, or would you want it in people getting ag land into production in the interior and state forest and Haines and various places? People doing the work, or somebody with a title in an office? I know where I'd put the money.
$400 million in federal funds available for the ferry system over the next 2 years. There's other federal dollars available on the.
Well, we've got a new administration in Washington, and the game is changing almost daily. The Marine Highway is just one of them. We're in the process of trying to keep track of that and break that down between the capital expenditures and operating expenditures, trying to get the fleet replaced. But we don't know if they're going to, or we don't know if we're going to get the rug pulled out from under us in Washington on that. All I could say is just stand by. We'll do the best we can, and hopefully they get those funds embedded in the next 5-year budget cycle for the federal government, because we really need their help. But if it falls back to the state and those funds, those hundreds of millions are removed, I don't know what we're going to do. We'll cross that bridge only if we're forced to cross it. But there's changes coming with school funding. There's our Indian Health Service. It goes on and on. So there's some unknowns that we're also talking about in dealing with the budgets that we might want to be prepared a little bit, just in case some of this stuff materializes out of Washington to our detriment.
You mentioned the energy crisis and the rail belt, and is there a projected price tag on that? And I'm just curious for our southeast region, is there a set aside a full energy package for the state that, you know, other areas get, or is it just how's the energy discussion unfolding?
Well, right now, Robert, the energy issue is unfolding, focused on the rail belt, where 70% of the population of the state gets their light and heat from. Whether the governor, whether a GO bond, a general obligation bond, is proposed to fund any of these remains to be seen. The governor brought that up 2 years ago. We never saw anything. He did mention it to me in December. We haven't seen anything at this point, but certainly if a GO bond is proposed to pay for energy projects, I'm sure it will be Christmas treed with something for everywhere.
For Southeast in particular, it looks like we've got that funding issue solved for, we haven't had the presentation on yet. Department of Revenue thinks they've solved that funding issue for the rail belt. So we'll have those studies. It's about, what, $1 billion, Senator Giesel?
About $1 billion.
We do not want to we've got 350 of it already in the bank. We got to get the second grant. We're interested in the entire $1 billion and get the extension cord to Fairbanks. It's a statewide a priority project.
So you've spent a lot of time on fisheries during the interim. It's going to be a topic we discuss tomorrow. Do you see the task force leading to actionable, fiscal things? What's likely to happen as a result of the task force work?
Well, it's really interesting. I have three members of the task force right here, Senator Keel and Senator Sedman. And so our job was, we've disappeared now. We came to the end of the line and we presented our report to the legislature. In it are a dozen, 13 bills that we proposed, and now they have to go through the legislative process, through the House and through the Senate and through the finance committees to see if it's something we can do. But in all of those areas there, whether it's fishermen or processors or communities, there are things that we can do to help. So that process is underway. We've sort of ended our job now. There are other legislators who would like to see us have a similar task force next year to try to resolve other issues. But that's not our job. We've done our responsibility. We've turned it over to the legislature, and those bills will then move through the legislative process. Senator Keel or Senator Sedman, any further explanation of what we accomplished or didn't?
Well, just to go on, right, you will see, I think most of those bills will be introduced in the House first. You'll see the House Special Committee on Fisheries take up initial work on them, and some of them will have Senate companions. And the goal really is to work where the state can on some of those pieces that can help fishing families with the cost of their loans for boats and permits, to help processors with the cost of equipment and value add, whether that's ice or technology. You know, the one piece of good news with the loophole in the tariffs against Russia finally having been closed, the legislature last session, we tried to fill that gap on supermarket cold cases and restaurant menus with Alaska fish by putting $10 million into the ASME budget. The governor vetoed that last year. He has asked us to fast track the same 10 million this year. That's very late. It's very late for ASME to do the marketing they should be doing right now, but it wouldn't be wasted. We're short on cash. I think that's a recurring theme you're going to hear over and over again. But I think there was a unanimous agreement among the task force members that that's important. You got to sell more fish. You got to sell fish for more. You got to try and bring down costs for fishermen and processors. The only way out of this crisis. And so I think you'll see some pretty good support for that funding, whether we can get it out on the street early or whether it's going to be spent over the course of the next couple of years remains to be seen as we do our budget work. But that's at least one bright spot.
We're going to add a little bit to that. We've had some discussions with our existing corporate income tax credit for fisheries to expand that so it's not so restrictive, so the plants can use it more broadly, not just focused on one particular species of fish. One of the major concerns we have is the processors themselves staying in business. And a lot of communities, as referenced earlier, it's our single most largest employer in Southeast. All our major towns have fish processing plants with hundreds of people working and a huge electrical load, which is significant in that if that load disappears, somebody else has to pick up the cost, meaning the people that are left. So we have our eye on helping the processors. Also looking at one other concept that Senator Stevens has brought forward is some kind of a pool insurance mechanism to try to get the insurance costs down for boats. Because we are high cost producers and the international marketplace is steamrolling us with low cost product, and differentiating our product as Alaska fish only goes so far. And it's tough to compete against the low cost producer which like Russia operates almost like we did in territorial days with fish traps. The fish swim right back to the river and they scoop them out and process them. We have to send multitude of boats out with 2 to 4 or 5 men on it and women and physically catch the fish and bring them back. So we can't compete on efficiency, but we've got to try to streamline as much as we can. So we'll do what we can do.
So I may not be a coastal representative, but we heard in resources from the Cordova Electric Cooperative the other day. And Clay Copland is the CEO there. They have hydro projects that power Cordova, and they had extra power, extra water, and they are offering that to producers at 6 cents. And they've brought the processing of fish onshore in Cordova. Some innovation by the part of a little utility, and they're looking at increasing their power from hydro yet more. So that's a real positive to increase the ability of processors to actually work onshore and process that fish right there. What they need now is to expand their airport so they can get that fish out even quicker, the Copper River Reds and other Copper River fish.
Can I make one more comment?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to add a couple more thoughts that we worked on in the task force, and found a very successful program last couple of years has been value added to the processors, allowing them to buy equipment that adds value to the fish, adds value to the fishermen, and sell that product at a higher price, and get a tax credit for that new equipment that they purchase. So that's been very successful. I think we can expand that to other species and make it work even better. The other thing I just want to comment on is we have such old infrastructure. I mean, we're using the iron chink in Kodiak that they were using in the turn of the century. So we haven't modernized. We have old plants, we have old wharves, we have old docks, and I suspect that's the case in much of Southeastern as well. So we have to address all of those things, and old boats that are not in the best of shape either. So the industry needs to be modernized pretty much across the board.
And let me just spin gears because we're going to run out of time here a little bit. Well, I got a lot of the mayors and the municipality folks here. And we're losing too many kids in our schools in Southeast. Sitka this year dropped 5.5. They're down over 30% since 2000. Ketchikan's down a little bit. The only three that are up, Mount Edgecombe's up a little. Heidelberg up less than 1%. Cake up 9. It's a small school. All the rest of the schools are down. We need more commerce in Southeast. And when we look at the tourism industry and the discussion we're having with how many ships should be here or not be here, let's not forget the economic stimulus that they bring and try to work it out with the industry, because we can't afford to continue to lose kids in school. You don't have a town if you don't have kids. You got a bunch of old people waiting to die. And I frankly don't want to be the last one in Sitka because somebody's got to dig the hole. So
Bill Thomas has already dug it, I think, for it.
yeah. So I'd encourage the communities when we get into the debate to try to educate the populace on the economic activity and the positive aspects of the revenue that we have. Sitka, last year, I think, or year before, gave everybody $400 or $500 off their utility bill 1 month. I thought that was a really good move to show the public the actual impact for putting up with visitors in the summer. So I don't know what's going to come about over the next couple of years, but recently there was a vote in Juneau. That went down in flames. There's one coming probably in Sitka. But we need commerce, and we need the industry to work with the councils and assemblies and smooth things out. And also when we deal with the projects that are built out of the head tax money, we need to work together with the industry as partners in selecting those items for construction, because frankly, we have more head tax dollars potential for us than we got reasonable projects to do. So, but working together, I think we can get a lot more done. But we've got to turn the decline in our schools around. And I'm not talking about the teachers, I'm talking about the kids in the desks. It's alarming. And I can't, and I've told my superintendents, I can't move the BSA up enough to compensate for the loss of kids, because Mat-Su is up 50%. Anchorage is down maybe 10, and they've got 30,000 kids. Mat-Su at 20 or 19,000. There's little over 100 or a little over 1,000 kids in Sitka, 2,000 in Ketchikan. So just when you go back home and have those conversations, remember we need commerce in Southeast. Otherwise we'll be down to one senator and Matt Sue will pick up two. And I'm not good at math, but that means we get outvoted.
Thank you for that. That is an obsession of folks in this room. One final thing about fisheries, because you all mentioned to some degree the old antiquated processing facilities and shore-based. One of the concerns I hear is that, while onboard processing may be appropriate in other jurisdictions, the shore-based processing in Southeast is critical. It's critical for the shore-based jobs. It's critical for the facility property tax to the revenue, the fish tax that comes ashore. So I don't know if that's come up yet in any of the conversations, but it's a concern that we hear in the region that we not abandon those facilities for something that's cheap and easier. So we do need to have a partnership with processors, because even though one entity pulled out and others moved in, they're still moving into an old facility that needs to be modernized and automated. So that'll be some of the efforts that we'll hope to elevate to your attention in the coming weeks and months. So.
I may have missed this, but I was hoping Senator Stedman could expand a little on that unfunded liability to the state retirement system. Are you, I don't know if I missed it, but were you proposing that maybe the entities have to pick up that, like the on behalf expenditures that the state is currently funding?
I think we have to have that discussion. Absolutely, yes. We've been paying that 22% cap had the cap for years. I think the state was at 28 or something. And that dialogue needs to take place. And we need to come up with some way of getting that unfunded liability down. And I'm deathly concerned of creating another one on top of this thing. This is a monster that's been going for 20 years, and we got another at least 10 from the projections. So, and 15%, or excuse me, 13% of the state or the city's entire payroll going to this unfunded liability is significant burden on all the taxpayers.
And for clarity's sake, that's indebtedness that the municipalities themselves retain. That's not a state indebtedness that's being paid off. That's their own indebtedness that's being
It's just
paid
the
off.
municipal portion I'm talking about, not the state portion. That's even a bigger alligator.
But let's be clear about where that came from, because municipalities at all points, at all times, and school districts paid every nickel that they were told to pay, right? 100% of the screw up was on the state of Alaska. It was the state of Alaska that did not oversee those actuaries. The state of Alaska did the investing, it fell short. The state of Alaska lost sight of a couple of different things. And by the way, I should just be very clear and give credit. When the state changed its retirement system over, a series of safeguards were put in place. They're written by the guy at the end of this table to prevent that from ever happening again, right? Second actuary check the work of the first, an arm board with its eye on the ball, with disinterested members who are not beneficiaries of the system. We could go on and on. We could spend a while here. But none of the problem, 0% of the problem, was created by municipalities. And there was a series of other screw-ups within the state system that municipalities then did not sue the state to be made whole from, because the state of Alaska set the 22% cap on what municipalities pay and picked up the overage. Now, that's not a legal settlement. It's not binding, but it served both parties pretty darn well.
And I will add that we will not make the same mistake again with the same kind of very, very generous pension retirement program. What's being proposed is a very balanced program that actually everyone will contribute to, and should it fall below 90% funded, everyone will contribute to: retirees, employees, and employers. Very balanced and extremely modest.
When you take the 20 years of people in the new tier and automatically roll them back to a defined benefit plan, the following year, if they don't hit their investment target, that's an instant unfunded liability for those 20 years worth of employees stacked on top of the one we have. The issue of the employees paying is in the bill, and it's a may, not a shall. And the expectations that I've seen from around the country when those type of decisions are in front of boards like the retirement board, they go to the state entity, not the employee, because if you go to the employee, they get a little bit testy. So I'm not so sure that all the liability doesn't fall right back to the state and the cities also. And I don't think the state's going to be too interested in picking up additional municipal unfunded liability debt.
As someone who retired from the university in the tour system, I feel a little bad, but as Con Bundy said, we're dying as fast as we can.
And the defined contribution people will die as fast as they can because of the stress they will undergo when they retire and discover they have only this much money to spend. And how long will they live? They don't know. So how much money should they spend each year? How do they parse that out? There's actually physical evidence that their stress level hormones are much higher, which shortens their lifespan.
And that certainly doesn't help an aging population and a declining population. Sorry, I couldn't help get that quip in. I'm about to ask a question that my father, a lifelong Alaskan, told me not to ask people when I was 15 years old, and here it is. We've talked a lot about things that are unfunded, that need funds, that need investment. I would love to hear your perspective on the financial feasibility of permanent fund dividend payments by the state of Alaska amid these needs that the state has. And you can see when my dad said, don't ask those questions.
That is a very broad question, but it kind of plays, well, it plays into the constitutional amendment that's under discussion and trustee paper number 10. So right now we have a very complex formulation for our permanent fund corporation and the money that is earned by those investments, which go into an earnings reserve account, which from there is dispersed into, it could be dividends, it could be state funds. The fact of the matter is to really secure the money coming out of that fund, the earnings, we need to get rid of the earnings reserve account, put all the money into a single fund, limit how much comes out each year, a % of market value. Right now we take 5%. Senator Stedman believes it should be less than that. That's a great discussion to have. But right now, those earnings are paying about 60% of the UGF, the unrestricted general fund money that is paying for state services right now. It is not oil that is covering our bills now. Well, it'd be a fun question to ask. How many of you had feet on the ground in Alaska in 1967? Raise your hands. Raise your hands. See how few? Who here, you raised your hand. Were you eligible to vote at that time? 1967. Did you vote in 1967? Or pardon me, 1976. Pardon me. I reversed it. I reversed it. How many of you had feet on the ground in 1976? Okay. How many of you were old enough to vote in 1976? Yes. You see how few of us who voted to create that permanent fund. So in 1969, we had a lease sale. We had oil on the North Slope. We brought in $900 million that day. And we were over the moon excited because we were bringing in about 150 million in revenue in those days. 900 million. But 5 years later, the legislature had spent all of that 900 million. And so by 1976, when it was proposed to create a permanent fund where 25% of that money would go in there and not be eligible to be touched, we voted to do that. We did that deferring spending that money on ourselves then and there because we cared about the future. We cared about the future when oil would no longer be being produced. We'd run out of oil is what we thought. We're there now. We're there now. And we have this permanent fund. It is paying more than half of our general fund, unrestricted general fund now. But it is in jeopardy. If we don't merge these funds, that earnings reserve account from which we are spending is becoming depleted. And in 3 years, there's actually a possibility somewhat high, certainly in 4 years, that there won't even be a dividend. There won't be enough money in that earnings reserve account. Because of the unrealized earnings and things like that, the fund is making great investments. They are growing the fund. But because of the unrealized money and the realized and how it's configured, so for 20 years, the trustees have recommended that that ERA be merged with the corpus, the principal, and every year a percent of market value comes out, just like it is this year, $3.7 billion, that then the legislature would appropriate to the general fund and to the dividend, just like we've been doing for the past more than 5 years. We've taken 25% of that money coming out and we've dedicated that to dividends. 75% goes to the general fund. So that's the constitutional amendment that you may see on your ballot in 2026. Do we protect the fund for the future, just like people in Alaska did in 1976, looking toward the next generations in the state and ensuring that we have that steady stream of income coming out of the earnings of the fund?
And also, I'd like to just emphasize, when we roll the earnings reserve to the corpus, it would take a vote of the people to take more than 5% or whatever number we set. If we set it at 4.5, 4 3/4, whatever, doesn't matter. It's a hard door. You'd have to go to the people with a vote to take any money out. Right now, simple majority vote could loot the earnings reserve. And the earnings reserve gets a lot of pressure because when we have earnings built up in the earnings reserve, we have colleagues that demand a never increasing dividend. 4,000, 3,000, 5,000. Some of them, yeah, I mean, it went up to 16,000 or 14,000 or some darn thing, you know, with some arrears and some other stuff. So we're definitely concerned, some of us, that the permanent fund does not get looted. This is a spending cap, plain and simple. And as Senator Giesel's mentioned several times, you know, a fiscal plan. And frankly, it is a base of it. And for those that aren't that familiar with this concept, Sitka did it 30 years ago, 25 years ago, some number like that. I'd have to go back and look now. Probably pushing 30. And it's worked very well. Every year, the money goes, in Sitka's case, right to the general fund for the assembly to allocate as they see fit. And all land sales go to in that case, all land sales go to the permanent fund. And it takes a vote of the people to get money out. Unfortunately, they did that once for 8 million, which gave me indigestion, but that's another issue. So it's a proven process, and it's going to be extremely beneficial to the future Alaskans, our grandkids and their grandkids. We need to lock the door on raiding the permanent fund, throw the key out the window, and just go on from there.
So you said you were going to ask the question. Nobody's supposed to. I was ready to talk about religion or underwear, but on the dividend, thank you for not asking those questions. Yeah, on the dividend. So I don't disagree with a single word that Senator Giesel or Senator Stedman has said about how we need to protect the corpus of the fund and the value of the fund in the long term. The path we're on today is a path to no PFDs, right? And we just need to be eyes open about that and talk about it. The fundamental principle of anything in government, you can take a good idea and go to the stupid point, right? Don't care who you are. So the idea of $3,000, $4,000 PFDs is the stupid point. We couldn't do anything else in government, or we'd need ridiculous taxes. I will argue that trying to go to zero PFD is also a very bad choice. In fact, we're unlikely to get the votes to put these constitutional amendments that are important on the ballot without some form of protection for a dividend. But that's not the path we're on today. The path we're on today is a path of no additional revenues, increasing expenses, and a state government that's not providing the baseline you need to grow the economy. But economic growth doesn't bring any more revenue to the state either. I used to say unless it's an oil well, but we took care of that in about 2014 with changes to our oil taxes that mean the new oil that's going to pump down the pipeline really doesn't particularly bring us new revenue either. So there are steps we can take. I think we have shifted too much cash across the table to the oil companies. Now you can go to the stupid point, right? You can wring every nickel out of them, they'll stop investing and we won't have oil income. That would be a bad idea. But there are a number of steps that we can take to make our oil taxes a little more rational and more reasonable for Alaskans that will allow us to continue to provide the fundamental services we need and a reasonable, a sane level of PFD. Because if we continue on the path to no PFD, we're going to have to ramp up our spending on health, on nutrition. We're going to see effects in the private sector economy all over the place. I don't know if you've ever tracked the small businesses collections from PFDs, the garnishments is the word I'm looking for, child support services. It is a huge portion of our economy that struggles, the people who don't have extra money at the end of the month. And if we take it away, we will face serious problems if we don't replace it with something. So I also think it's part of the politics of Alaska. We are unlikely to get the votes to put this constitutional amendment that we need on the ballot without some sort of protection in the long term of a PFD.
So we have two final quick questions.
First of all, thank you so much, Senator Stedman, for your tireless defense of the permanent fund. I've watched you over the years and it's just been amazing and I am abjectly grateful. But I want to address, I see on our agenda that we have panels on timber, tourism, fishing, the pillars of our economy. And yet we're decrying that we're losing population and student population. I know we are in Ketchikan, we've lost 200 students in the last 5 years. We're doing the same thing and expecting different results. I want to know why we don't, and this is not for you to ask you to do this in government, it's for us all to think about this. Why don't we have a technology panel here at Southeast Conference that talks about doing things high tech and doing more things on the internet and exporting our intellectual knowledge for money to bring in to increase our population? Now, Senator Stevens, I've heard that you have in Kodiak 2 data processing devices that are taking advantage of your excess energy and creating a lot of revenue for your community. Is that true? That's true. Well, that could happen in a lot of other places. We have excess energy sometimes in Ketchikan and other places. We could have data processing centers in if we explored the possibilities. So let's all look at that and look at ourselves in the mirror and say, why aren't we, entering the modern world and competing with the world on its own basis in the higher tech arena? So that was my 2 cents. And maybe you want to comment on that.
Well, I'll comment on it. That's exactly what Cordova Electric is doing. Remember that little Cordova Electric I just talked about with the excess hydropower they offered to the processors, brought them on shore, offering it to them at 6 cents a kilowatt. They are going to expand their hydro projects and they're going to invite an AI center. So Little Cordova is doing that. I'll also say, speaking of our intellectual property, the University of Alaska, all the campuses are doing that right now, particularly Anchorage and Fairbanks. They have a lot of teams working on Arctic issues. I mean, just doing fantastic research. So it is being done. We just need to expand it and keep our kids here.
So on extra power in Southeast, we're trying to electrify our cruise ships to keep them in port longer, get their emissions down. Juneau was the first one, I think, nationwide. There's some work to be done here, Ketchikan. So we've got kind of a pecking order lined up to electrify these ships. And that'll consume not only what little excess power we have, but it'll create more demand. It's another, it's not really a direct answer to the question, or maybe it's not even a close answer to the question of why we don't have mini Silicon Valley up here in Southeast. But there is, from what I can see, no excess power to do the data centers and stuff that was just mentioned, because we're kind of going a different direction, trying to hold our cruise industry together and our visitors.
I have one final question.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, do you know what happens when you give an elderly Tlingit woman the mic? I promise you, I will keep you awake. First and foremost, senators, each of you, I appreciate your words and the wisdom that you've shared with us this afternoon. I come from an era where I have seen numerous changing tides. Let me tell you, this is by far the worst, the scariest of times. But you know what? As Alaskans, if we all stick together, work together with all our different entities, and this was mentioned this morning, working with all your entities. You know, we all have a toolbox. And in our toolbox, we each have different tools. Look at all the people in the room. How many toolboxes do we have? How many different tools do we have in our boxes that we can share with one another? As Alaskans, we are going to persevere these rough waters. Throughout my life, I've seen and witnessed many challenges. And when the senator asked if we were able to vote in the 60s, I come from the era right before I was born in 1946. My people were not allowed to vote. I cannot imagine not being able to vote, whether it was for a Native organization, for my village, for the governor, for the president of the United States. And because of one of our female warriors, we are going on 80 years since Elizabeth Pradovich, the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood fought for the rights for our Native people to vote. So I look around the room, there's a lot of talent here. Let's put our toolboxes to work. Stick together, work with one another, whether you like each other or not. I'm not worried about myself and my generation. As Native people, we try to work. We are working 7 generations down. I worry about my grandkids, my great-grandkids. I happen to be a great-great-grandmother. I'm blessed to be a great-great-grandmother. So let's continue to work with one another. Let's put our tools together. Thank you. Anashish Hoa.
Do you want to give you just a moment if you want to have any parting thoughts or words, or how we can be part of the solution as we face the rest of the session?
Well, it's an interesting point that the lady made, and thank you for that. You know, somebody pointed out Kodiak as we're totally renewable with wind power and hydro. Why is that? Well, that's because the state did the four-dam pool many, many years ago. Before I was here, we got a dam in Kodiak, and it's brought us into the future. We've reached the point now that with the hydro or with the wind power that is being generated, that we don't need at nighttime, the plan is to use that power, electricity, to put water back up in the dam. So that's pretty remarkable, isn't it? That it's sort of a circle that's going around and round and round. And so I appreciate what you're saying. We have to work together. And now we've reached a point where the biggest need is is on the rail belt. And the rail belt worked to help me get the four-dam pool in Kodiak, and now we need to work with them to help solve the problems that they are facing. And you're right. We have to do it together. We have to all be in this together. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to bring all these little rays of sunshine into your conference. That's our job. We like to make you happy, but I agree with what Senator Stevens said. I agree with your comments. You're doing the work, and thank you for doing the work. And the people we see here run tourism operations and airlines and banks and fishing businesses, and municipalities, and we can go on. But it is your work together that's making Southeast a stronger place. The opportunities are still here. So thank you for reaching out together and grabbing them.
Well, it's working together that makes Alaska a strong place. So thank you for inviting me. I appreciate your comments. I will tell you that this year I started a Women in the Alaska Legislature group. And so bipartisan, bicameral, we get together and get to know each other and work together with each other, even though we're coming from different parties and different House and Senate. So you're right. United we stand, divided we fall. Thank you.
The women outnumber the men in the legislature, so we got to watch on how united they get, or it won't be the Republicans or the Democrats in charge of anything. But anyway, that's a good point that's brought up, and you'll see a lot of the focus over the next couple months on the permanent fund on the future, which is basically the generations out as far as we could see. It's almost 50 years with the permanent fund now. So, this is just the beginning. And it'd be nice to see what it looks like, 50 years from now. But I remember when it was $8 billion and we thought it was a lot of money. Now it's 80 billion. So we do have a bright future. We always have bumps in the road. It's just economic swings, right? This one here is probably one of the bigger bumps, but we'll get through it. With that, I'd like to thank everybody for coming for the Southeast Conference. It's really beneficial that the communities come from Southeast, get together and talk about issues, get the new members on the assemblies, get to know, and councils get to know each other, make connections, and come up and talk to their elected officials, and even the elected officials that are from different districts, like Senator Giesel. There's still a lot of cross issues that we could help each other with to get things done for the betterment of the state. And with that, I'd like to thank everybody for the invite, and hopefully after today's Yakadiak, you'll invite us again next year, but you may have to debate that. Thank you.
Sarah, are there any special instructions other than you've got a drink ticket for everyone? Okay, so go see Sarah. If you'd put the sponsor slides up here, please. Julie Decker, would you stand? Pacific Seafood Processor Association is one of our sponsors. Is Dave Starron still here from Ada? And is anybody here from Elliott Bay? They'll be here for the transportation. But if you thank our sponsors, our senators, and we had a great day. So let's please adjourn to the reception and continue the valuable networking with a round of applause for appreciation. So thank you.
Three functions tonight. What's this thing going on? Thank you, Robert.
I don't go to any of them. I'm going to go back and I'm going to work on my newsletter. And I have some email to do and some bills to work on.
Yeah.
Women have to do that.
They've only got a majority of the House, not the whole legislature.